Chapter 255. Even for a man as calm as Wei Yi, his expression also changed rapidly. Inwardly, he was also extremely anxious. From these 3 short whistles, he could hear that junior brother Qin must be in a desperate situation. Or else, he would not have let out such miserable howls. Under this situation, he only had 2 choices. First, he could go and help immediately. Regardless of how strong the enemy was, they would share life and death as fellow disciples. The other choice was to follow their promise and retreat immediately without hesitation when he heard the 3 short whistles. Senior brother, what should we do? Huang Chaoyang knew the situation was critical when he saw Wei Yi's expression. Junior brother Qin is in a bad situation. Wei Yi said in a low voice. These 3 short whistles were extremely sharp and urgent. It seemed to be suppressed in a certain space as the sound waves spread out. Senior brother, we can either go and help or retreat immediately. If we hesitate, we will make a mistake. Lu Xiaonan reminded him. Wei Yi's mind was in a mess. Indeed, he was conflicted. If he were to leave now, most likely it would not bode well for him from Qin Wushuang's howls. However, at the same time, it would be equally dangerous if he went to help. Perhaps, it would mean bringing all 10 core disciples into the fire pit. In the current situation, he could either help Yi Lai or protect the future of the Stargaze Palace. Inwardly, Wei Yi felt extremely troubled as he thought, if teacher was here, how would he choose to face such situation? Usually, teacher always emphasized a stage, a height. Then, how should I choose to have a height and a stage? Suddenly, Wei Yi had an idea. It must be like this. If all 10 core disciples of the Stargaze Palace died here, what future would the Stargaze have? Height. What height could be higher than the future inheritance of the Stargaze Palace? Inwardly, he swore with pain, Junior brother Qin, if you die today, I, Wei Yi, swear that one day, I will kill all 9 generations of the people who killed you. Lights flashed from his eyes as he waved his hand and shouted, retreat. Usually, Lu Xiaonan and Huang Chaoyang followed Wei Yi's lead. Although they felt uncomfortable when they heard him say to retreat, they did not hesitate and followed Wei Yi out of the Green Jade Mountain. They had not walked for more than 10 li when they met Ju Fu and the others who were rushing towards them. Ju Fu had obviously also heard the 3 sharp whistles. Her face was anxious. Seeing Wei Yi and the others, she called out, Senior brother Wei Yi, why are you not going to help? Why are you still retreating? Wei Yi shouted, all of you, back off. Don't leave a single one behind, retreat immediately. I'm afraid something might happen. Zhao Muji had previously been saved by Qin Wushuang once, and in his heart, he truly admired Qin Wushuang. He had the heart to go and rescue Qin Wushuang, so when he heard Wei Yi's words, it was hard for him to go against Wei Yi's intentions. He cried out, Senior Marshal brother Wei Yi, the 10 of us came together. If one of us is missing, how are we going to explain to the palace masters? Junior brother Qin is in danger, so it's time for us to rush to his aid. Junior brother Zhao, you're really muddle-headed. What did junior brother Qin promise? After 3 short whistles, we must retreat without hesitation. Moreover, junior marshal brother Zhao's 3 short howls were sharp and mournful, indicating that the enemy's situation was clearly more difficult than we had imagined. If we go this time, not only will we not be able to save junior brother Qin, we might get trapped. By that time, it's not just one person missing, but none of us will be able to go back. Ju Fu cried out, even if that's the case, I will not allow junior brother Qin to take the risk alone. Senior marshal brother Wei Yi, if you don't go, I will go, who else is willing to go? Zhao Muji was the first one to cry out, I will go with you. LV Teng and Jian Rui were from the Green Cloud Palace, and Qin Wushuang was one of them. Naturally, they would not shrink back and stood behind Ju Fu with determination. Deng Bohu and Miao Zhongxia appeared to be indecisive. Especially Miao Zhongxia, he said embarrassedly, I feel that we should stick to our promise. After all, this is not a joke. You guys don't want us to disappoint the warning that junior brother Qin had risked his life to send out, right? Deng Bohu also nodded when he saw Miao Zhongxia's reaction. That's right. If junior brother Qin knew, for sure he would not want us to go. Or else, he would not have let out those 3 short whistles. I think we should retreat immediately and protect the future of the Stargaze Palace. This is also junior brother Qin's effort. The rim of Ju Fu's eyes turned red. Hearing everyone's words, apparently, they were certain that junior brother Qin had met with disaster. In fact, she was unwilling to admit this point. However, deep inside her heart, when she remembered those 3 mournful whistles from Qin Wushuang, she knew clearly that most likely, junior brother Qin had encountered a situation that he could not deal with. Or else, with junior brother Qin's carefree nature, even if he had retreated, he would not have let out such mournful whistles. When she thought here, Ju Fu felt as if a knife had cut her heart. Wei Yi was silent as he comforted her. Junior sister Ju, the big picture is the most important. I am afraid it would not help if we go now. Junior brother Qin had either escaped, or he did not know how to continue as he said to Zhao Muji, Junior brother Zhao, you are a smart person. If you cannot even see the big picture, how could you carry on the legacy of your teacher? With a face full of shame, Zhao Muji's lips trembled and no one knew what he was saying. His eyes also turned red. If it weren't for the fact that a real man would not cry easily, most likely, he was already crying. Wei Yi's tone was filled with grief and indignation. Everyone, I, Wei Yi, hereby swear that if junior martial brother Qin really met with misfortune, I, Wei Yi, will not shirk my responsibility to avenge today's death. In the future, even if the enemy is 100,000 miles away, I will kill them all. I will not hesitate to break all my bones. If I break this oath, let me die with 10,000 arrows piercing through my heart. When he said here, Wei Yi glanced around and glanced across each person's face with determination. However, at this moment, all of you must listen to me and retreat immediately. Regardless of how sorrowful or unwilling you feel, you must retreat. Go. Ju Fu cried bitterly. She only ran forward reluctantly after Wei Yi pushed her lightly. When the others heard Ju Fu's cry, each of them felt as if their hearts had been cut by a knife. Thinking of Qin Wushuang's voice and smiling face, thinking of Qin Wushuang's appearance only half a year ago, but as the saying goes, white hair is like new, white cover is like old friends. For some people, even if they had a head full of white hair, the feeling they gave others was the same as when they first met them. But for some people, it was like they were old friends at first sight, as if they had a close friendship from their previous life to this life. Qin Wushuang, in these few days, every action, had been deeply imprinted in everyone's heart and deeply shocked everyone. His bravery, his righteousness, his wisdom, his courage, his spirit, everything about him, deeply impacted their hearts, making them uncontrollably sad, uncontrollably mourning. Especially Wei Yi, it was as if in this moment, he had suddenly matured. The confusion of the past, the knot in his heart, was swept away at once. He truly understood what kind of responsibility a senior brother should bear. Qin Wushuang had personally taught him a deep lesson. In the presence of righteousness, even death would not be avoided. At this moment, the 9 people who were retreating at high speed suddenly heard a violent rumbling sound, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Immediately after, a biting cold wave of air suddenly rushed from behind, sending their bodies directly into the air. Even if their cultivation was strong, they had no room to resist at all. They could only follow the force of the impact and fall forward. Fortunately, the force of the impact was already spent at this place. Although it knocked them down, it did not cause any physical harm. The 9 people climbed up in a sorry state, looking back in shock. But what they saw was a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Above the entire green jade mountain, 5 rays of divine light rushed into the sky. These 5 rays of divine light were like heavenly soldiers descending from the heavens, cutting through the green jade mountain range like cutting through tofu. The green jade mountain range behind them was actually cut into 6 pieces, continuously collapsing to the side. Mountains collapsing and the earth splitting. Mountains collapsing and the earth splitting. Quickly leave, quickly leave. Wei Yi was the first to react, crazily roaring. The other 8 people were also stunned by this earth-shattering scene. Only after hearing Wei Yi's shout did they react. They no longer cared to watch the show and quickly ran away. It turned out that inside the cave, when the golden-robed man saw Qin Wushuang being thrown into the abyss, He immediately held onto the railing and carefully observed the movements below. Apparently, he wanted to know if this so-called transportation formation was truly useful and existed. If there was truly a spiritual chi formation, for sure, there would be a reaction when someone fell in. Everyone flocked to the railing and looked down. Elder LV, what is the background of this kid? One of the elders could not help but ask. Who knows? However, this kid seems to be at the middle stage. Ha ha, he is just too blind to have come here to seek death. Alright, let's use him as a test subject. Just as this group of people was staring at the sinkhole with rapt attention, 5 gusts of strange wind suddenly came from below the sinkhole. It was as if 5 air vents had been opened, and 5 gusts of wind rushed up from below. Just when these people were feeling uncertain, suddenly, 5 piercing lights shot out from the dense fog. These 5 waves of lights seemed to have descended from the heavens as they carried an indestructible temperament. As soon as they rushed up, they instantly crushed all the railing into powder. That powerful impact swept all the experts beside the railing in just one turn. Regardless of a middle stage warrior, an initial stage warrior, or an elite warrior in the pre-sky realm, all of them were rolled in by the 5 spiritual lights. With one turn, it was as if they had been thrown into a giant millstone. Instantly, they were ground into fine powder and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. The power of these 5 waves of spiritual lights had reached such a level. Those few middle stage upper sky elite warriors who were flaunting their prowess had also been ground into ashes in the blink of an eye. This was the strangest thing in the world. However, apparently, these 5 waves of spiritual lights did not intend to stop. As soon as the spiritual lights shot out, they had broken through the entire cave. When the cave was broken open, the mountain rocks scattered everywhere. The 5 waves of spiritual lights were like 5 ferocious beasts that had escaped their reigns and wreaked havoc. Without any suppression or restraint, they spun around the entire green jade mountain at a high speed and kept spreading out. It was as if 5 divine weapons were cutting the body of the green jade mountain. With the rumbling sound of the mountain collapsing, the entire green jade mountain was being destroyed mercilessly like a weak person without the strength to truss a chicken. And the left and right side of the cave bore the brunt of it. The warriors stationed here did not even have time to react to what was going on before they were completely ground to dust. And at this moment, Qin Wushuang was being pushed by a wave of strange power at full speed. He did not know where he was being sent to. Chapter 256. Qin Wushuang only felt that his body was constantly sinking. It felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit and would never reach the bottom. But what made him feel strange was that the internal injuries on his body were healing at an incomparably fast speed. His whole body seemed to be surrounded by a piece of soft jade. It was indescribably smooth and comfortable. It was as if at this moment, he had not fallen into a bottomless abyss, but was enjoying himself in a hot spring. This was not the first time he had experienced this feeling. Qin Wushuang had suffered many injuries, but this time, it was undoubtedly the most serious and also the most desperate. However, his physical body was still exuding a powerful vitality. That abnormal self-healing ability was once again at work in his body. He remembered that time when he fought with senior brother Wei Yi. Qin Wushuang had adopted a method of mutual destruction. Although he had been hit by Wei Yi's palm, he had relied on this self-healing ability to gradually control the situation. It's just that, no matter how strong this self-healing ability is, can it let me fall into this abyss and not die? Qin Wushuang bitterly smiled in his heart. At this moment, Qin Wushuang felt a strange force supporting him. It was as if a strange airflow had suddenly supported Qin Wushuang from below. This airflow was obviously very rapid, but after coming into contact with Qin Wushuang's body, it suddenly became incomparably soft, as if it was tailor-made for Qin Wushuang. It actually had a sense of fitting. Qin Wushuang was slightly surprised. He could clearly feel that this power was so familiar. It was clearly the airflow formed by the 5-colored light that he had seen in the Great Kang Mountain. It was also clearly the baptism power that he had encountered in the cliff cave. Although it was in different places and different areas, the source of the power was exactly the same. This familiar feeling, at this moment, Qin Wushuang's body was also deeply experiencing and healing. And the power that the surface of his body was in contact with was completely from the same source. Qin Wushuang only felt that everything was like a dream. As far as his eyes could see, it was actually the divine light formed by the fusion of the 5 colors. The 5-colored light was like a huge 5-colored lotus flower, wrapping around Qin Wushuang like a budding flower bud. Everything was so familiar, so intimate, but it was as if he had been reborn. Finally, Qin Wushuang felt the divine light slowly recede, and his body steadily came into contact with the ground. Whoosh! Qin Wushuang felt like he had escaped death by a fluke. When he opened his eyes, the scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. He was surprised to find that the place he was in was so familiar. Wasn't this the cave in the depths of the Great Kang Mountains? Qin Wushuang calculated that the distance from the Green Jade Mountain at the border of Ba Shu to the Great Kang Mountain was at least 10,000 li. Wasn't he falling a little too far? Or could it be that he was hallucinating, and the truth was not like that? Qin Wushuang stood up and turned left and right. He found that it was indeed the cave in the Great Kang Mountain. Qin Wushuang had been to this place more than once and had a deep impression. Of course, he would not be mistaken. How could this be? Qin Wushuang could not understand. Could it be that the deep hole in the cave in the Green Jade Mountain is really a transportation formation? Qin Wushuang felt that he had never been so confused before. His mind was a complete mess. After the battle at the Green Jade Mountain, Qin Wushuang realized that in the Tianxian land, without absolute power, danger could appear at any time. Now that he thought about it, when he entered the cave, he encountered 4 powerful elite warriors at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. It was not that he was not strong enough, but in that narrow space, even if he had great skills, it would be difficult for him to use them. After surviving this calamity, while Qin Wushuang felt lucky, he also started to think. I wonder, did senior brother Wei Yi and the others escape from the Green Jade Mountain? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang could not help but care about those disciples from the Stargaze Palace. Thinking back to those 3 screams, they were extremely sharp and hurried. If they had heard it, they would have been able to understand the contents of those screams. With senior brother Wei Yi's wisdom, he should know what to do, right? Qin Wushuang comforted himself. He truly did not wish for those disciples to rush towards that cave. Or else, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only, Qin Wushuang didn't know that after that transportation formation was activated, the powerful spiritual qi had flattened the entire Green Jade Mountain. If Wei Yi and the others had not escaped quickly, most likely they would have become burial objects. Qin Wushuang calmed himself down and started to wander around the cave. The previous few times he had entered, he had come in a hurry and left in a hurry. Plus, his stage was not high enough. Although he could feel a sense of mystery from the entire cave, he had only walked around it like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. This time, he decided to study this mysterious cave. Currently, Qin Wushuang knew better than anyone that the reason why his body had such powerful self-healing ability and how he was able to escape from death was closely related to this mysterious cave. It could be said that this cave, this Great Kang Mountain, had made Qin Wushuang what he was. Since the beginning, Qin Wushuang had viewed the Great Kang Mountain as his mother. He had a deep sense of longing and affection for it. And indeed, the Great Kang Mountain had nurtured him and made him successful. It had given him enough returns. That transportation formation was able to send me from the Green Jade Mountain to the Great Kang Mountain. This formation was not set up by an ordinary elite warrior at the spiritual martial force. In the end, what kind of secrets are hidden inside this transportation formation? Qin Wushuang was convinced that since someone had set up such a transportation formation with great power, it would not be as simple as connecting 2 places. There must be some mysteries inside. Qin Wushuang spread out his spiritual perception and started to search with all his strength. This cave was much more spacious than the one at the Green Jade Mountain. Its scale was not any less than the royal palace in the Bayou country. It was extremely spacious, like an underground garden. It was full of twists and turns, high and low. It made one overwhelmed. Qin Wushuang did not let go of any corner. Finally, He locked onto an area in the middle of the cave. It was because he could feel that there was a faint movement of spiritual qi. After checking again and again, Qin Wushuang felt that there was something suspicious about that natural giant green stone. That giant green stone had a strange shape. From afar, it looked like a crouching tiger. The patterns on its entire body were extremely strange and looked like spots of tadpoles. Qin Wushuang walked closer and started to pour out his spiritual qi. He wanted to see if this green stone would give him any reaction. Indeed, with this move, that green stone emitted a strange light. Still, it was that strange combination of 5 colors that emitted a faint halo. That halo was erratic and flashing like a candle flame. When Qin Wushuang saw this scene, he immediately understood that it was because his spiritual qi was too weak. Thus, the spiritual qi he sensed was not strong. Immediately, he initiated it again. In a moment, that giant green stone emitted a dazzling light as if it had been bestowed with life. Congratulations, lucky one, you have finally ignited the light of my spiritual perception. An aged voice emerged from that giant green stone. Dumbfounded, Qin Wushuang looked at that giant green stone with disbelief. He really couldn't understand how a giant green stone could speak human language. Don't have any doubts. This is the sound of my spiritual perception attaching to this place. It will only happen once. You being able to ignite my spiritual perception means that you have at least met 2 basic conditions. First, the divine light baptism at the cave entrance. Second, the transportation channel at Green Jade Mountain. If you didn't meet any of these 2 conditions, you wouldn't have been able to start this task, and wouldn't have been able to trigger my spiritual perception. That's because the restriction I placed here can only be activated by combining the power of divine light of those 2 conditions. Qin Wushuang was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He finally confirmed that he had indeed encountered a great opportunity. Furthermore, these great opportunities were all interlinked. If he didn't meet any of the conditions, he wouldn't have been able to open this opportunity. He had completed the baptism at the cave entrance very early on. But at that time, he hadn't passed through the transportation channel at Green Jade Mountain. With one of the 2 conditions missing, he naturally couldn't detect the peculiarity of this place. At this moment, Qin Wushuang couldn't help but admire the senior who set up this restriction. The 2 conditions were like 2 keys. Without any one of them, he would not be able to open it. Lucky one, you are already very lucky to have arrived at this place. It's because this is the 2nd circle of my 7 deadly arrays formation. You are the one and only lucky one since you can pass the 1st circle. It's because the 1st circle of my formation is set at the Green Jade Mountain. Only one person is allowed to enter the transportation channel. Once you enter the channel, all the restrictions outside the channel will be activated and the entire Green Jade Mountain will be razed to the ground. Ha ha ha. This aged voice had a trace of ridicule, a trace of mockery, and even a trace of mischief. Razed to the ground? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was shocked. This way, after he had fallen, the Green Jade Mountain had already been destroyed. Then what about those people from the Heavenly Lake Empire? And those from the Stargaze Palace? Wouldn't it be? When Qin Wushuang thought here, he didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Don't think it's cruel. In the operation of the natural law, damage and repair are all predetermined. For this great fortuitous opportunity, someone must be buried with it. Or else, it would be inappropriate to only repair the damage. And since ancient times, those who had obtained great fortuitous opportunities and achieved great things were all built on thousands of bones. Since you want to enter my 7 deadly arrays formation and obtain this fortuitous opportunity, you must be prepared to die. From the tone of this person, there was a trace of cold judgment. It was as if to him, human lives were no different than grass. Ha ha, you are the lucky one, you don't need to worry about these things. After the 1st circle of the Green Jade Mountain is opened, it will be destroyed. Therefore, the 7 terminal arrays formation can be said to be your private territory. Now, you are at the 2nd circle, the 3rd circle, the 4th circle. Until the 7th circle. Qin Wushuang was moved. This 2nd circle had already given him such a great fortuitous opportunity. Then, What kind of fortuitous opportunity would there be at the seventh circle? For a time, Qin Wushuang was looking forward to it. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 257. Thinking back on the words of this voice, Qin Wushuang felt that after all, he was lucky. During the battle at the Green Jade Mountain, if he had hit one of them and knocked him into that natural pit, wouldn't he have to give away this fortuitous opportunity to someone else? As for him, it was inevitable that he would become the sacrificial offering of this opportunity. The difference of one gain and one loss was too great. When those people from the Heavenly Lake Empire had knocked him into the natural pit, they must have felt extremely proud. However, how could they have imagined that in the next moment, it would be the time of their death? And when Qin Wushuang had fallen into the abyss, how could he have foreseen such a result? Nothing could surpass the ups and downs of life. Just how many mysteries does this seven deadly arrays formation have? When Qin Wushuang heard that voice say that from now on, this seven deadly arrays formation would be his private territory, naturally, he was somewhat moved. That voice paused for a moment as if he was waiting for Qin Wushuang to digest this information. After a while, it sounded again. Of course, before entering the third circle, you must always be at the advanced stage. Or else, you will not be able to activate the transportation circle to enter the third circle. However, don't worry, after each activation of the transportation circle, there will not be any destructive situation. Advanced stage. This was the basic requirement to enter the third circle of the seven deadly arrays formation. Qin Wushuang could not help but sigh. The senior who had set up this formation had a complex mind. He had thought through each circle thoroughly. The first circle of the formation was at the Green Jade Mountain. It allowed everyone to fight for it. At the second circle, once the lucky ones entered, the transportation circle at the first circle would be destroyed. This way, no one would know the exact location of the transportation circle at the Green Jade Mountain. Lucky one, I know you must be very surprised. Take your time to digest it, ha ha ha. That aged voice paused for a moment and suddenly, it became serious. However, you must remember, no matter how powerful my seven deadly arrays formation is, it is after all, set up in 7 different places in the Tianxian land. Regardless, it is possible for anyone to discover any part of the formation. However, it's one thing to be discovered, and another to activate the formation. For example, if someone discovered the formation of the 4th ring. But if he didn't go through the teleportation of the first 3 rings, no matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to activate the teleportation array and enter the 5th ring. Qin Wushuang finally understood what the 7 deadly arrays formation was. This array formation was connected by rings. If any of the rings were missing, it would be impossible to activate any of the restrictions or the teleportation formation to the next ring. As for the treasures and secret manuals inside, they could only look at them and could not touch them. As soon as he moved, the restrictions would activate and kill him without any hesitation. This was the true wonder of the 7 deadly arrays formation. Only the lucky person who passed the first and second tests would be the true successor of the 7 deadly arrays formation. Remember, while others are unable to activate the formation, it does not mean that they are unable to threaten you. If someone discovers the location of the formation, they won't be able to activate it. However, to you, the person who has the ability to activate the formation, it can pose a threat. Therefore, the enemy you are controlling is not the formation itself, but rather, you have to guard against those who accidentally intrude into the formation. It's the same for any ring. Qin Wushuang nodded inwardly. He understood this principle. At this moment, if the secret of the Great Kang Mountain was discovered by someone, it would be a great threat. Fortunately, the terrain of this secret cave was too well hidden. It would be impossible for others to discover it. If Qin Wushuang hadn't accidentally triggered spiritual power when he was practicing the coagulated sword, he would most likely never have known that there was such a vast paradise hidden within the lungs of the Great Kang Mountain. There were still many questions surrounding his mind. However, he knew that since this voice was left behind by the consciousness, It naturally could not answer him, much less any of his questions. Fortunately, this voice did not deliberately play with the depth of his words. Instead, it explained everything in detail. Lucky one, remember, the first and second rings of the 7 deadly arrays formation are only the beginning. Every ring that follows will be a miracle that you cannot foresee at the moment. Manage it well and master it well. If you can truly enter the 7th ring, this Tianxian land will not be able to restrain your footsteps, ha ha ha. Then, the tone of this voice changed again. However, if you do not have enough fortune, or if you are born unlucky, not to mention the 7th ring, it would be a big problem for you to enter the 4th ring. Of course, the 3rd ring should not be a problem. Work hard. Remember, there are many exciting things ahead, many mysteries waiting for you to uncover. With this 7 deadly arrays formation, it's equivalent to you having countless private spaces. You can bring a large group of people and travel freely. Perhaps, you may not experience the benefits now, but sooner or later, you will realize that this 7 deadly arrays formation is a life-saving formation. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved. He could bring a large group of people and travel together. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. Initially, he thought that since this array formation belonged to private property, it would belong to him alone and only he would be allowed to travel through it. The formation is under this giant green stone. Don't underestimate this giant green stone. I used my supreme spiritual power to petrify a spiritual beast. When you reach the advanced stage, you can activate my seal and break the petrification spell to restore its original form. Its original form is called the Purple Flame Electric Beast. The person who broke his petrification spell would be its master. This is the greatest fortuitous opportunity in the 2nd ring of the 7 deadly arrays formation. The strength of this Purple Flame Electric Beast is at least at the perfect stage. Perfect stage? Qin Wushuang was dumbstruck. What kind of concept was this? The 5 palace masters of the Stargaze Palace, including the head palace master, had not passed the last hurdle to enter the perfect stage. And this spiritual beast was at the perfect stage. Such a powerful spiritual beast had been sealed here by someone using the petrification technique. What kind of monstrous technique was that petrification technique? And how monstrous would the person who had performed it be? Absent-mindedly, Qin Wushuang felt that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. Earlier, he felt that the upper sky realm was already powerful. Pursuing the upper sky realm was his goal in both his previous and current life. Now, after entering the upper sky realm, he realized that the upper sky realm was also insignificant in the entire world. This feeling was like in his former world, a child from a rural village had entered the county and learned that the provincial capital was huge. And when he arrived at the provincial capital, he learned that there was a capital city. And outside of the capital city, there was the entire Earth. Outside of the Earth, there was the solar system, the Milky Way, and the entire boundless universe. Such boundless feeling could describe Qin Wushuang's current mood. Lucky one, you must think that the perfect stage is extraordinary. Ha ha, even in the Tianxian land, the perfect stage is not something extraordinary. I chose this Purple Flame Electric Beast not because of its high cultivation, but because it is an innate spiritual beast that can continuously evolve and advance. The so-called spiritual beasts are different than ordinary spiritual beasts. Inside its body, there was an extraordinary innate talent that could not be underestimated. Such miraculous talent was bestowed by the heavens. Just like the proud sons of the human race, it is an existence blessed by the heavens. Once a spiritual beast has ignited the fire of evolution, it will continue to evolve at a speed unmatched by humans. In the end, it will become an extremely terrifying existence. I used my spiritual light to baptize its consciousness. As long as you break its seal, it will submit to you unconditionally. This is the greatest fortuitous opportunity one will give you in the 2nd circle. You will receive this fortuitous opportunity when you reach the advanced stage. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was extremely moved. All these fortuitous opportunities had come too fast and too much. He could not digest them all at once. Think about it, if he had a spiritual beast on par with the perfect stage, then when he encountered a situation like the Green Jade Mountain, he would not be in such an embarrassing situation where he did not even have the chance to fight back. For the first time, Qin Wushuang was full of expectation to have a powerful spiritual beast. At the same time, he felt extremely fortunate to be the owner of this 7 deadly formation arrays. For such fortuitous opportunity, he must cherish it even more. Just as Qin Wushuang's thoughts were flying, that voice gave a long sigh and suddenly said, "Lucky one, in this circle, I can only give you this much warning and advice. If you can enter the 3rd circle, there will be more clues waiting for you. I hope that at that time, you are still alive and can hear my voice again. Don't disappoint me. By the way, there are a few mechanisms at the other exit of this cave that can connect to the foot of the mountain. Near the mechanisms, I will instruct you with my spiritual perception. As long as you grasp the mechanism, you can open it. That way, we won't have to go up and down the cliff every time we go up and down, ha ha ha." Gradually, the voice of this spiritual perception became deeper and disappeared. Then, those dense spiritual lights also disappeared. Everything returned to its original state. The giant green stone was still a giant green stone. Indeed, from its appearance, it looked like a crouching vicious beast. With its glaring eyes, it looked like a divine beast from the immemorial legends. Qin Wushuang caressed the head of that purple flame electric beast and said with a smile, "Buddy, wait for me, I will lift your spell as soon as possible. From now on, we will be close comrades, ha ha." With the introduction from that spiritual perception, Qin Wushuang did not need to explore the other areas of the cave. He knew that this cave was the 2nd circle of the 7 deadly formation arrays. The core mystery lay here. However, it would be a pity if this cave was not developed with such a vast area. Qin Wushuang's mind turned and he already started to think about how to develop this cave. Now, he was considering how to integrate this cave with the royal Qin mansion. In case of an emergency, the people of the mansion could evacuate to this place quickly. Didn't that spiritual perception say that the other exit of the cave could connect directly to the foot of the mountain? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 258. However, at this moment, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to explore this passage. Since it existed, he was reassured. His priority was to consolidate the middle stage. Ever since he had broken through, he had been fighting and did not have the time to consolidate this result. During that battle in the cave, Qin Wushuang had also absorbed a lot of spiritual qi. Only, he did not have the time to digest it. Now, after returning to this cave, Qin Wushuang felt the safest place. Both his body and mind were extremely relaxed. Immediately, he started to merge the spiritual qi. After staying in the cave for a day, when Qin Wushuang opened his eyes again, he had completely merged all the spiritual qi. However, he had a question in his mind. Those 5 mysterious lights, are they spiritual qi? How come I could feel that the power had entered my body each time, but I could not feel it in my dantian? Could it be that the power did not enter my dantian? Qin Wushuang's intuition could tell that the baptism light at the cave entrance half a year ago, as well as the light from the transportation formation this time, all had miraculous effects. Or else, the injuries he had suffered would not have healed so easily as if he had never been injured. Not only that, after each injury, he could feel that his body had become much stronger and his ability to resist attacks had increased. Although this feeling had not been verified, Qin Wushuang could indeed feel the changes in his body. This was the so-called one knows the warmth and coldness. Perhaps, those miraculous powers only forged my body and molded my dantian. However, they did not enter my sea of qi. Qin Wushuang thought this way. How could he know that those 5 colored lights were not on the same level as the spiritual qi he was currently training? If it were to invade his dantian, most likely, even a tiny speck of spiritual qi would be enough to crush his dantian. This divine power only molded his physical body, perfecting it. Of course, the current Qin Wushuang knew nothing about this. After training in the cave for a few days, when Qin Wushuang walked to the entrance of the cave again, he found that the outside was covered in white snow. The snow had already covered the entire valley in a white dress. At this moment, The goose feather-like snow was still falling non-stop. Qin Wushuang stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the heavy snow. Inwardly, he seemed to have understood something. He extended his hand casually and caught the snowflake. When the snowflake fell into his hand, it was immediately melted by the heat from his palm and steam rose. Qin Wushuang looked at the spiraling steam and thought, "The snowflake melted as soon as it touched my hand, it turned into steam as if there is nothing. It was just that it changed in different forms." When this martial arts move was unleashed, it was one move, and when it reached the target, it changed into another move. It was like an antelope hanging its horns, and there was no trace of it. Isn't this the subtle sword intent of the 9 lone 9 swords? The 9 lone 9 swords, 9 swords is profound heaven and earth. Since ancient times, the people who created peerless techniques, which one of them wasn't a strong person with great magical powers and great wisdom? But I, right now, can only accept the kindness of the predecessors and use the techniques created by the predecessors. In the future, if I can really create my own moves and comprehend my own moves in the midst of the changes of heaven and earth, then I can truly live up to the title of Grandmaster, right? Thinking about how he was respectfully called Ancient Martial Grandmaster in his previous life, now that he thought about it, he was indeed a little ashamed. A Grandmaster of a generation could only be called that in the ancient martial world on Earth. In this world, the cultivation of the peak of the postliminary realm could only be considered as the beginning. Qin Wushuang silently gazed at the fluttering snowflakes in the valley. In his mind, there was a trace of a wonderful feeling. These pieces of snowflakes were like the masses of living beings falling to the ground. To this heaven and earth, they were nothing more than passers-by. However, when the snowflakes fell to the ground, they would only accumulate for 3 to 5 days. But a trip to the world would take about 100 years. No matter how long or short the time was, to the slow universe time, they were ultimately just passers-by. The only difference was that the time of being a guest was longer or shorter. Isn't cultivation going against the laws of heaven and earth? Isn't it fighting against heaven and earth in order to prolong one's life? In order to not die? But in this heaven and earth, are there really immortals? In Qin Wushuang's mind, there was also a trace of doubt. He also wanted to know whether or not there was an immortal existence in the Tianqian continent. If there was, then what kind of abnormal existence would it be? Was it a god, an immortal? Or was it something else? Qin Wushuang unintentionally reached out his hand again. The snowflakes fell on his palm, and on his fingers, there was once again a spiraling mist. The snowflakes turn into mist and continue to rise. They can still exist between heaven and earth. But once the flesh and blood of the human body decays and perishes, it will be like a lamp that has been extinguished. In the end, humans are not as good as these snowflakes. It's just that the snowflakes reincarnate and change in the mist. But human life and soul, could it be that they really can't reincarnate? Is there really no one who can jump out of the reincarnation cycle and live forever? Qin Wushuang felt that since all living things in this heaven and earth had a reincarnation cycle, humans, as a part of all living things in this heaven and earth, should also follow the rules of this reincarnation cycle. Since there was reincarnation, then there must be an existence that doesn't participate in reincarnation. Qin Wushuang made such a deduction, but he also knew that all of this was only his assumption, his imagination. Suddenly, his eyes focused, looking at the snowflakes on his little finger. They had actually condensed into sparkling and translucent ice crystals. How could this be? Qin Wushuang was stunned. His palm was full of heat. The snowflakes would definitely melt when they fell on it. But why did they condense into ice crystals when they fell on his little finger alone? Qin Wushuang immediately understood the reason when he sensed it. It turned out that just now, he had unintentionally activated the spiritual power of the heart meridian of Han's Shaoyin. This meridian belonged to the yin in nature, and was one of the rare soft yin meridian sword qi in the coagulated sword. Because it was not close to Qin Wushuang's usual masculine style, thus this branch of the Yang Chong sword was rarely used by Qin Wushuang. But even if it was rarely used, it did not mean that this sword was useless. In reality, the Yang Chong sword was flexible, agile and quick. It was also a unique sword qi. Qin Wushuang's mind suddenly had many ideas. These ideas were very strange, but very vivid. Qin Wushuang immediately sat cross-legged, quietly pondering. He faintly felt that he seemed to have comprehended something. Or more accurately, he was about to comprehend something. Even though, at this moment he was still unable to accurately explain everything, but he knew this was definitely a new understanding. The origin of this snowflake is the water attribute. No matter if it is in the form of a snowflake, or in the form of mist, or in the form of flowing water, the origin is water. The water attribute may not be the most domineering attribute of the 5 basic attributes, but it is the most gentle, and the attribute with the most changes. For this snowflake to freeze at my fingertips, naturally it was affected by the sword chi that I had invisibly activated. And I, faintly, should have grasped the profoundness of the water attribute. Infusing it into the sword chi, wouldn't it be an attack with the basic attribute? Qin Wushuang thought. The sword chi at his fingertips surged, and a stream of mist was pushed up by his sword chi, emitting a steaming mist, shooting out. Qin Wushuang shook his head. The power is not enough, the mist is scattered but not condensed, there is no penetrative power. Trying again, it was still the same. Once, twice, thrice, Qin Wushuang did not lack this kind of ruthlessness, this kind of craziness, when he practiced martial arts. This sitting, he actually sat for 3 days and 3 nights, and every second was completely immersed in comprehending this ice sword chi. Finally, from not fully comprehending, but slowly grasping, until he completely grasped the essence of the profoundness. With a move of his little finger, sword chi gushed out, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness, shooting out. A stream of ice crystals brought with it an incomparably cold force, shooting directly at a vulture outside the cave. Kai. When that vulture was pierced through by the sword chi, it did not even have the time to spray out blood as its entire body turned into a layer of white frost. On the spot, it had turned into a frozen chicken. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. So, the power of an attack that fuses the profoundness of the attribute has multiplied. Compared to the initial stage, such attack power is at least 5 times more powerful. No wonder, before a middle stage warrior, there is no possibility of a miracle. This little level of surprise, there is such a huge difference. Indeed, he was overjoyed. It was the first time he had clearly comprehended the profoundness of the attribute and combined it with his own moves. Although such comprehension could not be said to be completely self-created, it was equivalent to taking the first step on the path of self-understanding. In the cultivation of martial arts, any secret manual, any move was not unchanging. Whether there were changes or not, it did not depend on the moves, but on the person using the moves. Qin Wushuang had comprehended it by watching the snow. Initially, this wave of sword chi was called the Young Dash Sword. After merging with the mutated ice attribute, it is called the Ice Sword Chi. Qin Wushuang gave this move a name. After he had comprehended this Ice Sword Chi, Qin Wushuang felt much more comfortable. He calculated the time and it had been a few days since he had returned to the cave. He really wanted to know what kind of changes were happening in the outside world at this moment. What he cared about the most was whether his colleagues from the Stargaze Palace had escaped with their lives. He estimated that if they had retreated immediately after hearing the sharp whistle, they would have a great chance of survival. Only, he did not know what choice they had made. At the moment, regardless of how much he cared, he could not change the fact. Qin Wushuang decided to break through the mechanism leading to the foot of the mountain first. Then, he would make other plans. Perhaps, to the people of the outside world, I am already a dead person? Qin Wushuang was full of self-mockery. He also felt that he was somewhat lucky and surprised to be able to survive this time. However, Qin Wushuang did not want to waste too much time. He remembered that his sister was pregnant. If the news had spread to the royal Qin mansion, his sister would be too sad and hurt the baby. Then, he would be guilty. Thus, after some thinking, he decided to go down the mountain after familiarizing himself with those mechanisms. He would stay at the royal mansion for a while and make plans after observing the outside world. For this matter, the Heavenly Lake Empire would not be able to get away from it. Qin Wushuang wanted to see what kind of attitude the higher-ups of the Stargaze Palace would have towards this matter. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 259. Indeed, the battle at the Green Jade Mountain was earth-shaking. The enormous Jadefloat Mountains collapsed in less than a quarter of an hour. As soon as the news got out, it spread out like a plague. Not only did it cause an uproar in the 3 middle-ranking empires, it had also spread to the other empires. After all, a 10,000-mile mountain range had disappeared just like that. In the history of the Tien Shen land, such a change was rare. Wei Yi and the others who had escaped with their lives, besides being lucky, they also mourned the death of Qin Wushuang. And Sun Wumei, the martial saint of the Ba Shu country, was even more terrified. Regardless, the number 1 core disciple of the Stargaze Palace had died within the Ba Shu country. The reason was because of the map he had provided. Indeed, Sun Wumei could not explain himself. Fortunately, Wei Yi was still calm. He immediately blocked the news and warned Sun Wumei not to spread any information about Qin Wushuang. And the 9 core disciples also kept their mouths shut. They secretly reported the news to the Stargaze Palace. Since it was an emergency, of course, they had to deliver it quickly. When the news reached Zhuobuchuan, even someone as steady as him was dumbstruck when he heard such grievous news. Qin Wushuang is dead. Zhuobuchuan only felt that a heavy punch had hit his chest. This news was too shocking and unacceptable. From Zhuobuchuan's point of view, Qin Wushuang did not seem like a person with a short life. On the contrary, he seemed to have a long lifespan. How could he have died on his first mission? This news was ridiculous. However, since this information had been delivered urgently, it could not be fake. Inwardly, Zhuobuchuan felt a throbbing pain. Following this sudden change, all of his plans, goals, and long-term plans had been disrupted and declared bankrupt. The so-called glorious twin stars was only a beautiful bubble that had burst with a single poke. How am I going to explain this to second? Zhuobuchuan also felt extremely uncomfortable. He remembered how much Tan Zhongqi valued Qin Wushuang and how much he had expected from Qin Wushuang. Now that he was suddenly told that Qin Wushuang had died a glorious death, would second brother immediately go crazy? The worst part was that all the other core disciples were unharmed. Only Qin Wushuang had died. This was something that Tan Zhongqi could not accept. However, regardless of whether he could accept it or not, Zhuobuchuan did not have the capital to hesitate. He had to gather all the hall masters and rush to the scene of the Green Jade Mountain as soon as possible. Now, he was very regretful. He should not have sent a core disciple to handle this matter. He had underestimated the severity of this matter. However, he was also filled with doubts. Why would the Green Jade Mountain suddenly collapse and be razed to the ground? Could it be an earthquake or a rupture of the earth veins? Naturally, it was impossible to obtain an accurate answer by guessing. He decided to rush to the scene to take a look. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the Green Cloud Palace. No matter how Tan Zhongqi would react, he had to tell the truth. If he could accept it, he would accept it. If he couldn't, he would still have to accept it. After all, the Stargaze Palace needed to continue and there were still 9 core disciples that had not returned. When Tan Zhongqi heard Zhuobuchuan's news as soon as he heard it, he became dumbstruck as if he had been struck by lightning. Then, as if he was possessed, he shouted, "Stop joking. That Green Jade Mountain is only a small place and only produces some medicinal herbs. How many powerful people could there be? How could they threaten Wushuang's life?" He did not believe it. He was confident in his disciple. He never thought that Qin Wushuang would die at such a young age. He thought that in the future, Qin Wushuang would inherit the legacy of the Green Cloud Palace and even take over the entire Stargaze Palace. Second, regardless of whether you can accept it or not, I must tell you that the other 9 core disciples had sent this news together. And now, we must go to the Green Jade Mountain to take a look. Qin Wushuang's accident was not only because of the strong enemy, the main reason was. After a pause, Zhuobuchuan finally told him the news of the collapse of the Green Jade Mountain. Currently, this news was top secret and had not been spread. As soon as he said it, Tan Zhongqi was dumbstruck as he lost his voice. Head Palace Master, you are not joking? When he said here, even someone as strong as Tan Zhongqi could not help but speak with a trembling voice. Vividly, he already felt a wave of indescribable fear, a form of helpless despair. Second, for this matter, how could I joke? Regardless of the situation, we must go and take a look. Perhaps, Wu Shuang still has some hope of surviving, Zhuo Buchuan said. His words instantly made Tan Zhongqi's entire body tremble. He turned his grief into strength and nodded. Yes, if he is alive, I must see him. If he is dead, I must see his corpse. I don't believe it. How could Wu Shuang be such a short-lived person? After he had finished speaking, he tidied his clothes and said, Head Palace Master, go inform the other Palace Masters, I will go first. Tan Zhongqi was burning with anxiety. He did not even have the time to explain to his disciples as he left quickly. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to fly to the border of the Baishu country. Regardless of life or death, he must get to the bottom of this matter. If he was alive, he must see him. If he was dead, he must see his corpse. Once he was sure that Qin Wushuang was dead, the next step would be to seek revenge. There was no hesitation, nor was there any reason to speak of. There were only two cold words: revenge. Regardless of who the enemy was, their identity, or where they came from, as long as Tan Zhongqi found out that they were related to this matter, he would not let them off. Currently, the anger inside Tan Zhongqi's heart could not be extinguished even with the pouring of the sea water. Inwardly, Zhuo Buchuan was also worried when he saw Tan Zhongqi leaving in a rage. He was afraid that Tan Zhongqi would be blinded by hatred and fall into the enemy's hands. At the moment, without hesitation, he gathered the other palace masters and briefly explained the situation. Then, he entrusted the matters of the Stargaze Palace to the Shakyamuni and the palace emissaries. 5 palace masters, 1 in the front and 4 in the back, had moved out together. Although they did not announce the details, those Shakyamuni, elders, and the palace emissaries all realized that something major had happened at the Green Jade Mountain. Or else, the 5 palace masters would not have moved out together. Tan Zhongqi was the first to arrive. When he saw the 9 core disciples stationed at the empty purple cloud town, he could not help but feel angry as he said coldly, "Is this how you treat your fellow disciples? You let him take the risk alone and you guys drag out an ignoble existence. If word got out, where would the Stargaze Palace's face go?" Usually, Tan Zhongqi rarely reprimanded the younger generation. Especially those from his own sect, he rarely spoke with such harsh tone. Only, the grievous news of Qin Wushuang's death had made him lose his composure. Naturally, his tone had become serious. "Ju Fu, you tell me, what is going on?" Usually, Tan Zhongqi called Ju Fu. Now, he had called her by her name. It was apparent that the anger inside his heart had reached its peak. In these days, Ju Fu had also suffered greatly. She had gone to investigate the surrounding area of the Green Jade Mountain several times. Besides a pile of ruins, she did not find any clues. The pain inside her heart was not any less than Tan Zhongqi's. Although her expectations for Qin Wushuang were different than Tan Zhongqi's expectations for Qin Wushuang, they were similar in essence. They both hoped that Qin Wushuang could become the pillar of the Green Cloud Palace and support their future. They even hoped that he could become the leader of the Stargaze Palace. However, she had watched junior brother Wushuang face the calamity and was powerless to do anything. Her eyes were already slightly swollen from crying. While sobbing, Ju Fu went up and explained everything in detail. While Tan Zhongqi listened, the muscles on his face twitched and a form of unprecedented sparks emerged from his eyes. No one could guess his current state of mind. Even Wei Yi felt uneasy inwardly when he saw the expression of the second palace master. They knew that this second palace master had always been protective of his people. Now that something had happened to Qin Wushuang, he had vented his anger on others. This power could not be underestimated. For your information, in the Stargaze Palace, even the head palace master, Zhuo Buchuan, had to compromise with this second palace master. It was apparent to see the strength and experience of this second palace master. Most importantly, regarding Qin Wushuang's death, they also felt guilty and blamed themselves. Among the 10 people who had come, 9 of them were in good condition. Only Qin Wushuang was not there. Even if they wanted to explain, they felt that any words would be useless. The fact was that Qin Wushuang had died, and they were still alive. After Tan Zhongqi heard Zhu Fu's words, his expression softened a little. Although Tan Zhongqi was protective of his people, he was not unreasonable. Hearing Zhu Fu's words, indeed, Qin Wushuang's death was not related to them. Per that agreement, since Qin Wushuang had issued the warning, then to protect the future bloodline of the Stargaze Palace, it was not wrong for them to choose to retreat. Whose fault was it? The enemy. Who was the enemy? Tan Zhongqi asked angrily. The Green Jade Mountain had been filled in. Even if Wushuang had died after being surrounded, his enemies had also died. However, this is not the end of it. Did the enemy come from the Heavenly Lake Empire? Do you have any clues? Wei Yi said carefully, we only have the corpse of one enemy. We don't recognize it, and the martial saint of the Ba Shu also doesn't recognize it. Let me see. Tan Zhongqi shouted. Wei Yi immediately went to the back of the tent and took out the corpse of that man in grey robes. He said, this person had a contract beast called something like Little Wind. Chen Jun, elder of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Instantly, sparks emerged from Tan Zhongqi's eyes. He sent out a wave of power and smashed this corpse into powder. He shouted furiously. Indeed, it was the Archaic Mysteries sect that did this. The Stargaze Palace did not provoke them, but they provoked us first. Tan Zhongqi's tone was full of resentment and anger. He wanted to kill his way to the Heavenly Lake Empire, to the Archaic Mysteries sect and kill to his heart's content. Even so, how could it extinguish the anger in his heart? However, his restless murderous intent was stopped by Zhuobuchuan who had arrived later. Second, the Archaic Mysteries sect is the same as the Stargaze Palace. They are both major sects that have existed for thousands of years. Even with your and my power, it would be difficult to gain any benefits if we were to charge in recklessly. For this matter, we must consider it at length. Zhuobuchuan knew that at this moment, they must consider the big picture. If they were to declare war on the Archaic Mysteries sect recklessly, it would be the same as declaring war on the Heavenly Lake Empire. Once the flames of war had been ignited, they must consider the consequences. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 260. The head palace master's foresight had suppressed Tan Zhongqi's murderous intent. However, he could not convince him completely. Tan Zhongqi was already calculating how many lives and how many core disciples the Archaic Mysteries sect would have to pay to make up for the loss of his disciple. Since he could not declare war openly, then he would use assassination. No matter what, he couldn't swallow this anger. He couldn't swallow it down and swallow it down with blood. This was not Tan Zhongqi's style. The Archaic Mysteries sect had destroyed his disciple and his hope. He would make them pay a heavy price. Even if the Archaic Mysteries sect also had many elite warriors. However, Zhuobuchuan had used the name of the Great Luo to issue an angry declaration. He condemned the Heavenly Lake Empire for invading the Great Luo territory, killing the innocent people of the Purple Cloud Town, invading the Green Jade Mountain and causing the death of the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace. Regardless of how he would deal with this matter, he must stand on the moral high ground. This was Zhuobuchuan's thought process as a palace master and the number one figure in the Great Luo Empire. He knew that when it came to the conflict between the two empires, the first thing he had to do was to take the initiative in his hands. Once he had taken control of the public opinion, it would be a matter for later whether he would fight or find another solution. Unexpectedly, the number one sect of the Heavenly Lake Empire, the Archaic Mysteries sect, had suffered an even greater loss. Instantly, they had lost 5 middle-stage elders and a group of core disciples. Although those core disciples were not the strongest in the Archaic Mysteries sect, they had also suffered a great loss. Only, they did not own the Green Jade Mountain. Judging from the geographical distribution, they only owned a small part of the Green Jade Mountain. And this time, The team they had sent out had gone deep into the Great Luo territory. Thus, they could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out their bitterness. When they saw the Great Luo had issued the declaration of war, the archaic mysteries sect was also furious. They felt that the Great Luo Empire had taken advantage of them. Instantly, they also issued a statement claiming that the Great Luo had provoked them first and that the Heavenly Lake Empire had been forced to fight back. Thus, the two sides continued to engage in a war of words. They were like fire and water. The Great Luo and the Heavenly Lake Empire were at daggers drawn. When the Great Luo Empire had sent out the declaration, the entire Stargaze Palace and even the entire Great Luo Empire had woken up from a dream. They knew that this time, the Stargaze Palace had lost a core disciple. And it was the number one core disciple. Dark Horse Qin Wushuang. Once the news spread, there were some who were happy and some who were sad. The happiest ones were the Great Wu and the West Chu. Especially the Great Wu. If it weren't for the authority of the Stargaze Palace, most likely they would have started celebrating. Led by Qi Yinfeng, martial arts students from the Great Wu gathered together. Each of them was beaming with joy as if they were celebrating a festival. Boss Qi, this is retribution. That Qin Wushuang took advantage of the second palace master's protection and killed our martial saint. Now that he has been destroyed by the heavens, if this is not retribution, then what is? With the death of Qin Wushuang, the Baiyu country no longer has any protection. The Great Wu only needs to rest for 10 or 20 years, and for sure, we can attack the Baiyu. At that time, he would settle the old and new grudges together. I believe that this time, the West Chu will not refuse the suggestion of the Great Wu to send out troops together. Qi Yinfeng nodded. Everyone, don't speak anymore. For this matter, let's just feel happy inwardly. Don't show a gloating expression. Or else, if the people of the Green Cloud Palace knew about it, we would not have a good time either. Yes, Boss Qi is the most thoughtful. In the Zhenwu holy place, Baiyu country, when the purple-robed martial saint received the news, he was also dumbstruck. Qin Wushuang is dead. He found it hard to believe this reality. Even the death of the previous martial saint, Qiu Lingde, had not shocked him more than this time. Qin Wushuang was like the sun in the sky. As the number one core disciple in the Stargaze Palace, how could he have died all of a sudden? Later on, he learned that Qin Wushuang's death was related to that green jade mountain. And the rumor also said that for some unknown reason, the entire mountain range of the green jade mountain had been razed to the ground. Not only Qin Wushuang, many elite warriors from the Heavenly Lake Empire had also died. The purple-robed martial saint felt as if a knife had cut his heart. Earlier, to Qin Wushuang, he was a guide and an elder. Later on, Qin Wushuang had reached the upper sky before him. He had given him a supreme-grade initial stage pill to help him reach the upper sky realm. This debt of gratitude could be said to be extremely great. Before he could repay him, he received the grievous news of Qin Wushuang's death. This made the purple-robed martial saint feel as if the sky had darkened. When the news of Marquis Wushuang's death spread out, for sure, the Great Wu and the West Chu would celebrate. The Great Wu does not have the strength to invade us. On the other hand, although the West Chu lost a martial saint, their national power had not been weakened. If they were to invade us from the south, we must guard against them. Since the purple-robed martial saint had arrived at the Martial Saint Mountain, naturally, he had considered all aspects of the problem. Although he was grieving over Qin Wushuang's death, he could not help but worry about the fate of the Baiyu. Now, most likely, people of the royal Qin mansion do not know about this news. How should I hide this news? The purple-robed martial saint also felt sad when he thought about the fate of the Qin. Indeed, the Qin had suffered many misfortunes. Regardless, I must protect the wealth of the Qin clan with all my power. Regardless of whether Marquis Wushuang is here or not, the position of the royal Qin must not change. Even if Qin Wushuang is not here, the contributions he had made to the Baiyu cannot be erased. As long as I sit at the Martial Saint Mountain, I will not allow the position of the royal Qin to change. Inwardly, the purple-robed martial saint had made up his mind. Only, once the news from the Great Luo Empire had spread out, it could not be stopped. Tong Yang had received the news immediately. While he was dumbstruck, he immediately reported back to his family. When Tong Yarrow had received this news, she also felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She almost doubted if Tong Yang had made a mistake. However, through her family's intelligence network, she realized that the rumors from the Green Jade Mountain were true. Although Tong Yarrow and Qin Wushuang were only friends, she could not help but feel a great pain in her heart when she heard the bad news. Tears could not stop rolling in her eyes. She didn't know if this was mourning or truly heartbroken. Qin Wushuang's voice and smile kept appearing in her head. It made her feel a genuine pain. She only felt that in a daze, she had lost something extremely precious. Young Master Qin does not seem to be such a short-lived person. Tong Yarrow wiped away her tears and comforted herself. Even if the Green Jade Mountain had collapsed, as long as I do not see the body, I cannot be sure that young Master Qin is dead. Only, such self-comforting words were somewhat weak. The collapse of the earth and the collapse of the mountain was the punishment of nature. Regardless of how strong a human martial artist was, how could they fight against the heavens? Perhaps, the people of the Qin are still in the dark. I must bring the news as soon as possible. Or else, would those powerhouses that are enemies of the Qin take the opportunity to seek revenge? Although Tong Yarrow was a sentimental person, she did not lose her composure amidst the sadness. Immediately, she thought of different problems. When she thought here, she immediately packed her things and headed towards Eastwood Town. In the Zhenwu holy place, the first martial saint, Yi Chunzi, was also gloating. Qin Wushuang, O Qin Wushuang, you are young and hot-blooded. Don't you know that if you are too arrogant, you will be punished by the heavens? This is your retribution. You killed the martial saint of the West Chu, and now you are being punished by the heavens. Let's see who will support your Baiyu in the future. Inwardly, Yi Chunzi was filled with resentment. He had already started to prepare. After this storm had passed, he would plan to invade the Baiyu again to seek revenge for the death of the second martial saint. At this time, the third martial saint walked over in a hurry. First martial saint, I have already received the top secret information from the Stargaze Palace. Both Lu and Ji Yu, the two core disciples, had replied clearly. They are 100% sure that Qin Wushuang is dead. Since they are the core disciples of the fifth palace master, how well informed would they be? For sure, this information is true. From the tone of the third martial saint, there was a trace of gloating pleasure. Since both Lu and Ji Yu have said so, then it should be true. From the smile of the first martial saint, there was also a trace of viciousness. Initially, that Qin Wushuang had caused havoc in the royal palace of the West Chu and killed my second martial saint. In the past, we had to swallow this hatred. Now, since he is being punished by the heavens, we must spit it all out. Spit it all out. The third martial saint blinked his eyes. Yi Chunzi said eerily, although Qin Wushuang is dead, his Qin family is still the royal family. Each of them is living well. The emperor of the Baiyu, the new martial saint, are all living well. You mean? Joy flashed across the eyes of the third martial saint. We must strike while the iron is hot. Now, the entire Stargaze Palace is in a mess. It is the best time to seek revenge and kill the Qin family. When the Stargaze Palace reacts, it will not be easy. Now, we will make a move in the chaos without anyone knowing. When Qin Wushuang was alive, he had countless enemies in the Baiyu. Plus, the Zhenwu holy place, would they not be afraid of elite warriors going to assassinate the Qin? From Yi Chunzi's tone, there was a trace of viciousness. Third, this time, I have decided to go myself. You will take care of this martial saint mountain. If someone comes to visit, tell them that I am in solitary training. I will return in at most 7 days. The West Chu was adjacent to the Baiyu. With the speed of an upper sky realm warrior, it would not take much time to cross the border. As Yi Chunzi had expected, although the Zhenwu holy place of the Great Wu had lost their martial saint, Qi Shengnan, they still had a few honored warriors. Initially, Qin Wushuang had killed many people in the imperial capital of the Great Wu. However, he did not have the time to go to the Zhenwu holy place. It was because he knew that the Zhenwu holy places in each country had strange terrain and were easy to hide. It would not be easy to find them one by one. Thus, he did not go to the Zhenwu holy place. Now, these honored warriors had gathered together. Apparently, they were planning to seek revenge against the Qin. Qin Wushuang had killed their martial saint. Now, with Qin Wushuang's death, to them, it was the right thing to seek revenge against the Qin. Each day, Qin Wushuang dealt with that other exit and tried to figure out the secrets of the mechanism. The exit was an underground river in the innermost part of the cave. Along the way, Qin Wushuang tried to figure it out. However, he didn't know that because of Qin Wushuang's death, the outside world had undergone a tremendous change. The situation had become more subtle. Like an arrow on the bow, everything was ready to go. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 261. Qin Wushuang calculated that he had spent about a week in the cave. He estimated that in this week, the news should not have reached the Qin clan. After layers of exploration, Qin Wushuang finally solved all three mechanisms. For each of these three mechanisms, there was spiritual perception attached to the mechanisms. If it wasn't so, Qin Wushuang would not have known how to activate the mechanisms. Each of these three mechanisms was a work of art that excelled nature. They had combined perfectly with the terrain. From the outside, one could not see any entrance or exit. From the inside of the cave to the outside, the difficulty of each mechanism varied from the hardest to the easiest. Qin Wushuang knew clearly that with such setup, from the outside to the inside, the difficulty would increase. The most difficult mechanism was to pass through the crack in the mountain wall. After the mechanism was closed, the mountain wall closed again and no flaws could be seen. Qin Wushuang could not help but feel impressed. Such great work was not something an elite warrior at the spiritual martial force could do. Now, he was getting more and more curious. Just what kind of powerful existence was the owner of this spiritual perception? However, he knew that he would not get the answer in the second circle of the 7 deadly formation arrays. He could only wait. After passing through the third mechanism, Qin Wushuang floated out following that underground river. Along the way, the winding path led to a secluded place. It could be said that there were 9 bends and 18 bends. After going around and around, they finally came out of a narrow exit. Poking his head out from a dense forest, Qin Wushuang realized that he had arrived at the foot of the mountain. To his joy, this place was only separated from the Qin manor by a river. As this river flowed downwards, it would go around the back door of the Qin manor. If the royal mansion is expanding, we can include this entire area. This way, we can plan this place into a hunting ground or something. Then, we can dig an underground tunnel from the core area of the royal mansion to this place. This way, with this escape route, the Qin family will be much safer. As Qin Wushuang planned, inwardly, he was overjoyed. Qin Wushuang was dressed in ragged clothes and it was inconvenient for him to walk on the main road. Thus, he used stealth and walked towards the Qin manor step by step. Along the way, he avoided people's eyes and ears. With his current skills, it was too easy to avoid the eyes and ears of the Eastward town. Soon, he had sneaked into the manor. Currently, the Qin manor was still immersed in the joy of the new year. He calculated that it was already the 3rd day of the new year when he had departed from the Stargaze Palace. With the journey, the battle at the Green Jade Mountain, plus the 7 days spent in the cave, today should be the Lantern Festival. No wonder the entire royal mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. When he saw this scene, he felt extremely gratified. It seemed that the core information had not reached the royal mansion. The prince's mansion was currently being expanded. The entire Eastward town was planned to be the core control area of the prince's mansion. And the construction of the heavenly royal city was also in progress. Qin Wushuang sneaked into the royal mansion and arrived before his father's room. Currently, Qin Lianshan was training. Qin Wushuang pushed open the door and entered like a gust of wind. No one noticed him. Qin Lianshan only felt a blur before his eyes and another person appeared. Wu Shuang? Father, quiet. Qin Wu Shuang made a hand gesture to motion his father to keep quiet. Qin Lianshan did not expect that his son would return at this time. In less than 2 months since he had left the royal mansion, his son had returned. Father. Qin Wu Shuang lowered his voice and said, "Don't speak, listen to me." At the moment, Qin Wu Shuang told him everything that had happened. He especially talked about his trip to the Baishu country and the battle at the Green Jade Mountain in detail. Qin Lianshan had also heard from the outside world that the Green Jade Mountain of the Baishu country had been razed to the ground in one night. However, regarding what had happened at the Green Jade Mountain, besides the surviving core disciples of the Stargaze Palace, no one knew. And now, the news had only reached the Zhenwu holy place in the Bayou country. Tong Yarrow had only left for a day or two and had not yet arrived. Thus, as Qin Wu Shuang had expected, Qin Lianshan did not know about the death of Qin Wu Shuang. Thus, the entire royal Qin mansion was still filled with joy. After hearing Qin Wu Shuang's narration, Qin Lianshan's face was full of disbelief. Wu Shuang, this way, to the outside world, you are already dead. That's right. Qin Wu Shuang had a trace of a playful smile. I can use this opportunity to probe and see the reactions of all parties. Although Qin Lianshan felt fortunate, he still said with a serious tone, Wu Shuang, you are a disciple of the Stargaze Palace. You have your responsibilities and responsibilities. However, I still want to tell you one thing. In the future, you must be more careful. Remember, not only are you a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, you are also a disciple of the Qin family. You are also the only descendant of the Qin family. You are my son, and Xiao Er's little brother. Qin Wu Shuang felt extremely ashamed and nodded. Father, in the future, I will not act like this. This time, it will be a profound lesson. I also want to use this opportunity to see how all parties will react. Yes, if that's the case, you should live in seclusion at the royal mansion. However, you must see Xiao Er and Ming Er first to prevent your family from worrying. Of course, I am worried that my sister would be too sad after hearing the news. Thus, I went down the mountain early. Father, the cave I excavated at the Great Kang Mountain is narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. It can accommodate 10,000 people without being crowded. Tonight, I will draw a map and plan. For this matter, you or brother-in-law must oversee it. Only the most loyal subordinates are qualified to help. We can't use anyone who is suspicious at all. Qin Lianshan was also overjoyed as he nodded. Of course. Wu Shuang, is that cave really that wide? When that entrance is connected to the royal mansion, I will take you to have a look. To enter the cave, you must go through 3 mechanisms. At that time, I will tell you how to activate the mechanisms and how to chant the spell. For those 3 mechanisms, if you don't know them beforehand, you will never see through them. Hearing Qin Wu Shuang's words, Qin Lianshan became more interested. He was fascinated. After meeting with his father, Qin Wu Shuang went to visit his sister Qin Xiu and gave her some instructions. Qin Xiu was extremely smart as she immediately understood Qin Wu Shuang's intentions. Of course, she cooperated with him. Wu Shuang, I heard from your brother-in-law that you hold the highest position among the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace. Do you know that right now, your name is the idol of everyone in the Bayou country? Even the purple-robed martial saint does not hold as high a position as you. This was not out of Qin Wu Shuang's expectation. The Tian Shen land was like this. They had an indescribable admiration for the strong. On the other hand, Tan Zhongqi had searched for a few days at the Green Lotus Mountain and did not find any clues. Naturally, he felt bitter inwardly and sighed. Wu Shuang, I have wronged you. Initially, if I had not taken the initiative to bring you under my wing, perhaps you would not have met with this calamity. Now, you're nowhere to be found even if you're alive, and your corpse is nowhere to be found even if you're dead. Tan Zhongqi looked at the ruins and knew that it would be impossible to find Qin Wu Shuang's body. Zhuo Buchuan and the other 3 palace masters had already brought their disciples back to the Stargaze Palace after 3 days of mourning. For now, they could not find any clues regarding the matter at the Green Lotus Mountain. Only Tan Zhongqi and his disciples were still waiting at the Green Lotus Mountain. They hoped for a miracle. In the end, it did not happen. Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh. Tomorrow, let's head back to the Stargaze Palace. For this grudge, I will repay it to the archaic mysteries sec. Ju Fu's voice became hoarse. Teacher, I want to see junior brother Wushuang's hometown. We must go around the Bayou country to return to the Stargaze Palace. Let's go take a look. When junior brother Wushuang rose to power, he also had some enemies. Now, the news of junior brother Wushuang's accident has spread everywhere. I am afraid that some rascals will loot a burning house and take revenge on junior brother Wushuang's family. Tan Zhongqi raised his eyebrow and said in a low voice, Fu is right. Qin Wushuang died for the great Luo Empire. Now, we must not let his family get bullied. We must guard against this. He nodded. Let's go, it will only add to our troubles if we return to the Stargaze Palace. Let's go to the Bayou country. Let's see what kind of fertile land Wushuang was born in. Although Qin Wushuang had only entered the sect for half a year, Tan Zhongqi's love for Qin Wushuang had penetrated deep into his bones. Currently, he felt as if a knife was cutting into his heart. He also wanted to ease the pain. The four of them were reluctant to part from the Green Lotus Mountain. In the end, they hardened their hearts and left this sad place. Of course, Sun Wumei, the martial saint of the Ba Shu country, was the most terrified. Fortunately, although the Stargaze Palace was authoritative and high above the masses, they did not have the bad habit of taking their anger out on others. They did not blame Sun Wumei too much. Even Tan Zhongqi knew that this matter did not have much to do with the Ba Shu country. Sun Wumei's little power would not have a decisive impact on the overall situation. The four of them quickly left the Ba Shu country and went to the West Chu. Then, they entered the northwest border of the Bayou country and passed through the entire Purple Flame territory. They went around Prince Lanyu and arrived at the Heavenly Royal Territory. Currently, the Heavenly Royal Mansion had completely taken over Prince Akaji's territory. Thus, they were qualified to stand on equal footing with the other three royal families. Tan Zhongqi and his three disciples kept a low profile and arrived at the River County in less than a day. Now, it was the night when Qin Wushuang had returned. Tan Zhongqi and his three disciples checked in at an inn in River County. They planned to go to the Heavenly Royal Mansion the next day. After they had checked in, they returned to their rooms. Just as Tan Zhongqi was about to enter a meditative state, suddenly, his ears twitched and his eyes opened like a hawk's. He rolled his eyes and felt a wave of faint murderous intent coming from inside this inn. Although this murderous intent had been suppressed to an extremely minute extent, before an elite warrior like Tan Zhongqi, a pre-Sky Realm warrior, regardless of how much he suppressed his murderous intent, he could not avoid Tan Zhongqi's eyes and ears. How could there be such rich murderous intent in this little county? To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 262. Tan Zhongqi had a meticulous mind. Instantly, he had thought of many possibilities. Normally, in this little county city, the strongest powerhouse would be a venerable family from a subordinate country. The strongest warrior would at most be at stage 7 or 8 of the genuine force. Currently, Tan Zhongqi had clearly sensed the presence of 3 stage 9 genuine force warriors. They were even close to the upper sky realm. This made Tan Zhongqi become alert as he thought inwardly. Could it be as Fu had said, as soon as Wushuang had fallen, the enemies had come? When he thought here, Tan Zhongqi was filled with anger. During these days, he had been carrying a wave of anger and an indescribable evil energy that he could not find a place to vent. If anyone were to bump into the muzzle of the gun at this time, they would be asking for trouble. Although Qin Wushuang had fallen, he, Tan Zhongqi, had not. Although Qin Wushuang had only contributed to the Green Cloud Palace and the Stargaze Palace for half a year, he had written a legend that others could not accomplish in their lifetime. Thus, Tan Zhongqi loved the house and its crow. He would not allow anyone around Qin Wushuang to be bullied by others. From now on, The Green Cloud Palace would be the support of the royal Qin. Whoever wanted to bully the Qin, whoever wanted to loot a burning house, they would be going against the Green Cloud Palace and challenging Tan Zhongqi. When he thought here, Tan Zhongqi's stomach was filled with anger. Instantly, he activated his spiritual perception and locked onto that wave of suppressed murderous intent. When he used his spiritual perception, he heard 3 people whispering in one of the guest rooms. "Boss, tomorrow morning, we will sneak into the royal Qin mansion and kill them all. He must cut off all the bloodlines of the Qin clan. We should stop now." A guy with a hoarse voice said angrily. "No rush, tomorrow morning, we will scout the area and understand the terrain and structure of the royal Qin mansion. It will be more convenient to act at night. The Qin is a new royal mansion and a nouveau riche. Besides that devilish Qin Wushuang, they do not have any elite warriors. After the royal mansion had been established, even if some elite warriors had gone to join them, they had only stayed for a short period of time. For sure, they were not their trusted subordinates and would not work for them. If the news of Qin Wushuang's death were to spread, the people's morale would definitely plummet. It's as easy as flipping one's hand to kill people of the Qin clan." This voice sounded deep and low, yet it was filled with sinister intentions. Apparently, he was the leader of this group. That hoarse voice from before said with hatred, "The Qin clan has very few people. Besides that short-lived guy, Qin Wushuang, we only have one father and one sister. Therefore, there were only a few close relatives, and it was easy to target them. Big brother, when the time comes, I will deal with Qin Lianshan's daughter. You will be in charge of killing Qin Lianshan. Third brother will be in charge of luring away those small fries. Second brother, remember, we're taking a risk in this operation. Put away your lustful thoughts. Or else, once the news is leaked out, not only will you and I die horribly, the entire Great Wu will also fall into a state of eternal damnation. I'm not exaggerating." The boss with the deep voice from before scolded in a low voice. He knew that his companion had a wicked taste. It was obvious that he had an ulterior motive for dealing with Qin Lianshan's daughter. That hoarse voice said embarrassedly, Okay, in the worst case, I will listen to you this time. However, wouldn't it be too easy for them to kill the Qin family like this? I only want to avenge the martial saint. Don't think about anything else." That low voice said with a determined tone. A soft voice that had remained silent said, "Great warrior, the 3 of us have always been trained by the martial saint. Now, it's natural for us to avenge him. Think about that West Chu, Qin Wushuang had also killed a martial saint. Yi Chunzi, the first martial saint of the West Chu, had always been tyrannical among the subordinate countries. He was never willing to suffer losses. With such a great opportunity, would he not make a move? I do hope that Yi Chunzi would step out. This way, we can also watch the fire burning across the river and watch them fight against each other. Even if the matter gets exposed, we can stay out of it and not take any risks. However, Yi Chunzi is a cunning old fox. For sure, he would have predicted that we would make a move." That low voice muttered to himself. Of course, these 3 people were the 3 honored warriors of the Great Wu. They had always been trained by Qi Shengnan and had never forgotten about Qi Shengnan's death. That low voice belonged to the great warrior, the hoarse voice belonged to the second honored warrior, and the soft voice belonged to the third honored warrior. The feminine voice of the third honored warrior spoke again. "If that's the case, great warrior, I think we should wait a little longer. Since Yi Chunzi is waiting for us to make a move, why can't we wait for him to make a move? In the game between the 2 sides, whoever can remain calm will win." However, that second honored warrior with the hoarse voice said impatiently, "Wait? What are we waiting for? When we miss the opportunity, it would be difficult to seek revenge. Now, striking while the iron is hot is the best opportunity. What's the point of waiting? Wouldn't it be much better for us to slaughter the Qin than to seek revenge through the hands of others? I want to see the people of the Qin wailing and begging for mercy under my butcher's knife. I want to see the blood of the Qin flowing like a river. Only then will I be able to resolve the hatred in my heart." When Tan Zhongqi had heard half of it, he had planned to make a move to kill these 3. However, When he heard them mentioning Yi Chunzi from the West Chu, he suppressed the anger in his heart. He thought, killing these people is like killing ants. However, if I kill them, I am afraid of beating the grass and alerting the snake. The other enemies would not dare to poke their heads out. I must let them all come out. I will spy on them from the dark and catch them all. This is the best plan. Being a hero of the generation, Tan Zhongqi had the ability to make such calculations. Instantly, he suppressed his anger and did not listen to what those three were saying. 3 pre-Sky Realm martial artists at the peak of the pre-Sky Realm could not make him feel nervous. After a night passed, Tan Zhongqi left with his 3 disciples early in the morning of the next day. Those 3 honored warriors from the Great Wu did not know that last night, they had wandered around the gates of hell. Currently, to them, the Qin clan was the gates of hell. If they did not go, perhaps they would not die. Once they went, they would die for sure. Once the anger of the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace was ignited, the entire Great Wu would be burned into ashes instantly. Not to mention these 3 pre-Sky Realm martial artists. Marquis, there are 4 guests outside the mansion. They say they are young master's friends. Go Sheng, who was now the second butler of the mansion, walked in and said with loyalty. Currently, Go Sheng was second only to Qin Sishi, the old servant of the Qin. As the first butler, Qin Sishi was in charge of internal affairs. As the second butler, he was in charge of external affairs and receiving guests. He had fully utilized his advantage of being a talker. He was loyal, devoted, and responsible for his duties. Friends? Please. Certainly, Qin Wushuang's friends were not ordinary people. Qin Lianshan knew that most of the people who were friends with his son had a powerful background. Of course, he would not neglect them. When he arrived at the main hall, Go Sheng had already led the 4 of them there. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Qin Lianshan did not forget his manners. Tan Zhongqi cupped his hands in a salute and sized Qin Lianshan from head to toe. Although he was an advanced stage warrior and the second overlord of the Great Luo Empire, Tan Zhongqi did not know what to say when facing the passionate Qin Lianshan. Before a father who had lost his son, how could he tell him about this grievous news? And how could he face Qin Lianshan's painful mood when he had received the grievous news? Although Ju Fu and the others forced out a smile, the worry on their faces could not be concealed no matter what. Inwardly, Qin Lianshan was moved. Could it be that these people already knew that Wushuang was at the Green Jade Mountain? When the tea was served, Tan Zhongqi took a sip and said, Marquis Qin, I am Tan Zhongqi, your son Wushuang's teacher at the Stargaze Palace. As soon as he said these words, Qin Lianshan's hand almost trembled and his expression changed. Tan Zhongqi? How could he not know the name Tan Zhongqi? He was the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace, a figure that could call the wind and summon the rain in the entire Great Luo Empire. He was Wushuang's teacher. Regardless of Qin Lianshan's rich imagination, he never thought that this guest before him was Wushuang's teacher, Palace Master Tan Zhongqi. Tan Zhongqi had also expected it. Qin Lianshan's reaction was not strange. Within the borders of the Great Luo Empire, there were only a few people who were not shocked upon hearing his name. If they had not released their upper sky presence, most likely the entire heavenly royal mansion would have trembled when the 4 of them walked in. However, at this moment, Tan Zhongqi was clearly thinking about how to announce that news to Qin Lianshan. Palace Master Tan? Qin Lianshan said slowly. That's me. Marquis Qin, you are Wushuang's father, no need to be so polite. These 3 are also my disciples. They are Wushuang's best senior brothers. Nice to meet you, uncle. Ju Fu and the others all went up to bow to Qin Wushuang. However, Qin Lianshan did not dare to accept it. Although these 3 were young, they were all upper sky elite warriors. How could Qin Lianshan dare to accept their bow? He immediately responded. Marquis Qin, in terms of seniority, they should have bowed. You don't need to be so polite. This time, we have come to recognize the place and see the environment where Wushuang grew up. Secondly, there is a piece of bad news and I don't know how to tell you. Tan Zhongqi muttered to himself. In his entire life, he had been a hero. There was nothing he did not dare to say and no one he could not face. However, at this moment, for the first time, he felt extremely troubled. When Qin Lianshan saw Tan Zhongqi's expression, he knew everything. At the moment, he said calmly, "Please tell me." "All right, Marquis Qin, Wu Shuang is missing and we don't know if he is alive or dead." "Perhaps." For a moment, Tan Zhongqi did not know how to continue. Then, he changed the topic. "Regardless, Wu Shuang is my disciple and the pride of the Green Cloud Palace. As his master, I naturally have to uphold justice for him in all matters of his life. Currently, many of your enemies want to take advantage of the situation. I have come here to make sure that each of them will die a horrible death." Inwardly, Qin Lianshan was shocked. It seemed that Wu Shuang had guessed correctly. Wu Shuang had expected that the enemies of the Qin would take this opportunity to come. He did not expect it to be true. Only, Qin Wu Shuang did not expect that his teacher, Tan Zhongqi, would come here for such a small matter. While they were talking, Go Sheng rushed in to report, "Marquis, another person has come to visit. He also said that he is young master's friend." Tan Zhongqi's face darkened. "Friend?" His first thought was that group of people at the River County Inn and that number 1 Marshal Saint from the West Chu who had not shown his face yet might have come. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support legal reading. Chapter 263. When Qin Lianshan saw Tan Zhongqi acting like this, he did not dare to act on his own. Instead, he asked, "Palace Master, could this person be an enemy of the Qin?" Tan Zhongqi said, "At the River County Inn, I heard that 3 rascals from the Great Wu were plotting to deal with the Qin. They also mentioned that Yi Chunzi, the number 1 Marshal Saint of the West Chu, also had this ambition. I would like to see how many powerhouses are plotting against the Qin. When they come, we can take them all out." He turned around and said to Qin Lianshan, "Regardless of friend or foe, let him in." Qin Lianshan nodded. "To prevent him from getting suspicious, don't do too much. I will go welcome the guest." Tan Zhongqi nodded. "Okay." The 4 of them sat on the chairs. Ju Fu said with a face full of anger, "Teacher, that Yi Chunzi dared to cause trouble, I will cut him in half with 1 sword. When we return to the Stargaze Palace, we must talk to those 2 core disciples of the 5th Palace Master. Junior brother Wu Shuang worked hard for the Great Luo and sacrificed his life to protect its territory. How could we allow these rascals to bully him? No need to rush. Regardless of whether Yi Chunzi comes or not, if he has such intentions, even 100 deaths will not atone for it. Let's see who this person is first." Tan Zhongqi remained calm and collected. However, the anger inside his heart had already started to burn fiercely. However, at this moment, he had a strange feeling inwardly. It was a feeling unique to an absolute elite warrior. When he had stepped into this Eastwood town for the first time, he had felt extremely comfortable. The gloominess in his heart had also dissipated a lot. Vividly, there seemed to be an indescribable sense of intimacy. It was as if this place where Qin Wu Shuang was born had given him an illusion. This illusion was that Qin Wu Shuang was not dead and was still living in this Eastwood town. However, he also knew that after all, this was only an illusion. Regardless, how could Qin Wu Shuang be in this Eastwood town? Inwardly, Tan Zhongqi smiled bitterly. He thought that he had missed his beloved disciple too much and had given him that illusion. LV Ting suddenly said, "Shizuan, Qin Wangye is quite shrewd." When he heard the bad news, his expression only changed slightly. It must have been hard on him. Perhaps he suggested going out to receive guests because he didn't want us to see him sad. Tan Zhongqi sighed helplessly. "Poor parents. Wu Shuang, I promise you, from today onwards, I will not let the Qin clan suffer any losses." He turned around and instructed, "Fu the 3 of you listen up. In the future, regardless of which one of you inherits my legacy and controls the line of the Green Cloud Palace, you must treat the Qin as the direct line of the Green Cloud Palace and take care of them. No force is allowed to bully them. Do you understand?" "I understand." Ju Fu and the other two answered seriously. As Qin Lianshan walked out of the main hall, he immediately ordered the casual Go Sheng, "Go and invite the young lady here. Tell her to wait for me here. I have something to tell her." Go Sheng accepted the order and left. Qin Wushuang led a group of subordinates and walked outside the door. He saw a young man with a handsome appearance and delicate features. With a face full of worry and anxiety, he was waiting at the door. When Qin Lianshan saw this person's face, he felt some similarities between the eyebrows. However, he could not determine who it was. Immediately, he welcomed this person in. That person bowed and said, "Tong Yao, it is my honor to meet you, Marquis." "Miss Tong Yao?" Of course, Qin Lianshan was not unfamiliar with Tong Yao. However, how come this Tong Yao was dressed like a man? And apparently, she had also disguised her face. Thus, from the outside, one could not tell that this person was Tong Yao. "Marquis, this is not a place to talk, please come in." Of course, Tong Yao had come to deliver the news. And of course, she had disguised herself to avoid people's eyes. She was friendly to the Qin family. At the same time, she did not forget to protect her own family. If the enemies of the Qin knew that she had delivered the news, they would seek revenge. She must be on guard. Thus, although Tong Yao had risked her life to come here, she had to hide her original identity and disguise herself like this. When Qin Lianshan saw her acting this way, he seemed to have guessed something. He nodded and said, "Please." Halfway through, he saw Qin Xiu waiting in front of him. Qin Lianshan said to Tong Yao, "Please wait, I have a few words to tell my daughter." "Please, Marquis." Tong Yao said respectfully. She glanced at Qin Xiu's slightly bulging belly and thought, "Princess Qin Xiu is pregnant. Then, how could I let her know about young Master Qin and Marquis Wushuang?" When she thought about Qin Wushuang's grievous news, she felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. Qin Lianshan walked before Qin Xiu and said in a low voice, "Xiu, go tell Wushuang that his teacher has come to visit him. He must not hide." Qin Xiu was surprised. Then, she nodded with a serious expression, "Okay, I will go now." After Qin Xiu had left, Qin Lianshan walked back and said, "Miss Tong, please." When she walked into the main hall, Tong Yao was surprised to see that there were already 4 guests inside. She could not help but feel stunned inwardly and did not know whether she should speak or not. "Miss Tong, these are your family members. Miss Tong Yao, you don't need to hide. Please speak." Qin Lianshan did not know what Tan Zhongqi and the others were thinking. Thus, he could not introduce them at the moment. When Tan Zhongqi saw that Qin Lianshan knew this person, he knew that they were not enemies. However, when he saw Tong Yao's worried face, he wanted to see what she had come here for. Tong Yao looked at Tan Zhongqi and the others. Although they looked unfamiliar, each of them had their own temperament. Fortunately, Tan Zhongqi and the others did not reveal their upper sky presence. Or else, with Tong Yao's intelligence, she might be able to guess something. "Marquis, I heard some terrible news. I could not bear to report it, but I had to report it. I heard that Marquis Wushuang had gone missing on a mission to the Stargaze Palace. According to the information, he had most likely died. When I heard this news, I was heartbroken. However, I did not dare to neglect and quickly came to report it. I only hope that you can restrain your grief and think of a solution. If the enemy had received this news, they would have acted immediately. Marquis, you must be on guard." Qin Lianshan's expression also changed. So, this Tong Yao had come to report the news. For a time, he felt extremely grateful inwardly. Under such circumstances, she had risked her life to come and report the news. This was a friendship. Not to mention that the heavenly royal mansion was the king of a territory, their deterrence had not been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. With Qin Wushuang's name as a deterrent, once Wushuang's deterrence was gone, it would be unknown whether those major powerhouses would continue to be loyal to the heavenly royal mansion. However, at least, regardless of Tong Yao's personal feelings for Wushuang, or out of justice, she was precious. There was a saying of the strong wind knows the strong grass, and the board knows the honest minister. At this moment, Qin Lianshan was somewhat impressed by his son's method of faking his death. Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh. Good girl, such loyalty. Marquis Qin, who is this girl? Qin Lianshan said, this girl is the daughter of one of the venerable families in the heavenly royal mansion. Her name is Tong Yarrow and she is extremely smart. Her little brother is also in the Stargaze Palace. Oh, Tong Yarrow, what is your little brother's name? Who is he studying under? Senior, my little brother is called Tong Yang. He is an alchemist apprentice under Shakyamuni Li Hua. Inwardly, Tong Yarrow was greatly moved. Hearing Marquis Qin's words, could these people also be people from the Stargaze Palace? Shakyamuni Li Hua? Tan Zhongqi realized the light. No wonder Wu Shuang was able to connect with that old guy Li Hua. There was a middleman. That little brother of yours has a deep relationship with Wu Shuang, right? Yes, they are friends from the same hometown, and friends of gentlemen. Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh. Fu do you see, the strong wind knows the strong grass. At the crucial moment, it's clear whether they are loyal or not. Ju Fu nodded, teacher is right. Tong Yarrow looked at Tan Zhongqi and the others with surprise. Inwardly, she already knew that these people were not ordinary people. Could they be? She did not dare to think further. Vividly, she had already guessed something. I am Tan Zhongqi, the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace. Tong Yao, I admire your strength of character. Let me ask you, are you willing to follow me and enter the Green Cloud Palace to train and achieve the immortal Upper Sky Dao? Tong Yarrow was overjoyed at the unexpected turn of events. I am willing, I just didn't expect to receive such fortune. Tan Zhongqi said with a melancholy expression. Losing Wu Shuang was like losing an arm. And you are Wu Shuang's best friend and have such a strong character. Even if you do not have the potential, you are qualified to be my disciple. Tong Yarrow cried tears of joy as she thanked him. Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness in promoting me. When she thought about Qin Wu Shuang's tragic death, initially, she still held a trace of hope. However, hearing Wu Shuang's teacher's words, she knew that she had lost her composure and could not help but cry. When Ju Fu and the others saw her like this, their eyes also turned red as they felt heartbroken. At this moment, Qin Xiu's figure flashed in front of the door. Qin Lianshan immediately walked out and whispered a few words to Qin Xiu. Then, he walked in and said to Tan Zhongqi respectfully, Palace Master, can we talk in private? When Tan Zhongqi saw that Qin Lianshan was acting strangely, he only thought that Qin Lianshan had some special request. At the moment, he did not refuse. As long as it was Qin Wu Shuang's family matter, he would shoulder it regardless of how difficult it was. After they walked out of the door, Qin Lianshan said to Qin Xiu, Xiu, please take care of the important guest for me. I will take the palace master there. Tan Zhongqi did not mind and followed Qin Lianshan. After passing through a few corridors, they arrived at a quiet and peaceful place in the backyard. Marquis Qin, your Qin manor is indeed blessed with outstanding people. Everywhere you look, it is extraordinary. It seems that your ancestors were not ordinary people. Tan Zhongqi was a person with good eyesight. After he walked around, he saw the clues and was deeply surprised. It was because he did not expect that in this remote eastward town, there was such a grand layout and great wealth. He could not help but feel interested in Qin Wu Shuang's ancestors. Qin Lianshan gave a long sigh. Speaking of ancestors, the Qin does have some history. Only, the later generations were unfilial and passed it down to Wu Shuang's generation. Palace Master, we have arrived. Tan Zhongqi said, Marquis Qin, I wonder why you have brought me here. I am bringing you to meet someone. Qin Lianshan sighed. Wu Shuang, the Palace Master is already here. Are you still hiding? Tan Zhongqi's chest shook and moved up and down. Then, he looked forward with eyes full of joy. He used his spiritual perception to investigate and indeed, he sensed a wave of familiar presence. Who else could it be if it was not Qin Wu Shuang? Qin Wu Shuang was not dead. Was he really at this Qin manor? And the feeling that Tan Zhongqi had when he had entered the manor was not an illusion, but a true elite warrior's intuition. Qin Wu Shuang smiled lightly and walked out. He bowed to the ground. Qin Wu Shuang, your unfilial disciple, greets you, teacher. Thank you for coming to visit me, I am extremely ashamed. When Qin Wushuang said here, he could not help but choke with emotions as he was extremely touched. To have such a teacher, what more could a man ask for? P.S. For these few chapters, I wanted to write some warm and touching stories outside of killing. I wanted to write about the world of elite warriors with flesh and blood and normal human emotions. I did not want to write about killing machines. By writing this way, I hope everyone would not think that this palace master was overly sentimental. In fact, old Tan and Zhuobuchuan, the head palace master, were the two most perfect teachers in my heart. I had never met them. However, deep in my heart, I hope to have such a teacher. The Milky Way book was a hot-blooded and murderous book. However, inside the sect, it should not be overly scheming and killing each other like in many books. That was not the view of the sect in my heart. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 264. Tan Zhongqi felt as if he was in a dream. Even for someone as strong as him, he was indescribably excited. That's great, that's really great. Nothing could be better than the scene before him. His most beloved disciple, the disciple he had placed all his hopes on, was not dead. He had appeared before him alive. Wushuang, I am not seeing things. Am I not seeing you in a dream? Tan Zhongqi was truly overjoyed at this turn of events. Teacher, it's true. It's me, Wushuang. Naturally, there was joy when the teacher and disciple met. Tan Zhongqi sighed. No wonder when I entered the Qin house, I felt a sense of familiarity. I felt that you were in a trance. Initially, I thought it was an illusion and did not want to believe it. Teacher, you are powerful and have an extraordinary spiritual perception. Qin Wushuang sighed. Wushuang was lucky to not die and was sent back to the Great Kang Mountains behind the eastward town. Indeed, it was like a dream. I came up with a plan to test the reactions of all parties. Only, I didn't expect that you would come here personally. Indeed, I was terrified. As long as Qin Wushuang was alive, Tan Zhongqi did not care about anything else. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, he also laughed. Good test. With this test, it's clear who is loyal and who is evil. Don't show yourself for now. I will take care of this matter for you. There is still half a year until the friendly competition. If you don't want to return to the Stargaze Palace, I will go back and tell the head palace master. When he said here, Tan Zhongqi laughed straightforwardly again. Instantly, the gloominess that had accumulated in his heart had dissipated a lot. Teacher, indeed, people from the Heavenly Lake Empire were playing tricks inside the Green Jade Mountain. When I entered that cave, there were 4 middle-stage warriors. I heard them call each other elders. One of them was called Elder LV, and the other 2 were called Elder Du and Elder Zhong. I think, they should be people from the Archaic Mysteries sect, right? No need to think. Tan Zhongqi waved his hand. They are from the Archaic Mysteries sect. Tan Zhongqi laughed. However, Wushuang, those guys thought they had knocked you into the abyss. Most likely, not long after they felt proud, they would be buried with the Green Jade Mountain, haha. The Archaic Mysteries sect had schemed and in the end, they had lost the lives of 5 elders. This time, the Stargaze Palace had gained nothing, ha ha ha. Tan Zhongqi was extremely pleased as he thought about how the Tianji sect was humiliated. He thought to himself that when he saw the Celestial Arcanum sect's sect head during the 3 Kingdoms exchange competition, he would definitely provoke them. While they were talking, suddenly, Tan Zhongqi revealed a strange expression as he laughed. Wushuang, an uninvited guest is here. Were they going to kill him without mercy? Or is it mainly to intimidate? After all, Tan Zhongqi was an advanced stage warrior. His perception was much stronger than Qin Wushuang, a middle-stage warrior. Although the enemy was still several miles away, it was impossible for them to escape his senses. A sharp light flashed in Qin Wushuang's eyes. Shizuan, who is the guest? One of them is some honored warriors from the Great Wu. The other one hid well and suppressed his upper sky presence. He should be a martial saint from the West Chu. Qin Wushuang's enemies were mainly concentrated in 3 directions: the West Chu, the Great Wu, and the Old Devil Ji Yin. Currently, the Old Devil Ji Yin was being monitored and could not move an inch. Besides them, Qin Wushuang only had one enemy in the Bayou country, the Redwood Mansion. However, they had been completely annihilated and not a single one was left. Thus, after some calculation, he only had 2 enemies, the West Chu and the Great Wu. As for the Ba Shu and the Great Jin, they had no reason to form a grudge with Qin Wushuang. After all, initially, Qin Wushuang had left them a lot of leeway and gave them a way to step down. Especially Sun Wumei from the Ba Shu. In fact, not only did he not hate Qin Wushuang, he even felt a strange respect for him. Qin Wushuang's original intention was to treat his enemies mercilessly like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. However, since his teacher was present, he did not dare to act on his own. Instead, he said, "Please tell me." His 5 light words were equivalent to throwing the difficult problem to Tan Zhongqi. Tan Zhongqi laughed and seemed to be talking to himself. "Of course, I will not allow others to bully my disciples. Initially, I wanted to kill all of them. However, I am in a good mood. After some thought, even if I killed all of them, it would be hard to guarantee that their descendants and friends would not continue to seek revenge. Anyways, I will end this grudge for you and end all future troubles. How about it?" Qin Wushuang said, "Everything will be decided by you. If they are willing to let it go, I will let it go. If they remain stubborn, I will not show any mercy. Yes, today, I will make this decision for you. Unless my name is not useful, or else, if they want to end this grudge, they are smart. If they do not, I will make them regret it for the rest of their lives." Who was Tan Zhongqi? He was the 2nd palace master of the Stargaze Palace and the number 2 figure in the entire Great Luo Empire. He was second only to one person and above billions of people. In fact, he was giving them a lot of face by stepping out to mediate. It was because he had shown mercy when he learned that his beloved disciple had not died. Or else, he would have made a move himself. Once Tan Zhongqi made a move, regardless of the West Chu or the Great Wu, they would most likely fall into eternal damnation. No one could save them. "Wushuang, wait here, I will go." A trace of a smile emerged from the corner of Tan Zhongqi's mouth. In a flash, he disappeared into thin air like a gust of wind. On the side, Qin Lianshan was dumbstruck and could not speak for a while. "Wushuang, your teacher's strength is too terrifying." Qin Lianshan sighed. Teacher is an advanced stage warrior. In the entire Great Luo Empire, there are only 5 of such warriors. And his methods are only slightly inferior to the head palace master. Qin Wushuang's tone was full of expectation and fascination. Advanced stage warrior. In Qin Lianshan's eyes, he was also fascinated. Suddenly, a trace of strange light flashed across Qin Lianshan's eyes. He said in a low voice, "Wushuang, there is one thing that I have never told you. According to the rules, I can only tell you when I am about to die. To prevent any accidents, I also wrote down this matter and put it in a wax pellet. Sishi will keep it. If something happens to me, he will give it to you. Now, I have decided to tell you ahead of time." "Oh!" Qin Wushuang's expression changed. From his father's expression, this matter should not be a small matter. He immediately said, "Father, let's go in and talk." "Okay." After the father and son had gone in, Qin Lianshan said seriously, "Your grandfather told me this information before he died. And your great-grandfather told him before he died. 4 generations, only the successor of the patriarch is qualified to know this information. However, for this information, regardless of me, your grandfather, or your great-grandfather, we are only responsible for passing it down. We are not qualified to ask about the content of this information. Do you know why? Why? It's because this information is extremely shocking. 100 years ago, the Qin family was a wealthy class. Initially, we had a thriving population. However, in one night, all the males had disappeared. Do you know where they had gone? Where had they gone? Qin Wushuang had also heard about this information. However, he had never looked into it. From his father's words, there seemed to be some secrets to this matter. They had gone to a place that neither you nor I could imagine. At that time, only your great-grandfather had stayed. Then, your grandfather had only one son. Your grandfather had 3 sons. Besides me, your 2 uncles had been killed when they participated in the family class evaluation when they were young. Because of this, the Qin clan had fallen to our previous state of dire straits. And for those missing people, according to the information passed down by your great-grandfather, they had gone to the birthplace of the Qin family. They had gone to the headquarters of the Qin family. As for where that headquarters is, no one knows. The birthplace of the Qin family? Since we don't know where it is, how could we go there? Qin Lianshan sighed. They had been taken away by a mysterious elite warrior. I heard that the headquarters of the Qin family was facing a once-in-a-thousand-years crisis. They needed the bloodline from all the branches. But they didn't have to be so blind. How pure could the bloodline they had taken from a place like the Bayou country be? Because of this, it's easy to imagine how difficult the crisis at the headquarters was. Qin Wushuang sighed. Father, this history is in the past. Let's look forward. However, Qin Lianshan shook his head stubbornly. No, the secret information passed down is not about how our ancestors had gone missing, but about the secret of the Qin headquarters. According to the legends, when our first ancestor had arrived here, he had set up a secret mechanism in our ancestral house. He had hidden the map and the proof to the headquarters. And the reason why our first ancestor had set up camp here. Oh! Then how come no one had opened the mechanism to get the map and the proof? After so many generations, most likely, they had no sense of belonging to the headquarters. Open the mechanism? Qin Lianshan smiled bitterly. Besides the first ancestor, no one had reached that level. You need to be qualified. Yes, the core secret ancestral instruction said that you must reach the perfect stage to be qualified to open the mechanism and go to the headquarters to further your study. Perfect stage? Qin Wushuang was stunned. What did it mean to reach the perfect stage? If one could reach that level, why would they need to go to the headquarters? Wushuang, since it's the ancestral instruction, I don't think there will be waves without wind. I believe that there must be some mysteries behind it. Earlier, I didn't even know what kind of stage the perfect stage was. If you had not entered the upper sky realm, I could only pass down this secret information to the next generation. Qin Wushuang sighed. I always felt that the first ancestor had come here for a reason. Since the headquarters was so good, why would he set up camp here? For this reason, I am afraid we will only know after we open the mechanism. Qin Lianshan sighed. Qin Wushuang nodded. Father, if I can reach the perfect stage, for sure I will open the mechanism. Regardless of whether I will go to the headquarters, I cannot promise you now. Currently, I only see the foot of the Great Kang Mountain as my hometown, my ancestral land. Qin Lianshan could understand his son's feelings. In fact, how could he not think the same? Wushuang, this is the ancestral instruction. It's my responsibility to tell you. As for the choice, you have your own choice and I will not interfere. When the Eastwood Qin is in danger, the headquarters did not come to help. When the headquarters is in danger, it's not necessary for us to get involved. Both father and son had reached a mutual understanding and nodded. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 265. On the other hand, Tan Zhongqi floated out of the door and in a flash, he arrived outside the mansion. A figure was hiding in the grass next to the stream behind the mansion. This person was wearing a black hood in broad daylight. Apparently, he was doing some shady business. This person was not in a rush as he hid in the grass outside the backyard of the mansion. He already sensed that the 3 pre-sky realm warriors from the Great Wu had already moved out and started to invade their territory. If that was the case, he did not need to make a move. He only needed to observe the changes and watch the fire burning across the river. When needed, he would make a move secretly and take care of the fish that had escaped the net. He would act stealthily and leave some flaws for those people from the Great Wu. He would lead the trouble to the Great Wu and completely remove himself from the picture. Of course, the person who had this idea was Yi Chunzi, the first martial saint from the West Chu. His idea was extremely vicious. He would use the 3 honored warriors from the Great Wu to destroy the Qin mansion. At the same time, he could not let them leave without any flaws. First, he would use someone else to do the dirty work and then lead the trouble to someone else. Indeed, this vicious plan was the best. Not only would he be able to destroy the Qin clan and vent his anger, at the same time, he would be able to stay out of it completely. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox. Only, despite all his calculations, he did not expect that the Stargaze Palace would value a dead disciple this much. He also did not expect that Tan Zhongqi would come here personally. Of course, even if Tan Zhongqi did not come, he would most likely only lose his life. It was because the dead Qin Wushuang in his eyes was hiding in the Qin mansion. He was waiting for people like him with ulterior motives to come to him. Just when Yi Chunzi was happily planning, suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder as someone patted him. This shock was not small at all. He immediately turned his head and saw that there was not a single person. He almost thought that he was hallucinating. However, when he looked sideways, he saw a handprint on his shoulder. It had imprinted his outer robe deeply as if it had been branded. Yi Chunzi's hair stood on end. Had he seen a ghost? He had lived for more than 100 years and it was the first time he had encountered such situation. As the first martial saint of the various subordinate kingdoms, he rarely met a worthy opponent, let alone being patted on the back by someone else, and only then did he realize it. This completely subverted his understanding of common sense. He circulated his spiritual perception and searched around. At this moment, he felt another blow to his left shoulder. Pa. This time, it was a solid hit, and the sound was very clear. Yi Chunzi almost lost control of his bladder from this slap, and his soul almost flew away. When he turned his head around, it was still empty. There was nothing there. He subconsciously realized that he had met an expert. Yi Chunzi had cold sweat all over his body. To be able to toy with him like this, killing him was as easy as killing an ant. Exposed. Yi Chunzi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He didn't dare to think further. If he were to be exposed, then he wouldn't be the only one to suffer. Rather, the entire West Chu would be consigned to eternal damnation. Thinking of this terrifying situation, Yi Chunzi's hair stood on end. Who are you to play with me like this? Yi Chunzi laughed bitterly. This laughter was even worse than crying, and it was terrifying. The dignified martial saint, known as the #1 martial saint of a subordinate country, Yi Chunzi, under such a situation, could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Even his teeth were chattering. He knew that this time, he had not met an opponent, but a nightmare. Perhaps, he might have some hope if he were to fight with his opponent. However, the nightmare was someone he could not resist and could only be trampled on. Yi Chunzi. An indifferent voice sounded. It seemed that the voice had come from the sky and pierced into his eardrums. The spiritual chi from this voice had caused Yi Chunzi's mind to become chaotic. He only felt countless steel needles piercing his eardrums. It was indescribably uncomfortable. He knew that if the other party was willing, he could use his voice to pierce his spiritual perception and shatter his dantian. Such an elite warrior was definitely not just a middle-stage warrior, he was an advanced-stage warrior. When he thought here, Yi Chunzi's entire body became weak and he almost lost his balance. In the entire Great Luo Empire, there were only 5 advanced-stage warriors. Currently, all of them held the position of the palace master of the Stargaze Palace. And who else could it be that had come to the royal Qin? Most likely, it was Qin Wushuang's teacher, Tan Zhongqi. Although Yi Chunzi was panicking, he had a fast reaction and immediately analyzed the situation. However, this analysis also meant that the fear in his heart was even more rampant. He had heard about Tan Zhongqi's reputation of being protective. Only, he did not expect that Tan Zhongqi would appear at this place. Yi Chunzi still could not believe that the dead Qin Wushuang had such great charisma that he could make an elite warrior at the Stargaze Palace Master come here. At this moment, in a flash, a figure appeared in the sky and stood before him with a faint smile. Yi Chunzi, To be a guest at the Qin family, why don't you enter from the front door and go through the dog hole from the back door? Is it fun? Tan Zhongqi said with a mocking tone. You. Yi Chunzi was stunned and did not know what to say. I am Tan Zhongqi. Tan Zhongqi said lightly, and there was a trace of arrogance in his tone. Yi Chunzi's entire body trembled violently. Indeed, it was him, it was him. His whereabouts had been exposed by him in a single breath. In that case, all of his schemes had long been within the opponent's expectations. Don't tell me you are here to sightsee? Tan Zhongqi asked coldly. Yi Chunzi's entire body was shivering. Under Tan Zhongqi's pressure, he did not even have the ability to speak. He could only tremble like a sheep that had met a tiger. Only fear and despair remained. And those 3 little mice from the Great Wu, they should not be here as guests, right? Yi Chunzi's heart was dead. Everything was within Tan Zhongqi's calculations. What else could he say? With Tan Zhongqi's personality, most likely, he would have no other ending besides death, right? Tan Zhongqi did not speak any more words. He lifted Yi Chunzi's body and in a few jumps, he landed in the backyard of the royal Qin mansion. And the 3 honored warriors from the Great Wu were thrown into the backyard like dead dogs. Tan Zhongqi threw Yi Chunzi to the side and said lightly, "It's good that you guys are scheming against each other. Yi Chunzi, do you want these 3 guys to destroy the Qin and then you will watch the fire burn across the river? Then, you will use some little tricks to lead the clues to them and the trouble to the Great Wu? So that you can get rid of the West Chu?" Yi Chunzi was speechless and his mouth was full of bitterness. And the 3 honored warriors from the Great Wu felt their entire body go limp when they heard these words. Now, they knew that even if they had succeeded today, they would be framed by that old bastard Yi Chunzi. Tan Zhongqi said seriously, "With my personality, I should have killed them today and demoted your West Chu and the Great Wu to slave countries." Yi Chunzi and those 3 honored warriors looked at each other in dismay. Hearing Tan Zhongqi's tone, it seemed there was still room for negotiation. Tan Zhongqi said lightly, "Marquis Qin, come out for a moment." Qin Lianshan walked out from the dark. Tan Zhongqi pointed at Qin Lianshan. "The patriarch of the Qin is the father of my disciple, Qin Wushuang, the Marquis of the Heavenly Royal Mansion. You guys only have one purpose for coming here. For sure, you want to destroy the bloodline of the Qin." Yi Chunzi and the 3 honored warriors wanted to cry but had no tears. Now, since they were prisoners, what else could they say? And Qin Wushuang of the Qin is my disciple. Regardless of whether he is dead or alive, he is a disciple of the Green Cloud Palace. And his family is the direct descendant of the Green Cloud Palace. If you guys want to deal with the Qin, it's the same as declaring war on the Green Cloud Palace. Tan Zhongqi spoke neither fast nor slow and his tone was not overly threatening. However, such light words had made these people tremble and fear filled their eyes. Declaring war on the Green Cloud Palace? Just these few people? They were not even enough to fill the gaps between people's teeth. Marquis Qin, these people are your prisoners. You decide how to deal with them. Tan Zhongqi gave Qin Lianshan a chance to speak. Qin Lianshan knew that Tan Zhongqi intended to mediate the conflict and act as a peacemaker to prevent future troubles. Instantly, he nodded. My Qin clan has always distinguished between kindness and hatred. If people do not offend us, we will not offend them. With the second palace master here, I would not dare to act on my own. I will let you make the decision. Tan Zhongqi nodded. Okay. If that's the case, if I kill all of you, it would show that the Stargaze Palace is not tolerant. Yi Chunzi, and you 3 good-for-nothings, listen carefully. Today, I will not kill you, and I will not pursue the responsibility of the West Chu and the Great Wu. When Yi Chunzi and those 3 honored warriors heard these words, they were overjoyed. They never thought that there would be a turning point today. Immediately, they blinked their eyes and waited for Tan Zhongqi's orders. If you want to live, then I will make the decision. If you don't, I will let Patriarch Qin take care of you. Yi Chunzi and those 3 immediately nodded to show that they were willing to listen to Tan Zhongqi's orders. Okay, I only have one thing to say. Regardless of what grudges you guys had in the past, in the end, You guys started the conflict. My disciple, Wu Shuang, will take revenge later. Even if you want to kill, you must stop here. From now on, both sides must not harbor any thoughts of revenge. You must not cause any more trouble. When Tan Zhongqi said here, suddenly, his tone became sharp as he shouted, "It's not that I don't know how to kill people, and it's not that I cannot kill you guys. It's that I don't want people to say that I am bullying the weak with my position as the palace master. However, this does not mean that I will not kill you guys. If today, after I have mediated, there will be a continuation. Then, of course, you guys will die, and the disaster will extend to your 9 generations. You will drag the West Chu and the Great Wu into becoming a slave country. As long as the Green Cloud Palace still exists, we will never rise again." Yi Chunzi and those 3 had an ashen expression. They knew Tan Zhongqi's power too well. They also knew that it would be easy for Tan Zhongqi to do all of this. Tan Zhongqi waved his sleeve and immediately, the bodies of those 4 felt relaxed. They immediately kowtowed, "Great Palace Master, we have eyes but failed to see and offended the power of the tiger. If there is a next time, let the heavens punish us and we will never reincarnate." Tan Zhongqi gave a cold sneer, "It's useless to swear. You can avoid death, but you cannot escape punishment. If I don't teach you guys a lesson, how will you remember my lesson today?" He said with a cold tone, "Each of you will break 3 fingers to make a blood oath. One day, when you guys are ready to make a move, look at the 3 fingers you are missing and you will remember my words today." Without hesitation, Yi Chunzi and the other 3 touched their left hand and broke 3 fingers from the middle finger to the left hand. Although it was painful, they did not even dare to make a sound. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 266. Cutting off 3 of his own fingers was not the end. Tan Zhongqi sneered and suddenly, his body moved. Like a light smoke, he appeared before those 3. He swept his finger across Yi Chunzi and those 3 honored warriors like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. In a flash, Tan Zhongqi had returned to his original place as if he had never moved. Those 3 only felt a wave of coldness as if a wave of mysterious power had invaded their bodies. However, they could not explain why. Tan Zhongqi said coldly, "This midday soul-devouring finger will be planted in your body. As the name suggests, within 4 hours of each midday, you will taste the feeling of 10,000 ants eating your heart. This feeling is not pleasant, but it will not take your life. After 3 years, if you have the heart to repent, you can come to the Stargaze Palace and ask me to get rid of this disaster. In these 3 years, you will experience it for 4 hours of each midday. This is the price you will pay for your stupidity. Don't blame others." Yi Chunzi and those 3 honored warriors kept quiet out of fear. Although their entire body trembled, they did not dare to show the slightest expression of complaint. They would listen to whatever Tan Zhongqi said. They would endure whatever Tan Zhongqi did. Otherwise, so long as they were unwilling in the slightest, Tan Zhongqi would probably be able to make them lose their lives on the spot with just a flick of his finger. After Tan Zhongqi had finished speaking, he asked Qin Lianshan with a smile, "Marquis Qin, what do you think of my decision? I am impressed by your kindness." Of course, Qin Lianshan would not object. Now, Yi Chunzi and the others were regretting their actions. Because of one wrong decision, they had ended up like this. It was also because Tan Zhongqi had shown mercy and did not kill them. Or else, even if they had died, they would have no place to cry for justice. Tan Zhongqi had said it himself that regardless of Qin Wushuang's life or death, the Qin were the direct line of the Green Cloud Palace. No one could bully them. Whoever bullied them would be declaring war against the Green Cloud Palace. Perhaps, these words would not have worked if it were someone else. However, Tan Zhongqi's words were more effective than any imperial edict. Now, Yi Chunzi and the others had no desire for revenge. They would be thankful if the Qin did not hold a grudge. Or else, even if they did not die today, most likely the fate of the West Chu and the Great Wu would be miserable. demoted to a slave country. Once this happened, they would all become the sinners of their respective countries. Tan Zhongqi waved his sleeves. All right, you guys can scram now. Remember, every day from noon to noon, when the soul-devouring finger flares up, think about what I said. I hope you don't take it as a passing wind. That would be a disaster for you. The simple words made Yi Chunzi and the others break out in cold sweat again. Yi Chunzi tactfully said, with the palace lord above, if I, Yi Chunzi, still have the heart to go back on my word, then let me be struck by lightning and die. Tan Zhongqi waved his sleeves again and sent the four of them flying. With a flash, they flew out of the backyard. When Yi Chunzi's but landed on the ground, he no longer cared about his dignity as a martial saint. In a panic, he did not even dare to look back and ran away like a rat. He only wanted to escape back to the West Chu and never hear any news related to the Bayou. Tan Zhongqi's few casual moves had almost destroyed Yi Chunzi's mental state. He had stripped away all of his dignity as a martial saint and left him in an extremely embarrassing state. Inwardly, Qin Lianshan also sighed when he saw this scene. This was the power of an elite warrior. With a move of his finger, he could make the elite warriors from the West Chu and the Great Wu run away in terror. They did not even dare to say a word and ran away in embarrassment. Tan Zhongqi walked into Qin Wushuang's house as if he had just finished a simple task. He laughed. Wushuang, do you feel unhappy that I am doing this? Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. Since you are the one making the decision, how could I object? Besides, I can understand that you are looking at the problem from the perspective of the Stargaze Palace. With Shizuan's status, killing these few people was indeed a little demeaning. I understand. After this storm, when I come out again, if Yi Chunzi has any other intentions, I can easily deal with him. Tan Zhongqi nodded leisurely. Yes. If Yi Chunzi knew that you are not dead, he would be even more regretful. Wushuang, since you are already hiding in the dark, you should stay here for a while. When I return to the Stargaze Palace, I can report this matter to the head palace master. This way, we can use you as a surprise weapon during the friendly competition. What do you say? Initially, when Qin Wushuang did not show himself, he did not think this much. He only wanted to see how each party would react to the news of his death. He did not think about the friendly competition. He could not help but ask, Teacher, this time, we have become enemies with the Heavenly Lake Empire because of the matter at the Green Jade Mountain. Can the friendly competition continue smoothly? Tan Zhongqi laughed. Although we have become enemies, the competition will continue as long as we have not started a war. This is the legacy of the three Eastern empires. Because of this bad relationship, perhaps the competition will add some sparks and increase the common enemy. After thinking for a moment, Qin Wushuang also understood. It was like the Earth in his former world. Those big countries restrained each other and would always have some friction. However, if they did not start a war, the other exchanges would not be greatly affected. Only, there would be a problem of degree. Wushuang, now that you are a middle-stage warrior, this good news will definitely be the key for the Stargaze Palace to win. Among the younger generation of the three middle-ranking empires in the East, I have never heard of any of the number one sects from any of them having such a great situation as the Stargaze Palace. Thus, although this friendly competition will be held at the Heavenly Lake Empire, we can look forward to it. When Tan Zhongqi said here, there was also some expectation in his eyes. After all, in the past few friendly competitions, the Great Luo's results were not outstanding. One could even say that they were somewhat shabby. Especially in the friendly competition held at the Heavenly Lake Empire, the Great Luo had always been at the bottom. There was no suspense. Thus, before this friendly competition, even Zhuo Buchuan did not have high expectations. He only hoped that they would not be at the bottom and that they would not show too much of a difference with the other two empires. However, because of the appearance of the Dark Horse, Qin Wushuang, everything had changed. Teacher, among the three Eastern Middle Stage empires, besides the Stargaze Palace, the Heavenly Lake Empire has the Archaic Mysteries sect. Then, who is the number one sect in the Vermilion Empire? The number one sect in the Vermilion Empire? It's called the Dragon and Tiger sect. The Dragon and Tiger sect is divided into the Dragon sect and the Tiger sect. Between these two sects, there are many talented people. In terms of strength, they would not lose to the Stargaze Palace. And they would not lose to the Archaic Mysteries sect. These three sects could be said to be the strongest powerhouses in this little eastern corner of the Tien Shen land. Under normal circumstances, the other empires would not interfere with this area. This is a form of mutual understanding formed throughout history. It's the same as a custom. In other words, the eastern corner of the Tien Shen land was controlled by these three empires. Usually, the other powerhouses would not interfere and it would be difficult for them to do so. And for the other areas occupied by the other empires, the three eastern empires could not interfere. They would not interfere with each other and formed a mutual understanding. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the other empires would not interfere with the exchanges between the three eastern empires, whether they were friendly exchanges or exchanges in the form of war. Or else, they would be seen as breaking the rules. The Dragon and Tiger sect, the Archaic Mysteries sect. Qin Wushuang muttered these two names and suddenly asked, "Teacher, for these two powerhouses, the strongest person should be at the advanced stage, right?" Tan Zhongqi sighed. "Theoretically, yes. However, rumor has it that the head dragon of the Dragon and Tiger sect is about to break through and enter the perfect stage. I don't know how he is doing recently. Perfect stage? If that's the case, wouldn't they be qualified to become an upper-ranking empire?" Qin Wushuang asked curiously. "No. Of course, an upper-ranking empire would need a perfect stage. However, usually, an upper-ranking empire would have more than one perfect stage. High-ranking empires are the highest level of existence that we can understand in this area. Thus, to become an upper-ranking empire, not only having a perfect stage would be enough. We must also consider other aspects of strength." When Tan Zhongqi said here, he emphasized, most importantly, we must gain the recognition of the other upper-ranking empires. Or else, whoever dares to call themselves an upper-ranking empire would face the joint attack of the other three upper-ranking empires. It's this complicated. Tan Zhongqi sighed. How could the three upper-ranking empires be willing to see other upper-ranking empires appear? Of course, the fewer opponents the better. Thus, for a few hundred years, no new upper-ranking empires have appeared. Suddenly, Tan Zhongqi's tone sounded somewhat rueful. Of course, so what if it's the three upper-ranking empires? They can only be said to be the strongest existence in the human countries. In the entire Tien Shen land, they are still not ranked. To put it bluntly, the territories we are occupying are the leftovers of the powerful powerhouses. I already told you these when you first entered the sect. For this question, Qin Wushuang had indeed heard Tan Zhongqi mention it. Teacher, according to what you've said, the entire profound skyland could be said to be filled with experts like the clouds. However, I wonder who the strongest existence is. The strongest existence? For this, I have no way to know. Tan Zhongqi smiled bitterly. However, in the human countries, if we want to become an upper-ranking empire, it's not enough to enter the perfect stage. However, if an elite warrior breaks through the perfect stage and enters the legendary stage of merging with the void, it's the void martial stage. Even if it's the initial stage, it will suppress everything. Even if we call ourselves an upper-ranking empire and surpass the three upper-ranking empires, I am afraid they would not dare to object. Merging with the void martial stage? Qin Wushuang drew a breath of cold air. Was this the end of the spiritual martial force, a new stage? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 267. Yes, the void martial stage. Tan Zhongqi's tone carried a trace of indescribable yearning. Yet, there was a trace of melancholy. Apparently, Tan Zhongqi was also fascinated by this void martial stage. However, due to various limitations, he also knew that at his stage, unless he encountered a heaven-defying fortuitous opportunity, he would be satisfied if he could reach the perfect stage. As for the void martial stage, in the human countries, It would be rare for one to appear in 200 years. If one were to appear, for sure, he would be a legendary existence. He would never stay in the human countries and would choose to enter the more legendary places in the Tien Shenland to pursue higher dreams. Teacher, is the end of the perfect stage the void martial stage where one can merge with the void? That's right, it's the void martial stage where one can merge with the void. What is the void martial stage? Qin Wushuang was extremely curious. As the name suggests, it is the void martial stage when one merges with the void. The spiritual martial force absorbs the spiritual qi to refine the body. At most, one can only carry 50% of the natural power. And the void martial stage is the complete merging of the body with the natural power. At the perfect stage, one can unleash 100% of the natural power. Refining one's body with the void is extremely miraculous. It is incomparable to the spiritual martial force. Qin Wushuang sighed, wouldn't one be invincible if one can carry 100% of the natural power? Invincible? Tan Zhongqi smiled bitterly, it's still too early. Carrying 100% of the natural power is only something you can see with your own body. Moreover, heaven and earth were vast. How much of heaven and earth's force of nature could one master? For us advanced stage warriors, at most, we can only reach 100 miles. At most, the perfect stage can reach 300 miles. And at the void martial stage, we can travel 1,000 miles in a flash. This is the difference. Tan Zhongqi said with a cold tone, even the weakest void martial stage warrior can kill the strongest perfect stage warrior in one breath. This is the difference between the levels. For example, it would only take a breath for an upper sky martial stage warrior to kill a pre-sky realm warrior. Qin Wushuang was speechless and deeply shocked. The knowledge in the Tien Shen land was as vast as the open sea. The path of training seemed to have no end. It was as if one was exploring the end of the universe and did not know where the end was. For example, there was a saying that the universe was as far as your imagination was. On the path of cultivation, even if one had the richest imagination, they would not be able to understand just how heaven-defying the strongest realm was. Wushuang, in my generation, including the head palace master, I am afraid none of us will have the chance to pursue that void martial stage. A few years ago, the head palace master had sensed the presence of the perfect stage. However, up to this point, he had not been able to break through. It could be seen that the further one went on the path of cultivation, the more difficult it was to progress. Every step was difficult. Things went smoothly in the beginning, but that didn't necessarily mean that things would go smoothly in the future. There was bound to be a bottleneck. It's just a matter of time. Tan Zhongqi advised earnestly, Wushuang, you have exceptional talent that far surpasses your peers. Even Wei Yi with the natural spiritual roots would not dare to say that his potential would surpass yours. Thus, before you appeared, the future of the Stargaze Palace depended on Wei Yi. However, after you appeared, everyone was waiting to watch the show between you two shining stars. Vividly, your talent and talents have surpassed the five of us when we were young. However, this is only a sign and a sign. On the path of cultivation, it still depends on whether you have the luck. The one who laughs to the end will be the final winner. Qin Wushuang nodded as he received the advice. I understand. On the path of cultivation, I would never dare to slack off. It's not enough to just not slack off. In the end, you must rely on your comprehension, your breadth of mind, your stage, your understanding and communication with the natural world. You must rely on a form of miraculous self-understanding. Although Tan Zhongqi's words were somewhat mysterious, Qin Wushuang was deeply inspired. He knew that this was the Tao. Initially, the Tao that the purple-robed great honored warrior had told him. Only by having a sufficient understanding of this Tao could he ensure that he would never get lost, miss, or be lost in the stage. Qin Wushuang enjoyed it greatly. He knew that his teacher was giving him a lesson. The teacher of an upper sky realm warrior did not teach you moves or a few martial arts techniques. Instead, it was the guidance of the stage. In the end, moves were dead. And the stage was alive. There was no strong or weak moves, only the stage. What mattered was the stage, and not the moves. He must admit that Tan Zhongqi was indeed a famous teacher. His words had helped Qin Wushuang break through a lot of haze and cleared a lot of confusion. Wushuang, with your current talent, I would feel it's a pity if you don't aim for the void martial stage. On the path of cultivation, you must have lofty ambitions, but at the same time, you must be down to earth. Today, I mentioned the void martial stage to you not to let your imagination run wild, but to give you a direction and a goal to pursue. You can aim for the void martial stage, but don't forget that you are only at the middle stage. The next direction to climb is the advanced stage. Qin Wushuang bowed and said, I understand. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Currently, I am not even 200 years old. Advanced stage warriors have at least 300 years of lifespan. If you can break into the perfect stage, your lifespan will reach 500 years. Thus, there is still time to see your glorious future. Wushuang, don't disappoint me. Teacher, I can only do my best to repay your kindness. Qin Wushuang knew his teacher's expectations for him. Inwardly, he was touched and felt a heavy responsibility. However, with the direction of the void martial stage, Qin Wushuang's vision had widened. Instantly, his vision had expanded and his goal had become much clearer. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Qin Wushuang was never afraid to climb to the highest peak. For everything, he must strive to be the first. Thus, since he had heard about the void martial stage, there was no reason for him not to try. Regardless of success or failure, he would give it his all and not leave any regrets. Qin Wushuang was nicknamed martial arts fanatic by his former world. In his former world, he was still able to reach the peak of the ancient martial arts despite the harsh training environment. Then, with such a wonderful cultivation environment in this world, it could be said that birds could fly freely in the sky and fish could swim freely in the sea. There was no reason for him not to pursue and work hard. Even though he did not make any promises in front of Tan Zhongqi, his current state of mind was more resolute than ever. Okay, Wushuang, I have already said a lot today. Your senior sister Ju and the others are still waiting for me at the main hall. You will stay here. Don't show yourself. After half a year, you will set out as a surprise and give them a surprise. Currently, Tan Zhongqi was also full of ambition. He had already started to plan the scene where the Great Luo Empire would unleash their power at the friendly competition between the 3 empires. Just the thought of this scene was enough to make one's blood boil. I will follow your arrangements. Qin Wushuang did not refuse. In fact, he was happy to do so. In this half a year, he could supervise the construction of the royal city and connect the royal mansion with that passage. In that case, it would be a great insurance for the royal Qin mansion. He would retreat immediately in case of an emergency. No one would know. Ha, Wushuang, I have already accepted that Tong Yarrow into the Green Cloud Palace. I see that this girl is wise and does not lack righteousness. Her personality is to my liking. I have observed that this girl seems to have some secret feelings for you. Wushuang, don't you know? Qin Wushuang was extremely surprised. Teacher, Miss Tong Yarrow and I have always been friends. When we were dating earlier, we never had any romantic feelings. Where did this matter come from? Indeed, Qin Wushuang did not know that when he had interacted with Tong Yarrow, they had always been like brothers. He had never had any romantic thoughts. And he had never sensed any such feelings from Tong Yarrow. Thus, when Tan Zhongqi said this, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel surprised. Perhaps that girl does not even dare to analyze herself. I am afraid she would not dare to think that way. At the moment of life and death, in the end, she still showed it. There is the so-called saying of being overly concerned. However, Wushuang, initially when I thought you had died, I took this girl in as a disciple out of nostalgia and love her. Now, it seems that it might not be a good move. Tan Zhongqi said with a smile, since we are all disciples of the same palace, I am afraid that you guys would neglect your training due to your romantic feelings. Master, I don't have any thoughts about love right now. However, I have always been straightforward and there is no need to avoid it. Miss Tong Yarrow and I are friends. If she knew that I had not died, for sure, she would treat me like an old friend. On this point, Qin Wushuang had never doubted it. Tong Yarrow was a wise girl and knew the severity of the situation. Since she had entered the Stargaze Palace, he believed that she would cherish this opportunity. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Good, since you have said it this way, I do look forward to it. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It might not seem to be a good thing, but it might not be a bad thing. If you guys can calmly deal with the love calamity during your training, regardless of breaking through the love calamity or getting married, it might not be a bad thing. On the path of training, the key lies in the heart and the stage. Everything else is not important. After he had finished speaking, Tan Zhongqi gave another long laugh and left in a carefree manner. As Qin Wushuang watched Tan Zhongqi's back, he felt extremely warm inwardly. He was truly lucky to have such a teacher. After staying for a few days at the royal Qin mansion, Tan Zhongqi left with a group of disciples and returned to the Stargaze Palace. He must deliver the good news of Qin Wushuang's survival to the head palace master as soon as possible. On the other hand, Tong Yarrow returned to her family with mixed feelings. She brought back the good news that she had become a disciple of the second palace master. Naturally, it caused a sensation and the entire family was extremely excited. Indeed, the venerable Tong family was flushed with success. A son and a daughter had entered the Stargaze Palace one after another. One had become a disciple of the Shakyamuni, and the other had become a disciple of the palace master. Each one was more enchanting than the other. For a time, it had become a beautiful story in the Bayou country. Only, the news of Qin Wushuang's death had made the people of the Bayou unable to let it go. All kinds of condolences from the people continued. Apparently, the people of the Bayou country were nostalgic and knew how to be grateful. Qin Wushuang had shown his power in the northeast and northwest battlefront and saved the Bayou country from a crisis. It could be said that he had saved the Bayou country with his own power and turned the tide. Even though he was no longer here, the second palace master still took great care of the Qin family. It was enough to show Qin Wushuang's charisma. Thus, without any exception, the people of the Bayou country had made Qin Wushuang into an eternal totem. From the emperor and the purple-robed martial saint, to the ordinary civilians, they all mourned. And Qin Wushuang stayed up and down the Great Kang Mountains. Every day, he interacted with nature and studied the Tao. Half a year later, the friendly competition between the three empires. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang could not let go of the Heavenly Lake Empire and the Archaic Mysteries sect. If he could use his own power to defeat the Heavenly Lake Empire, the host of the friendly competition, that would be the best way to vent his anger. That's all for today. Tomorrow, it will still be 4 chapters. Please support me with monthly votes. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 268. Inside the royal mansion, it was rather peaceful. They announced to the outside world that they would not accept Qin Wushuang's death until they had seen Qin Wushuang's body. Thus, they would not accept any visitors and urged the people of the Bayou country to not be blind. Since the heavenly royal mansion had spoken these words, those major powerhouses that wanted to pay their respects could only shrink back at the sight of it. Since the beginning of spring, the construction of the heavenly royal city was still in full swing. Especially the construction of the royal mansion, they had sped up the process of entering the city. Under Qin Wushuang's secret instructions, the construction of the royal mansion had followed Qin Wushuang's plan. They had planned the area near the foot of the Great Kang Mountain into the ranch of the royal mansion. This area had abundant water and grass and was suitable for raising horses and other livestock. With this plan, they had included that entrance. Naturally, the underground tunnel from the core area of the royal mansion was dug by the most trusted aides of the royal mansion. They would not allow any non-trusted aides to participate. After 3 months, the scale of the entire heavenly royal mansion had expanded greatly. Compared to the original Qin manor, it was more than 10 times bigger. Besides Qin Lianshan, only Da Shiming and Qin Xiu knew that Qin Wushuang was still alive. In these 3 months, besides supervising the construction of the mansion, Qin Wushuang had been training. Ever since he had comprehended the Tao while facing the ice and snow in the cave, Qin Wushuang felt extremely motivated. Each day, he would watch the ice and snow melt from the bottom of the cliff and the flowers bloom in the warm spring. Inwardly, he felt peaceful. Ever since his teacher's words, Qin Wushuang had a new goal, a new direction, and a new motivation for his martial arts training. Void Martial Stage. An ordinary elite warrior at the Void Martial Stage could easily kill the strongest Perfect Stage warrior instantly. This had moved Qin Wushuang's heart and filled him with expectations for the future. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed in the blink of an eye. The war of words between the Great Luo and the Heavenly Lake Empire had also gradually stopped. Both sides swore in their hearts that they would ruthlessly defeat the other side in the friendly competition between the three empires and make the other side look dejected and dejected. On the side of the Heavenly Lake Empire, they had lost so many elders. Naturally, they were even more furious. Plus, they had the geographical advantage, so they were very confident in defeating the Great Luo Empire. They had no reason not to use this opportunity to teach the Great Luo Empire a lesson. Qin Wushuang counted with his fingers. There was only about a month left before the Three Kingdoms tournament. For the past 5 months, Qin Wushuang had been cultivating in the cave in the Great Kang Mountains every day. He sensed the spiritual qi presence that was not inferior to the virtuous cloud mountain range of the Stargaze Palace. It seems that this Great Kang Mountain is indeed a special place. The senior who set up the 7 Deadly Arrays formation must have taken a fancy to the spiritual energy here and set this place as the second ring of the 7 Deadly Arrays formation. As Qin Wushuang thought like this, he looked at the purple flame electric beast prostrating on the ground and became even more expectant. On this day, Qin Wushuang suddenly felt something. He bid farewell to his family and returned to the Stargaze Palace. Of course, he hid his identity along the way. Fortunately, he had the mask of the 1000 transformation Shakyamuni. Thus, he did not need to worry about exposing his identity. On that day, only those 9 core disciples who had traveled with him knew about his appearance under this mask. And these 9 people were most likely training hard at the virtuous Cloud Mountain Range in preparation for the upcoming friendly competition between the 3 Eastern Empires. Thus, Qin Wushuang did not need to worry about encountering any problems along the way. It would take about half a year for him to return to his homeland after the friendly competition. In other words, it would be the end of the year when he returned. And because of the friendly competition, although this year's end of the year exam would continue, the core ranking competition would be suspended for a year. And when Qin Wushuang returned to the Bayou country, the child in his sister Qin Xiu's belly would have been born. He would officially become an uncle. In less than a day, Qin Wushuang had returned to the Stargaze Palace. After sneaking back to the Green Cloud Palace, Qin Wushuang went to see Tan Zhongqi directly. Naturally, he was overjoyed to see his disciple again. Tan Zhongqi laughed. "Good kid, after not seeing you for a few months, you have consolidated your middle stage. With your speed, in less than 10 years, you will break through the middle stage and enter the advanced stage." In the world of martial arts, 10 years was not much different than 1 or 2 years for ordinary people. Qin Wushuang would not be complacent as he said, "Teacher, should I go with you guys to the Heavenly Lake Empire, or go alone?" Tan Zhongqi said after a moment of silence, "For this friendly competition, the head palace master will still lead the team. The other 4 palace masters will draw lots to decide who will go and who will stay. Thus, it's more convenient for you to go alone. Since you have nothing to do, you can go now. Only, you will need to change this mask." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a mask appeared in his hand. He laughed, "I got this from the Shakyamuni. Ha ha ha, I'll give you one." Qin Wushuang took it. "Thank you, teacher." "Yes, you can take this as a trip. You only need to gather at the Pine Crane Inn in the imperial capital of the Heavenly Lake Empire on the 1st day of July. However, you must remember that this is only a trip. Don't escalate the grudge from the battle at the Green Jade Mountain. It will only bring you more harm than good to get into a conflict with the Archaic Mysteries sect at the Heavenly Lake Empire." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Of course. There is a saying of how a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I will never provoke the archaic mysteries sect. Okay, since you can think this way, I am reassured. Tan Zhongqi said seriously, in the Heavenly Lake Empire, there are also 5 advanced stage warriors. They are all the heads of the archaic mysteries sect. The rest are the Grand Elders of the Elder Hall. They are equivalent to the Shakyamuni of the Stargaze Palace. At most, these Grand Elders are middle stage warriors. However, even among the middle stage warriors, there is a difference in strength. Thus, for this trip, besides avoiding the 5 advanced stage warriors, you must also avoid those Grand Elders. Overall, keep a low profile and don't expose your identity. I understand. With the lesson from the Green Jade Mountain, Qin Wushuang would not make the same mistake again. After a moment of thinking, Tan Zhongqi said again, I have 3 9 reversal sun pills. They are rare spiritual pills. Once you consume them, regardless of the severity of your injuries, you can recover in a short time. You can keep them with you in case of any unexpected situations. Besides, I also have a hidden dragon talisman. When you meet a powerful enemy, you can escape underground. In 2 hours, you can travel thousands of miles. It is not something an elite warrior at the spiritual martial force could imagine. This thing is not something an elite warrior at the spiritual martial force could make. I only got one by chance. Now, I am passing it to you. Qin Wushuang immediately waved his hand to decline. Teacher, how could I accept such precious things? No need to decline, I am only giving it to you for self-defense. If you feel fearful, you can return it to me when the time comes if there are no obstructions on this trip. If there is an emergency, you can use it. Don't be stingy. Although these treasures were miraculous and rare, to Tan Zhongqi, they were only external objects. And there was only one disciple like Qin Wushuang. He would not have such good luck a second time. This time, the experience at the Green Jade Mountain had left Tan Zhongqi with lingering fear. Thus, he was willing to give Qin Wushuang a lot of good things. It also showed how much he valued Qin Wushuang. Feeling helpless, Qin Wushuang could only accept it. Inwardly, he thought, for this trip, I will keep a low profile and not act rashly. I will return these things after I meet up with my teacher. I cannot use it recklessly since my teacher gave it to me for self-defense. 4 such treasures, one could only find it by chance, how could I use it recklessly? After he had finished giving his instructions, Tan Zhongqi encouraged him with a few words of advice. Then, he instructed, Wushuang, go ahead. In half a month, the team from the Stargaze Palace will depart. At that time, it will be decided by drawing lots for who goes and who stays. 3 palace masters will go and 2 palace masters will guard the Stargaze Palace. I might not be able to go, but it's not certain that I will not go. On the 1st day of July, at the Pine Crane Inn in the imperial capital, don't forget. Yes, teacher. After Qin Wushuang had accepted the order, he bid farewell to Tan Zhongqi and left the Stargaze Palace quietly. After he had looked at the map, he headed west towards the Heavenly Lake Empire. The border between the Heavenly Lake Empire and the Great Luo Empire was extremely long. To avoid suspicion, Qin Wushuang did not go through the Green Jade Mountain this time. Instead, he headed towards the northwest. On this day, he crossed the border and entered a subordinate country at the border of the Heavenly Lake Empire. According to the map, this subordinate country was called the Silver Leaf Country. It was an ordinary middle-ranking country and had nothing special about it. However, since he was traveling, of course, Qin Wushuang would not take a detour deliberately. Instead, he walked slowly along the road to increase his knowledge. Each time he arrived at a city, he would learn about the local customs and some strange stories. The night gradually darkened and the sun was setting in the west. Currently, Qin Wushuang was sitting alone in one of the restaurants in the capital city of the Silver Leaf Country. He was drinking alone while facing the setting sun. These 3 middle-ranking empires in the east seemed to have made an agreement. Even the number of advanced stage warriors were the same. Most likely, because of this, they were able to keep each other in balance. No one dared to provoke each other easily and no one dared to be overly arrogant. If it wasn't because of this, I am afraid the Heavenly Lake Empire and the Great Luo Empire would have already fought each other after that battle at the Green Jade Mountain. Just as Qin Wushuang was lost in thought, suddenly, a wave of hearty laughter came from behind him. Mister, why are you drinking alone by the window? How boring is that? Why don't you treat me to a few drinks? Qin Wushuang turned around to look and saw a Jianghu sorcerer dressed like a scholar. He was holding a signboard with the words Divine Fortune Teller in plain clothes written on it. This person's eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. However, his expression was clear and bright. Vaguely, he gave people the feeling of a Jianghu elite. This person came uninvited and sat before Qin Wushuang openly. He stared at Qin Wushuang's wine pot and with a gulp sound, he swallowed his saliva and praised, "Good wine. Since it's good wine, please help yourself." Qin Wushuang did not have any ill feelings towards this person. Instead, he looked at him coldly and said lightly. When that sorcerer heard these words, he laughed and did not hold back. He grabbed the wine pot and filled his cup. With a gulp, he drank it all. Then, he grabbed the wine pot and drank 3 cups. Finally, he clicked his tongue and touched the goatee on the side of his lips. Then, he sized Qin Wushuang up with a smile. "Mister, after drinking 3 cups of your wine, I wonder if you would like to say something? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 269. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. "Your mouth is on your body. You already drank the wine. Could it be that I should cover your mouth and not let you speak?" That person laughed and rolled his eyes. He waved the signboard in his hand. "I am Li Buyi, a scholar that has fallen behind and is wandering around the world. I know some face-reading techniques. A moment ago, I felt strange when I looked at you from afar. I have a few words that I must say." Seeing Qin Wushuang remain silent, that person was not annoyed. He poured the wine shamelessly and drank 3 more cups. Then, he laughed. "Since ancient times, one's face is like a tree's skin. A person's face records all their emotions. Even the most sophisticated person would reveal some of their emotions. However, this face of yours is the rarest one I have ever seen. From your face, I can't see any fluctuations in your heart. You seem to be smiling, but in fact, you are not smiling inwardly. Your expression and the movement of your heart do not match at all. Why is that?" Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved. Since he was wearing a mask, of course, he would not show any emotions on his face. However, since this person had said it this way, was he implying that he was wearing a mask, or was he truly unable to see through the mysteries? Qin Wushuang could not help but look at this person. "Li Buyi? That's my lowly name." Li Buyi smiled casually. "Are you here to drink, or to look at my face?" Qin Wushuang asked with a faint smile. "First, I am here to drink, second to look at your face. Only, you are born with a strange appearance and I cannot see through it. Please don't blame me, ha ha ha." Li Buyi laughed and drank a few more cups of wine. In the blink of an eye, he had finished drinking. When he poured again, he realized that the wine pot was empty. Li Buyi held the empty pot and glanced at the inside of the pot. He poured 2 cups and finally, 2 drops of wine dripped out. He stuck out his tongue to catch it. He smacked his lips a few times before reluctantly putting it down. When he saw Qin Wushuang looking at him, he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he laughed embarrassedly and said as if he had gotten an inch and wanted a mile, "If you are willing to treat me to 2 more pots of wine, I do have a message for you. This piece of information is worth at least 10 jugs of wine. I'm only exchanging it for 3 jugs of wine. That's a bargain." Qin Wushuang gestured for the waiter to come over. That waiter walked over. When he saw Li Buyi from the corner of his eye, he could not help but reveal a somewhat disgusted expression. He said to Qin Wushuang, "Grandpa, in these past few days, this trickster has been scamming food and drinks for free. Don't listen to his nonsense." How many passers-by were dizzy from his words? He cheated them of food and drinks, and even cheated them of their gold and silver. It's not worth it at all. Qin Wushuang nodded and said, "First, bring 3 pots of good wine and a table full of dishes to go with the wine." To Qin Wushuang, money was not a problem. He wanted to know whether this Li Buyi was a trickster or someone with real skills. After all, even an elite warrior of the upper sky spiritual martial force could not see that Qin Wushuang was wearing a mask. Yet, a little trickster had better eyesight. Most likely, something was wrong here. Since he had encountered a customer that did not lack money, despite his good intentions, that waiter could not refuse to make money. He shook his head and left with a bitter smile. Indeed, the efficiency of this restaurant was not slow. Soon, they had prepared a table full of top-class dishes. That Li Buyi did not hold back. His table manners and his somewhat refined appearance could only be described with 4 words, ruining the refined appearance of the man. Qin Wushuang still watched with a smile. He wanted to use this opportunity to observe this Li Buyi. However, regardless of how he observed him, this Li Buyi had always been the same. In any instant, he had never displayed any abrupt behavior. Only, when he wolfed down the food, he gave people the feeling that he was a hungry ghost that had not reincarnated. After a while, this Li Buyi's sweeping momentum finally slowed down. He wiped his oily hands on the table casually and looked at Qin Wushuang with a mouth full of grease. He cupped his hands in a pretentious manner. "I have set up a fortune-telling stall in this area for a few months, yet I have never met someone as generous as you. May I ask your name?" "Wu Xinghe." Of course, Qin Wushuang would not say the 3 words Qin Wushuang. Instead, he used his name from his previous life. Wu Xinghe. Li Buyi was stunned. He pinched his fingers and calculated. Then, he revealed an expression of an elite warrior. Then, he looked at Qin Wushuang with a strange expression and mumbled to himself, "No, no. What's wrong? A moment ago, I casually calculated and realized that I could not calculate your fate. When I pinch with my iron fingers, there is no fate in the world that I cannot calculate. But you, brother, are very strange. Wu Xinghe. For this name, I could not calculate anything." With a faint smile, Li Buyi sized Qin Wushuang from head to toe. "However, I feel that you did not make up your name. Why is that?" "Why?" He extended his oily hand and scratched his head with all his strength. His expression was as if he had not washed his hair for a few dozen years and his head was full of lice. He kept scratching his head up and down. He mumbled, "Strange, strange, strange, Wu Xinghe, Wu Xinghe." He kept calculating with the fingers of his other hand. He kept mumbling to himself and appeared to be an elite warrior. Up to this point, Qin Wushuang felt that he was pretending to be mysterious. Yet, he did not expose him. He stood up and laughed. "Take your time, I will excuse myself. I will pay for this table of food. Regardless, it should be hard for you to calculate, right?" Li Buyi did not feel anything and ignored Qin Wushuang's words. He only showed a bitter face and kept calculating with his fingers. His expression was extremely depressed. His expression showed that he was troubled and depressed. Qin Wushuang gave a helpless sigh. If this person was a swindler, he should stop when he had gotten the food. Even if he was acting, he should have reached the stage. However, the way this guy was acting, it was as if he was going to carry out his act to the very end. TSK, even if he is an acting swindler, his professionalism is worthy of this table of food. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly and walked outside. If this person was in my former world, he would be at least a movie king with his acting skills. It's rare for him to be able to muddle along to this level of dedication. Just when he was about to walk outside, that Li Buyi cried out strangely, "Don't go, don't go, don't go." Qin Wushuang did not stop and walked outside directly. Like a dogskin plaster, Li Buyi stuck to him and blocked Qin Wushuang with a mischievous smile. He opened his hands and blocked Qin Wushuang's way. "Don't rush, tell me your birth characters again." No comment. Since Qin Wushuang was sure that he was a swindler, of course, he would not continue to get entangled with him. No comment. Li Buyi said with a smile, "That would not matter. I have a consummate skill called the reading lines and pulse-taking technique. I only need to look at the lines on your hand or feel your pulse to know your birth date. Qin Wushuang laughed lightly. What if you cannot calculate it? Li Buyi showed a face as if he was facing death calmly. If I cannot calculate it, I will do whatever you say. Qin Wushuang sized Li Buyi from head to toe for a moment and said with a bitter smile, I see that you are penniless. Even if you calculate it wrong, what can you lose? It doesn't count, it doesn't count. Li Buyi gritted his teeth. If I calculate it wrong, I will run away naked and never set up a stall here. Run away naked? Wouldn't that be running away naked? Qin Wushuang did not have such bad taste as he sighed helplessly. Even if that's the case, it would only make people laugh and not benefit me. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. Li Buyi propped up the card in his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, free fortune telling, free luck. Limited to 3 people, only 3 people. Those who want to try, quickly sign up. As soon as Li Buyi shouted, many passers-by on the street looked at him. Although Li Buyi did not appear to be an elite warrior, since it was free, it would be a waste not to count it. Thus, after a moment, people crowded around Li Buyi. Sir, are you really not taking a single cent? A passerby asked. Li Buyi was extraordinarily forthright. No, no. If I calculate it wrong, I will pay 1 silver. Such a good thing existed in the world. Instantly, the enthusiasm of those passers-by was ignited as they swarmed up. Initially, everyone only held a wait-and-see attitude and wanted to try their luck for free. However, when they heard Li Buyi say that he would pay if he made a mistake, this way, many people came up with the mentality of picking up 1 silver for free. A few of them even thought that even if this person was right, they would insist that he was wrong and extort 1 silver from him. Li Buyi glanced at Qin Wushuang proudly. You can see whether I have real skills or not. To prevent you from saying that these people were hired by me, you can pull 3 people from the street and I will verify them for you. Although Qin Wushuang did not believe that Li Buyi had such skills, he could not help but feel curious when he heard his serious tone. Casually glancing at it, he beckoned to the waiter in the restaurant and said, let him do the calculations. I'll give you 5 taels of silver. That waiter was overjoyed at the turn of events as he immediately wiped his hands on his body. Sure, whatever you want, I will cooperate. Li Buyi pulled a long face. Earlier, you said that I was a scammer and made up stories about me. Are you not afraid that I will make up stories to lie to you? The shop assistant chuckled and said, if you want to make up a story, go ahead. I won't believe it anyway. This waiter was rather straightforward as his words made Li Buyi speechless. He opened his palm and looked at it for a moment. 60 years old, 23rd day of the first lunar month, 4:45. The expression of that waiter had clearly changed as he was extremely surprised. He withdrew his palm and looked at Li Buyi with a dumbfounded expression. He said with disbelief, how did you know? If Li Buyi had revealed the birthday of the waiter, he more or less appeared to be an elite warrior. Then, in the next moment, he appeared to be a petty person intoxicated with success. He said proudly, tricks, this is a trick. How could ordinary people understand my tricks? Now, do you still dare to call me a scammer? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 270. When that waiter's birthday was revealed, it was as if someone had seen through his guilty conscience. Apparently, he found it hard to believe and was somewhat scared. After all, such matter had completely overturned one's common sense. It was an impossible thing, yet it had happened. With a pale face, he shook his head. I didn't know that you truly have some special skills. It was me who had eyes but failed to see and offended you. I don't want those 5 silver coins, just treat it as compensation. Li Buyi laughed and said with a noble and virtuous tone, the 5 silver coins are yours, how could I take your little profit? I would never do something like peeling iron with a needle or snatching mud from a swallow's mouth. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Wushuang as if he was showing off. Qin Wushuang remained calm and threw the 5 silver coins to that waiter. That waiter took it in a hurry and did not dare to linger. He escaped into the restaurant and refused to come out. Find 2 more to try, I promise I will be right. I will not be careless. Li Buyi laughed. Qin Wushuang did not believe him and deeply suspected that waiter was Li Buyi's agent. However, from the expression of that waiter, he did not seem to be faking it. If he was faking it, then his acting skills would not be inferior to Li Buyi's. He would believe it if one person had good acting skills. He would also believe it if 2 people had good acting skills. However, in this Silver Leaf country, it was impossible for everyone to be at the movie king level, right? Qin Wushuang did not believe it. Imperceptibly, he had some more doubts about this Li Buyi. With so many people, why did Li Buyi not look for anyone but Qin Wushuang? Did this person have some ulterior motives? Although Qin Wushuang had a head full of questions, he was not in a rush to expose them. While he was thinking, a big guy with a fierce-looking face and sparse hair pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. This person held a thin stick in his mouth and asked casually with a sloppy appearance, "Was it you who boasted that you would read fortune for free? If you read it wrong, you would pay 10 silver coins." Clearly, it was 1 silver, but this person said 10. With such an aggressive tone, it was obvious that he was a local ruffian. "You want to calculate?" Li Buyi rolled his eyes. "If you want to count it, then count it. How can you not count it for free? But you miscalculated. 10 taels of silver, not a single tael less." The big man's face trembled fiercely. "If you give me less, I'll break your bones. Open your hands." Li Buyi did not contradict him and only said lightly. This man was called Single-Horned Dragon. He was a notorious ruffian in this area who specialized in extortion and extortion. It could be said that he was a vicious man with pus on his head and sores on his feet. When the onlookers saw the Single-Horned Dragon approaching, they all retreated a little. Those who were more timid had already quietly left. Those who were familiar with the Single-Horned Dragon's nature knew that this fellow was clearly here to extort money, not to do fortune-telling. In the year of Ren Yin, at the time of the Marrow month. After a moment, Li Buyi spoke with a faint smile, this time, "TSK TSK TSK TSK. Initially, that Single-Horned Dragon was here to extort money." When Li Buyi had finished speaking, he was going to deny it flatly. Then, Li Buyi would not pay for it. However, when he heard Li Buyi's TSK TSK, inwardly, he trembled. "What's wrong with this time? What's wrong with this time?" Li Buyi asked with a smile. "Did I count it wrong?" The Single-Horned Dragon shook his pig-like head. "Wrong, wrong. Let's say that your timing is correct. So what? How about this time? The time is nothing, the year is also nothing. However, when you put it together, it's a great misfortune. You are 35 years old this year. From my estimation, in 3 years, there will be a bloody disaster. This disaster is not a lawsuit, nor is it related to women. It's a nameless disaster. I cannot say it, I cannot say it." The expression on the Single-Horned Dragon's face was somewhat unsightly. Initially, he would not believe it with his personality. He wanted to extort those 10 taels of money. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he could not help but feel guilty like that waiter when someone had predicted his birthday. However, after hearing Li Buyi's words, he could not help but believe it. Bloody disaster, these 4 words were not difficult to understand. Storytellers often mentioned it. Only, whenever these 4 words appeared, it would never be a good thing. Most likely, it would be a dead end. The Single-Horned Dragon had been a tyrant his entire life. Naturally, it was not enough to live to 35 years old. As soon as he heard these words, his temperament softened. Yet, he still said with an evil tone, "You bird, are you trying to scare me? For the words of the trickster, if you believe it, then it's true. It's up to you to believe it or not. By that time, it's too late to regret. Don't blame me for not warning you, ha ha." The fat on the entire body of the Single-Horned Dragon trembled as he narrowed his small eyes into a line. "The more you live, the more you fear death." This was a famous saying since ancient times. Despite his temperament, the Single-Horned Dragon was intimidated by Li Buyi's words. He extended his palm leaf fan-like giant palm and fanned himself. Currently, it was June and the weather was hot. Cold sweat emerged from his head due to this shock. He put his other hand on his waist and breathed deeply. Then you tell me, can I avoid this bloody disaster? Most of the disasters in the world are self-inflicted. Your disaster is not a natural disaster. Of course, you can avoid it. However, it will be troublesome. I am not afraid of trouble, my life is more important. You bird, why don't you tell me? Ah, the pitiful God has the virtue of cherishing life. Although you are a scoundrel, in the end, you still have a life. Even ants drag out their lives, not to mention humans. Anyways, I will show you a bright path. In the past, if anyone dared to talk about the single-horned dragon like this, he would have already slapped him. However, at this moment, the single-horned dragon was as docile as a sheep. He nodded and listened with respectful attention. The bright path is to the east. Go east and find a remote and barren place to hide. Don't see anyone. You can only eat one meal a day and only vegetarian food. You must not eat meat, fish, or alcohol. Remember, after you hide, you must not see anyone. Even if you see someone, you must turn around and leave. You must not strike up a conversation or stir up trouble. Or else, it will be the time for the bloody disaster. Panting heavily, the single-horned dragon kept nodding with a nervous expression. Eat vegetarian food, don't see anyone, abstain from alcohol and meat. While he repeated Li Buyi's words, he swore anxiously, hiding like this will take half of my life. However, half of my life is better than having none. I just don't know how long I need to hide. Time? You are dreaming. Don't count in days, you must count in years. About 10 or 8 years, nothing major will happen. However, after you come out, you must know your place and not commit any evil deeds. Or else, when the bloody disaster comes, the gods will not be able to save you. Initially, the single-horned dragon was hesitating. However, when he heard the words the gods will not be able to save you, his last bit of hope collapsed. Strangely, he took out a silver ingot and put it down respectfully. Then, he pushed away the crowd and left quickly. Li Buyi was extremely proud. As he watched the departing figure of the single-horned dragon, there was a trace of a strange and mischievous smile on the corner of his mouth. Qin Wushuang saw it and knew that Li Buyi's following words were to intimidate that vile guy. However, invisibly, he did feel that he was helping the people get rid of an evil. Up to this point, Qin Wushuang felt deep respect for Li Buyi. Regardless of Li Buyi's motive for pestering Qin Wushuang, at least, this person did have some real skills. Indeed, he had never heard of someone being able to calculate one's birthday by looking at the lines on one's hand. As a person in 2 lifetimes, Qin Wushuang had never heard of such miraculous methods. Is there anyone else who wants to calculate? Li Buyi raised his voice, last spot, last one. After 3, even if you pay me 1,000 gold coins, don't think I will calculate it again. He looked at Qin Wushuang and said with a smile, of course, you are an exception. Qin Wushuang had been watching from the side. When he heard Li Buyi's mischievous tone, he could not help but laugh. This Li Buyi did not seem to have any evil intentions. However, what was his intention for doing this? Qin Wushuang still could not understand. Since he could not understand, he would just watch and act according to the situation. Let's see what plans this Li Buyi had. With the previous 2 vivid cases, Li Buyi had conquered all the spectators. He was a divine fortune-teller, a living immortal. Each of his predictions was accurate. Such a figure was telling everyone's fortune for free. If they did not fight for the opportunity, wouldn't they be stupid? Each of them felt bitter and hateful. They did not fight for the opportunity at the beginning and wasted 2 spots. Those 2 guys had gotten it first. The 3rd spot was an old lady with white hair. She was dressed in ragged clothes and had an emaciated face. She looked like a beggar and appeared to be around 60 or 70 years old. She even staggered when she walked. She walked up with a cane and was chosen by Li Buyi. After looking at the fingerprints, Li Buyi frowned. That's not right, old lady, your earlobes are thick, your nose is high, and the lines on your hands are clear. You should have a life of wealth, how could you be in such dire straits? Then, he looked for a moment and reported the old lady's birthday. That old lady was also extremely shocked as she said with a trembling voice, "Sir, I came to the capital to look for my son. Now, it's been 4 or 5 years. I don't expect any wealth. I only hope that before I die, I can see my son." Li Buyi nodded and suddenly, he laughed. "Yes, you have a life of wealth for the rest of your life. After the age of 50, there will be a calamity. After this calamity, you will have a life of wealth. Granny, just wait and see. When the time comes, the clouds will be cleared and the sky will be clear. However, I must ask, what is your son's name?" "Zhao Zhigao." "Zhao Zhigao?" Someone among the passers-by cried out, "Isn't that the current prime minister?" "Yes, when talking about Zhao Xianghua, he is looking for his mother everywhere." "Old lady, how many years have you left your hometown?" "Zhao Xianghua has been looking for his mother for at least 3 years. Many people in the Silver Leaf country know about this matter." "Zhao Xianghua? My Zhigao?" The old lady was dumbfounded. Li Buyi smiled, "This is a good deed. Kind person, quickly take me to the Prime Minister's mansion. For sure, the reward will be generous, ha ha ha." Then, he stood up and said to Qin Wushuang, "Brother, let's stop here for today. Whether you believe me or not, it's all up to you." Qin Wushuang said lightly, "I will believe you. However, I don't understand. Among all the people, why did you only want to calculate my fortune? Because of your name, I could not calculate your fate palace no matter how much I calculated. Curiosity killed the cat. If you weren't born with extraordinary talent, how could I not calculate it?" Li Buyi sighed. He waved the sign and was about to leave. This time, it was Qin Wushuang who became curious. "Mr. Li, take care." Author's note: initially, I planned to watch the 4th watch. During the day, I was tied down by worldly affairs and would not complain. Today is not the 3rd watch in the plan. Thus, there will be a 5th watch tomorrow to make up for it. Fortunately, the new plot has been successfully entered. The following chapters will be easier to write, please forgive me. Tomorrow is the weekend, let's write all day long and strive for more chapters, haha. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 271. Li Buyi laughed. "Could it be you have a change of heart?" Qin Wushuang was stunned. After thinking about it, in the end, he did not urge him to stay. "Please go ahead." His reaction made Li Buyi feel strange. Only, he moved his mouth and did not say anything. He waved his hand dispiritedly and showed a somewhat bleak expression. Yet, he did not urge Qin Wushuang to stay. Now, Qin Wushuang already knew that this Li Buyi was not an ordinary scammer. He must have some background. However, since he was in a foreign land, he decided to stay away from trouble. After all, he could not be sure of the background of this Li Buyi. If he was someone from the Heavenly Lake Empire, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? When Li Buyi saw Qin Wushuang leaving without hesitation, suddenly, a trace of profound meaning emerged from his pair of muddy eyes. He gazed at Qin Wushuang's departing figure. Yet, he mumbled to himself, "Wu Xinghe? Could it be this guy is hiding his real name? However, how come I feel that he did not make up his name to fool me?" Then, a knowing smile emerged on his face. He shook his head and thought, interesting, to be able to meet such an interesting person in such a place, it means that the human countries are somewhat interesting, ha ha ha. After he walked a few steps, he thought again, this guy is at the upper sky realm. Although he tried his best to hide his upper sky presence and most likely, elite warriors at the spiritual martial force could not see through his true strength. However, from his body, there are movements of spiritual qi. This guy should be a young elite warrior from the 3 Eastern Empires. Could it be, he is going to the Heavenly Lake Empire to participate in the friendly competition? When Li Buyi thought here, strangely, He was filled with interest towards Qin Wushuang. He lifted his feet and followed. He also decided to watch the show along the way. When Qin Wushuang left the restaurant, it was already late. He found an inn to rest. In the early hours of the next day, he got up early and continued his journey. On this day, Qin Wushuang was walking to the wilderness. The map showed that this was a rather dangerous place in the Heavenly Lake Empire. There was a dangerous canyon ahead of him that was called the Sky-Breaking Canyon. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was an extremely dangerous place. If he wanted to go to the imperial city of the Heavenly Lake Empire, he would have to pass through this place. Otherwise, they would have to take a big detour and walk at least 1,000 miles. Qin Wushuang did not hesitate and released the white ferret he got from Shakyamuni Kangzi to scout ahead. Qin Wushuang had been with the white ferret for a year. From the time he started babbling, he had already grasped the basic beast language used for normal communication. Although he couldn't be said to be 100% proficient, he was an expert in beast language. The white sable darted out of his palm and entered the canyon a moment later. Qin Wushuang walked forward slowly, not in a hurry. This Heaven's Break Canyon had a steep terrain, but it was not difficult for a great expert like Qin Wushuang. What he was more concerned about was that this Heaven's Break Canyon had an extremely eerie feeling, causing him to feel that this place was filled with danger as soon as he approached. This was the alertness and premonition of an upper sky realm warrior. Sometimes, there was no evidence to prove it, but most of the time, this intuition was accurate. Before he had walked a few steps, suddenly, a few figures shot out from the other side of the canyon and blocked Qin Wushuang's path. Qin Wushuang stopped and raised his head. He saw that each of the 3 people in front of him were wearing the same uniform. Just by looking at their luxurious clothing, he knew that they had a powerful background. What surprised Qin Wushuang the most was that these 3 were all upper sky realm warriors. One of them was at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. Although the other 2 were at the initial stage, their strength could not be underestimated. These 3 people sized Qin Wushuang from head to toe with unfriendly eyes. Senior Brother Wang, is it him? The middle stage warrior in the middle was the one called Senior Brother Wang. He narrowed his eyes and sized him up for a moment. Then, he laughed evilly. I don't think so, that guy was injured and ran away. He should not be this clean. The other initial stage warrior yelled out, Kid, we will block this road for 3 days, turn back now. For a moment, Qin Wushuang could not figure out the background of these 3. He said calmly, You 3, are you elite warriors from the Heavenly Lake Empire? Ha ha ha, the Heavenly Lake Empire, what is it? Of course not. That initial stage warrior shouted, Stop talking nonsense, get out of here if you know what's good for you. Don't delay the 9 palace from catching the thief. If you don't know what's good for you, we will charge you with the crime of being a thief and kill you. You won't even have a place to cry out. 9 palace faction? Qin Wushuang was stunned. What sect was that? From their tone, it seemed that they did not even put the Heavenly Lake Empire in their eyes. Could it be that they were not from the Heavenly Lake Empire? If they are not from the Heavenly Lake Empire, could they be from the Vermilion Empire? As Qin Wushuang thought about it, he said in a low voice, I am from the Heavenly Lake Empire. Why should I take a detour when I am traveling within my own country? Since you 3 are not from the Heavenly Lake Empire, don't you think it's somewhat tyrannical to block the road like this? That Senior Brother Wang waved his hand and stopped his 2 junior brothers from speaking. He asked lightly, Which sect in the Heavenly Lake Empire are you from? Hearing his question, of course, Qin Wushuang would not be provoked by him. Instead, he said unhappily, You don't have to ask. If you are not from the Heavenly Lake Empire, I advise you to leave immediately. Or else, if the 5 heads of the Archaic Mysteries sect knew, they would not let you go easily. Senior Brother Wang smiled contemptuously, but he didn't comment on it. However, the other 2 initial stage warriors laughed. One of them with a short stature said with a mocking face, Archaic Mysteries sect? So what if the 5 heads of the Archaic Mysteries sect came together? The 9 palace wants to borrow your territory, it's not up to you to say no. His tone did not sound like he was boasting. Qin Wushuang's heart sank. From his tone, could it be that this so-called Nine Palace faction was more powerful than the archaic mysteries sect? Apparently, that senior brother Wang did not want to talk too much as he said with a stern voice, "Mister, regardless of whether you are a disciple of the archaic mysteries sect or your position in the sect, to pass through this place, you must wait for 3 days. After 3 days, it's another matter whether you are allowed to pass or not." From the tone of this person, there was a form of arrogance and a sense of superiority. It gave people the feeling of, if you know what's good for you, then do as I say. Or else, you will be in trouble. How could Qin Wushuang compromise so easily as he said, "Even if you are here to catch criminals, you should have a target. Even if unrelated people pass, it will not affect the overall situation. In the end, you guys are still tyrannical and arrogant within the Heavenly Lake Empire." With an unfriendly expression, that senior brother Wang said with a cold sneer, "So what if we are tyrannical and arrogant? If you have the skills, go ahead and break through." That short initial stage warrior also clamored, "That's right, only the 3 of us are guarding this place. If you have the skills, go ahead and break through. If you make it through, we won't stop you if you have the ability. If you cannot break through, then you will have to accept your fate." The meaning behind his words was that if they could not break through, they would die. While Qin Wushuang was thinking, suddenly, a white light flashed before his eyes. That white sable jumped out from the bushes and whispered a few words next to Qin Wushuang's ear. The general idea was that there were 3 guards around this valley. Besides here, there were 2 other places and each place had 3 people. Although Qin Wushuang was angry inwardly, he thought that the other party had 3 groups of people to support them. Even if each group only had 1 middle stage warrior, it would still be troublesome if the 3 sides surrounded them. Immediately, he sized up the situation and decided to evade for now. When the time was right, he would find an opportunity to pass through. As for who this Nine Palace faction was, he could only find out after he had gathered with the elders at the imperial capital of the Heavenly Lake Empire. He nodded, "Okay, since you guys have the advantage in numbers, I will take a step back. Nine Palace faction, I will remember this name. I hope you guys are an existence that the archaic mysteries sect cannot afford to offend. Or else, ha." With a cold sneer, Qin Wushuang turned around to leave. Since he had pretended to be an archaic disciple, he would pretend to the end. It would be nice if he could create a grudge with this so-called Nine Palace faction and divert the trouble. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, that senior brother Wang shouted, "Don't go yet." Qin Wushuang said unhappily, "What else do you want?" That senior brother Wang stared at the white sable in Qin Wushuang's hand and said lightly, "Leave this spiritual beast and you can go anywhere you want. Or else, don't even think about leaving." "Why should I?" Qin Wushuang asked in a low voice. That senior brother Wang rolled his eyes. "No reason. If I ask you to stay, then stay." Qin Wushuang laughed coldly, "In your dreams." After he had finished speaking, he turned to leave. That senior brother Wang shouted, "You don't know how to appreciate favors." Before he had finished speaking, his body suddenly shot forward and a shadow flashed across the sky. This person waved the tiger joint steel whip in his hand and slashed it toward Qin Wushuang's head. In the time of one breath, the whip had reached Qin Wushuang's head. Inwardly, anger erupted from Qin Wushuang's heart. Regardless of the background of this Nine Palace faction, they were too tyrannical with their tyrannical actions. He twisted his body and made a 180-degree turn. Instead, he dashed forward and dodged that senior brother Wang's attack. Seeing Qin Wushuang's strange movements, that senior brother Wang was also stunned. His body flipped in the air and dashed toward Qin Wushuang again. Qin Wushuang did not even look at him. His body suddenly sped up and dashed forward. Since he had made a move, he might as well go all the way. Qin Wushuang's figure floated forward like a breeze. He dashed directly toward that short guy at the initial stage. Just now, this guy had boasted shamelessly. Qin Wushuang did not show any mercy. He raised his sword and the violet sun sword returned to its scabbard with a flash of light. Even before the speed of his sword attack, that short guy was cut in half by Qin Wushuang's sword. Instantly, Qin Wushuang's attack made the remaining two feel a chill. They had never expected that this Qin Wushuang would make such a shocking sound. That senior brother Wang opened his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. As soon as this sharp whistle came out, within 100 miles, in a moment, two similar sharp whistles came out. Qin Wushuang's expression changed as he knew that this guy was calling his friend. P.S. 5 chapters today, 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the evening. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 272. This battle had truly come at the right time for no reason at all. Qin Wushuang did not even know the background of the Nine Palace faction, but these guys had attacked without any reason. Since they had attacked, Qin Wushuang knew that once Upper Sky Warriors attacked, it was impossible for them not to kill. If you don't kill the opponent will kill you. This was a simple rule. That senior brother Wang had used his best move right from the start. Obviously, he wanted to take his life. If Qin Wushuang showed mercy, it would be irresponsible of him. Thus, he would not show any mercy when he attacked. He used his advantage in agility to kill one of them right from the start. How could he not see that although the short guy was the fiercest, he was also the weakest one? Qin Wushuang suddenly turned and attacked with lightning speed. Plus, with his advantage in terms of cultivation level, he was able to kill him instantly. Qin Wushuang was also overjoyed when he saw that his attack was successful. He knew that killing this person instantly reduced the opponent's strength. This was one of the reasons. Most importantly, this attack was enough to establish his dominance. Looking at senior brother Wang's reaction, he knew that this attack had absolutely intimidated him. Or else, senior brother Wang would not have been so panicked and immediately warned his companions. Qin Wushuang said eerily, "Nine Palace faction, is it? I will remember you. Those who attack me first, there is only one path left. That is, the road to the underworld." After he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang did not linger any longer. Instead, he dashed forward at a fast speed. Since he had broken through the defense of this group of people, Qin Wushuang could not retreat anymore. He had to get rid of the encirclement of these three forces as soon as possible. After running a few steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His white ferret had been exposed in front of this person. If he left now, wouldn't it be inappropriate if he found some clues? Thinking about this, he slowed down his steps. At this moment, senior brother Wang had already arrived. He waved the tiger-jointed steel whip in his hand again, sending out layers of spiritual light. Although this senior brother Wang's strength was not bad, he was not much stronger than Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang didn't engage with him mainly because he wanted to observe this person's fighting style and thus control the rhythm. But to his surprise, Qin Wushuang retreated 3 times in a row. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang saw a ray of light shooting towards him at an unparalleled speed. It was actually a sharp arrow. The speed of this arrow was as fast as a meteor streaking across the sky. Its momentum was astonishing. Qin Wushuang initially thought that it was an attack aimed at him. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw that the arrow was actually aimed at the back of senior brother Wang's head. Qin Wushuang was truly shocked. The remaining initial stage warrior shouted, "Senior brother Wang, there are arrows, dodge quickly." Senior martial brother Wang was obviously aware of the ferocious attack coming from behind him, but his attack was too fast and he couldn't stop in time. He could only twist his body and forcefully move to the side. With this move, the momentum of his attack was greatly obstructed. Immediately, Qin Wushuang saw his weakness. Qin Wushuang did not even think as he raised his hand and poked with the coagulated sword. Boom! The sword chi directly hit the chest of that senior brother Wang. Although he had the protection of the armor, of course, he did not feel good after this attack. Instantly, his blood and chi were in turmoil and his entire body felt numb. It was as uncomfortable as being bitten by a few thousand ants. Senior brother Wang gave a loud roar and turned to escape. Only, with a whoosh sound, another arrow had shot at him from behind. This arrow was still accurate and aimed at the back of his head. It had cooperated well with Qin Wushuang. Regardless of how strong senior brother Wang's moves were, under his injuries, he could not avoid the power of this arrow from an elite warrior that was not any weaker than him. He only saw the spiritual qi shake, and suddenly, the strange lights dispersed. Boom! With a giant sound, senior brother Wang's entire head seemed to have been hit by a golden melon hammer. Instantly, it shattered into pieces of flesh and white brain matter splattered all over the ground. Qin Wushuang immediately dodged, and finally, he did not get hit by this dirty blood. He raised his head and saw a person in the distance holding a spiritual bow in his hand while covering his chest. Although his face was pale, his eyes were as alert as a falcon's. When the remaining initial stage warrior saw that senior brother Wang had been killed, naturally, he turned pale with fright and escaped in a hurry. How could the person opposite him allow him to escape? He narked the bow and shot an arrow. The bow was like a full moon and the arrow was like a shooting star. Whoosh! This time, it was not as troublesome as killing senior brother Wang. Instead, one arrow had ended this person's life. In the blink of an eye, 3 upper sky realm warriors had died like flowing water. This change of events had happened extremely quickly. For a time, even a powerful figure like Qin Wushuang was somewhat surprised. That person approached in a few steps and cupped his hands at Qin Wushuang. With a grin on his pale face, he pulled the 3 corpses together. A little bottle appeared in his hand and he poured a few drops of the liquid onto the corpses. The liquid emitted a pungent smell. That person poked with his hand and a spurt of flame shot out from his palm onto the 3 corpses. Whoosh! Instantly, this spurt of flame burned fiercely and ignited the 3 corpses. Smoke and fire soared to the sky, and in a moment, they had been burned into ashes. Qin Wushuang looked at this person carefully and saw that he had a gloomy expression. Since he was born with a cold face, plus he had suffered internal injuries, his pale face had made him appear even more gloomy and lonely. When that person saw Qin Wushuang's surprised face, he twitched his mouth again and revealed a trace of a strange smile. "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Qin Wushuang asked unconsciously. That person did not explain. "It's not good to stay here. If you are interested, let's go somewhere else to talk. If not, let's part ways and you can go your own way. This debt will definitely not be counted on your head." This person was also free and easy. Although his expression was aloof, he did not pester and turned to leave. Qin Wushuang looked ahead and knew that if he continued to walk forward, he would definitely bump into this group of people, which would not be good. Moreover, he had some doubts in his heart and wanted to ask this person for confirmation. Therefore, he did not hesitate and followed the person's footsteps into the depths of the Great Canyon. The 2 of them went deep into the canyon and soon arrived at an underground cast cave. This cast cave had 9 turns and 18 twists. It was unknown how many twists and turns there were. Seeing Qin Wushuang follow, that person smiled slightly and stopped in a slightly more spacious place. He dug out a big wine gourd from the soil and threw it to Qin Wushuang. "Help me kill the enemy and I'll treat you to a drink." Qin Wushuang saw that although this person's eyes were indifferent, the corner of his eyes inadvertently revealed a kind of warm heart like that of a newborn child. He should be a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the wine gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls. When this wine entered his mouth, it was cool and refreshing. Once it entered his stomach, it was like a raging fire. When Qin Wushuang drank this wine, he knew that it was not an ordinary item. He immediately used the spiritual power in his dantian to suppress the wine. At this moment, he realized that the wine had turned into plentiful spiritual power and continuously flowed towards his dantian. This wine was a wine of spiritual power. Qin Wushuang grabbed the gourd with a shocked face. That person smiled lightly. "This is the 9 refined yin-yang spiritual wine. I robbed it from the 9 Palace faction. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been chased by the 9 Palace faction's law enforcement group for tens of thousands of miles." Haha. Speaking here, this person coughed a few times. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. He took a few deep breaths and grinned. Mother ****, these bastards are really powerful. I killed 4 or 5 of them along the way and they still managed to get here. Those 3 arrows just now consumed a lot of my spiritual power. Qin Wushuang sighed. Just now, you didn't have to expose yourself. That person had an indifferent expression. Didn't expose myself. Letting them escape is not good for you. Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. He thought that this person was really something. That person waved his hand. Of course, you don't have to be grateful. If it weren't for you, of course I wouldn't have exposed myself. Therefore, I didn't do it to help you, but to protect myself. Then, as if he was afraid that Qin Wushuang would not believe him, he explained, destroying the enemy's living forces is also a form of self-protection. This Wang guy chased after me all the way, but now he is going to die earlier than me. Ha ha ha. His laughter affected his wounds again. He coughed violently and spat out a few more mouthfuls of black blood. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh and took out a jade-colored pill from his storage bag. Indeed, it was one of the 3-9 reversal sun pills that Tan Zhongqi had given him. He threw it over. Take it. Take it immediately. It's good for your injuries. That person didn't hold back. He grabbed it and threw it into his mouth. He circulated his spiritual power to digest the pill. In an instant, that person's expression changed slightly. He had obviously sensed the extraordinariness of this pill. There was a bit of surprise on his face. He looked at Qin Wushuang with a bit more admiration. This admiration was not gratitude, but pure admiration. He hadn't seen many people in his life who could be so generous in their first meeting. This was practically the first time he had met someone like this. Of course, the 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual serum that he gave Qin Wushuang was also a rare item. It was not inferior to this 9 reversal yang pill in the slightest. It was just that he didn't say it out loud. This 9 reversal yang pill was indeed no small matter. In just a quarter of an hour, that person's face gradually turned from pale to somewhat rosy. Good pill. That person praised as he opened his eyes. There was a rare trace of passion in his eyes. This was the light of hope of recovering one's life force. It was the joy of recovering one's injuries. It was full of vitality. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shang Yi. I have no father, no mother, no sect, and am just a lonely ghost. I come from the Red Dragon Empire. Red Dragon Empire? Qin Wushuang was shocked inwardly. He had never heard of the 9 Palace faction. However, he had vaguely heard from his teacher about the Red Dragon Empire. It was one of the 3 strongest upper-ranking empires in the Tianxian land. Seeing Qin Wushuang's shocked expression, Shang Yi did not feel strange. After all, the Red Dragon Empire was tens of thousands of miles away from here. It could be said that they were separated by thousands of rivers and mountains. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to appear in the eastern region. All the empires in the human countries had a fixed area of activity. They rarely interfered with other areas. If they did, it would be seen as an offense and violation. Qin Wushuang asked emotionally, that 9 Palace faction, is it a sect of your Red Dragon Empire? There was a trace of resentment in Shang Yi's eyes. 9 Palace faction, humph. It is the number 1 sect of the Red Dragon Empire, just like your archaic mysteries sect in the Heavenly Lake Empire. Qin Wushuang was shocked inwardly. He thought that it was indeed the case. Red Dragon Empire, 9 Palace faction, author's note, second update. I went out to do some things, and I will come back at night for 3 consecutive announcement. These 2 days, the monthly votes have been low. I did not shout because I felt that I did not have the face to shout at the 3rd update. Today, I hope that I have the confidence to shout. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 273. In the human countries of the Tianxianland, according to his teacher, Tan Zhongqi, the upper-ranking empire was the highest existence. They were super powerhouses with perfect stage powerhouses. Although the Tianxian land was as vast as the open sea, the human countries respected them. No wonder that disciple of the Nine Palace was so tyrannical. Indeed, he had an extraordinary background. Although the elite warriors of the upper-ranking empire were suspected of crossing the border, they were still tyrannical when they came to the middle-ranking empire. It was apparent that they were used to being arrogant and did not put these middle-ranking empires in their eyes. That Shangyi explained again. In total, the Nine Palace sent 13 elite warriors of the law enforcement group to kill me. 4 of them were middle-stage warriors and 8 were initial-stage warriors. I killed 4 along the way. The remaining 9 people forced me into the Heavenly Lake Empire. Ha ha. He patted the bow on his back and said again, if I didn't have this bow, I am afraid I would have been devoured into ashes by these bastards. Now, plus the 3 from before, I have killed 7 of the 13 law enforcement group members. Even if I die, I have made it. When he said here, Shangyi's tone was full of arrogance. He shook his head and spat. Of course, it's not that easy for these bastards to kill me. He looked at Qin Wushuang with gratitude and said seriously, your pill is not simple. My injuries have healed 70 to 80%. At this speed, I am afraid I will be fully healed in one day. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Your wine is also not ordinary. You did not take advantage of me. Shangyi shook his head. No, I gave you the wine to thank you for your help in getting rid of those 3 bastards. That wine was just icing on the cake for you. But this pill of yours, to me, is like sending charcoal in snowy weather. It's a good thing that can save my life. Thus, I owe you this favor. Friends in adversity, let's not talk about favors. Now, the most crucial thing is how to get rid of the other 6 people. Qin Wushuang said. Shangyi nodded seriously. After thinking for a moment, he asked, are you really determined to fight the enemy with me? Qin Wushuang coldly said, since they provoked me, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Otherwise, leaving these people behind will only cause trouble in the future. Aren't you afraid of implicating your sect and the Heavenly Lake Empire? Qin Wushuang grinned, I am not from the Heavenly Lake Empire. Shangyi was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Good. Ha ha ha, good, good. This move of yours is also very evil, and it has won my heart. It wasn't that the Heavenly Lake Empire didn't know that the Red Dragon Empire's law enforcers had entered their territory, but they didn't dare to ask. Their cowardly temperament made me feel that they were underestimated. At first, I thought it was strange that you said you were from the Heavenly Lake Empire. But I didn't expect that you were also making it up. The distance between the 2 of them narrowed by quite a bit. Shangyi sighed and said, I have a cold personality. In my entire life, I have never laughed so many times. Interesting, interesting. Seeing those bastards from the Nine Palace lose their lives, I feel that it is interesting. Brother Shang, do you have a grudge against the Nine Palace? A strange light flashed in Shangyi's eyes as he nodded. We cannot live under the same sky. I grew up without parents, and only had one master who took me in. And my master was hunted down and killed by the Nine Palace. Killing one's master is the same as killing one's father. Qin Wushuang was speechless as he sighed. One person against a sect, Brother Shang, I am deeply impressed by your courage. But forgive me for being blunt, it is not a wise move. Shangyi sighed, how could I not know? That's why I never went to provoke the headquarters of the Nine Palace, and never let the outside world know that I am Master's only disciple. This time, when I stole the 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual wine, I accidentally heard that the number 1 winemaker of the Nine Palace had used a place with abundant spiritual power to make this batch of wine. I found out the root and stole it. Brother Shang, you are very brave. I just don't know what special effects this 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual wine has. After it entered my stomach, I felt that it was cold at first, then hot. The repeated changes are very magical. This is the magical effect of the 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual wine. The 9 transformations of yin and yang use the wine to turn into spiritual power and stimulate the sea of qi in the dantian to form extremely rich spiritual power. Drinking one mouthful of the 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual wine is comparable to 3 months of hard work. This wine is made from the underground spring water of the Red Dragon Empire's Red Water Cold Pond. Then, with the help of the rare opportunity of a combination of hot and cold energy, it is extremely rare. Even a big sect like the Nine Palace only made 3 gourds. Think about it, how could the Nine Palace not be angry after I stole 1 gourd? There was a trace of impudence in Shang Yi's tone. Apparently, he hated the Nine Palace very much. It turned out that there was a very strange place in the Red Dragon Empire called the Crimson Cold Pond. The water in this pond was either ice cold or boiling hot. These 2 states were intertwined. Once the 2 forms appeared at the same time, it would be the best time to refine the 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual wine. However, this opportunity was extremely rare. It only appeared once in 10 years, and it would not appear for more than 3 days. The amount of underground spring water that could be extracted was very little, and the amount that could be refined into spiritual wine was even less. Although there were only 3 gourds, it was enough to be used as the most precious treasure of the Nine Palace faction for 10 years. If a core disciple encountered a bottleneck, he could break through the bottleneck with the help of the spiritual wine made from the spiritual power of the heaven and earth. This spiritual wine was not like ordinary medicinal pellets. After consuming it, not only would it not affect the potential of the core disciple, it could even stimulate their potential. Therefore, it was a rare treasure. The Nine Palace faction was 100% authoritative in the Red Dragon Empire. No one dared to take advantage of them. Therefore, although they were cautious when escorting them, they could not help but be careless. Shang Yi took advantage of their carelessness and stole a gourd. Then, he turned around and left. Even so, the Nine Palace faction's response was very fast. After they had investigated Shang Yi's power, they sent out a corresponding law enforcement team to kill him. They only had one goal, which was to take back the 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual serum and kill him. However, the Nine Palace faction did not expect that Shang Yi had a powerful bow left by their teacher. Along the way, he had killed many law enforcement elite warriors of the Nine Palace faction. After Qin Wushuang heard Shang Yi's explanation, he finally understood. So, this was how the grudge between Shang Yi and the Nine Palace faction came about. At the same time, he had a higher opinion of Shang Yi. Even though it was the first time they met, he was generous enough to take out such a good thing to entertain him. Such a person was worth befriending. Qin Wushuang felt that he did not have many friends around him. Besides his fellow disciples, there was almost no one who was as powerful as him. If he could make a few more friends like him, it would be a good thing when he traveled outside. Although Shang Yi had a cold expression, he was a warm-hearted person once he opened his heart. With Qin Wushuang's 2 lifetimes of experience, of course, he could see that this guy was worth befriending. At the moment, he smiled. Brother Shang, at this moment, I think you should keep a low profile and increase your power. You don't need to get involved with the Nine Palace faction. After all, you are alone now. Once you attract the elite warriors of the Nine Palace faction, you will have to bear the consequences. Shang Yi sighed. How could I not think the same? I stole the 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual wine to increase my training speed. This item is indeed powerful. When I got it, I was close to breaking through the middle stage. And now, my middle stage is very stable. And back and forth, it took less than half a year. As Shang Yi said this, he looked at Qin Wushuang with a faint smile. Your power is not bad, you should be at the middle stage, right? Qin Wushuang saw that Shang Yi did not ask for his name. He was an upright person and thought for others. He could not help but have a better impression of him. Yes, I am Qin Wushuang. It has only been half a year since I broke through the middle stage. Qin Wushuang? Good name. Shang Yi praised. Since you have told me your name, I will keep it a secret even if I die. I will take responsibility for the death of the disciples of the Nine Palace faction. Regardless of his future, life or death, you don't need to worry about your name being leaked. Shang Yi's tone was calm and carried an unquestionable sincerity. Qin Wushuang flashed his hand and an item appeared. It was the mask given to him by the Shakyamuni 1000 transformations when he went to the Green Jade Mountain. Qin Wushuang no longer used it and replaced it with another one given to him by his teacher, Tan Zhengqi. Here is a mask, you can use it. This way, once you walk out of the sky-breaking canyon, you can disappear into the sea of people. If the Nine Palace faction wants to find you, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Joy emerged on Shongyi's face as he took it and put it on. As he touched it, it was smooth and unobstructed as if he was not wearing the mask. It was as if he was touching his own skin. Good move, good stuff. Shongyi praised and a trace of joy emerged in his eyes. He stood up and said seriously, Brother Qin, I have been alone since I was young and have no brothers. Today, I feel like you are my old friend and I want to become your sworn brother. Although this is somewhat old-fashioned, it is my sincere heart. Qin Wushuang grabbed the mask and showed his true face. He also said with joy, I also have the same intention. The two did not pretend to be pretentious as they used the dirt as incense and bowed. Shongyi said, I, Shongyi, am willing to become your sworn brother, Qin Wushuang. We will not fear swords or blades or arrows. We will live and die together and we will never regret it. Qin Wushuang also followed his words and told him their ages. Shongyi was 27 years old and was also young and promising. However, when he heard Qin Wushuang say that he was 18 years old, Shongyi also clicked his tongue in wonder. Brother, you have such achievements at such a young age. In the future, it's not impossible for you to achieve the Void Martial stage. I will work with you. The two were overjoyed and started drinking that 9 refinements yin-yang spiritual serum. You take a sip, I take a sip. They drank until there was nothing left. The thing that the Nine Palace faction viewed as a treasure had been swallowed by these two like tea. Apparently, Shongyi was in high spirits. After he talked with Qin Wushuang about the anecdotes of the Red Dragon Empire, he also asked some questions about the Great Luo Empire. After learning that Qin Wushuang was going to participate in the friendly competition between the 3 empires, he nodded and suddenly took out an item from his storage pouch. As soon as this item was taken out, the entire underground karst cave erupted with light. It was as if a resplendent pearl had broken out of the ground and shone brightly in all directions. One did not even need to look at it to know that this item was extraordinary. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 274. Qin Wushuang took a closer look and saw that it was a folding bow like autumn water. When this bow was folded, it did not look eye-catching. However, as Shongyi pulled the bow open completely, Qin Wushuang could not help but draw a breath of cold air and blurted out, Good bow. My teacher obtained this bow through a fortuitous encounter. Even the people of the Nine Palace did not know he had it. He passed it to me, but my temperament is not compatible with this bow. Thus, I have only used my teacher's other bow to fight enemies. Compared to this graceful spiritual bow, the piercing cloud bow that I use is insignificant. You and I hit it off at first sight and became sworn brothers. I will give you this graceful spiritual bow as a souvenir. Qin Wushuang was stunned and could not accept it. Just by looking at the appearance of this bow, one would know that it was not ordinary. Shongyi's situation was even more dangerous than his. How could he take someone else's treasure? Not to mention it was something left by his teacher. He could not accept it because he was reminded of his feelings. Seeing Qin Wushuang acting this way, Shongyi's expression became serious. Brother, could it be that you feel that the thing in my hand has tainted your hand? Qin Wushuang immediately said, Brother Shong, I did not mean it this way. This is something left by your teacher. How could I take someone else's treasure? Besides, you are in a dangerous situation and need a divine weapon to protect yourself. Shongyi shook his head. The graceful spiritual bow is not compatible with my temperament. If I use it, it will not be as effective as the piercing cloud bow I have always used. You see, I used the piercing cloud bow to kill your people. If I had used the graceful spiritual bow, I am afraid it would not have worked. As for my teacher's belongings, there are many. There is no harm in giving this to you. Most importantly, my teacher had always hoped that this bow would have a true son of heaven. My teacher also joked that I am not suitable for this bow. Thus, giving it to you is just fulfilling my teacher's last wish. You are only 18 years old and already have such talent. If in the future you can attain the void martial Tao and the graceful spiritual bow becomes famous, wouldn't it fulfill my teacher's wish? With these words, Qin Wushuang could not decline and could only accept it. Such a generous gift, I am truly terrified. Shangyi sighed and said, I can only be at ease if you accept it. What if one day, I am chased by those bastards from the Nine Palace faction and I accidentally fall into their trap? Wouldn't this treasure be theirs? It's better for you to have it than for those bastards to take it. However, Qin Wushuang said, Big brother, as long as you are careful along the way and avoid the eyes and ears, the Nine Palace will not be able to find you in this vast sea of people. However, there is one thing. Before you have mastered the technique, you cannot provoke the Nine Palace. Shangyi nodded. Ian, after experiencing this pursuit, I still have this bit of awareness. Where there is life, there is hope. Right now, I'm not strong enough. Fighting with them is just asking for trouble. Fortunately, the law enforcement group they had sent out was only at the middle stage. If an advanced stage warrior had stepped out, I am afraid I would not have gotten this place and would not have gotten to know someone like you. Speaking of which, it was the will of the heavens. This is a sign that the heavens have not abandoned me. Since the heavens are so fond of me, I naturally have to cherish my life even more. That's right. Qin Wushuang nodded. Shangyi leaned against the wall of the cast cave and listened for a while. Then, he turned around and said, those two groups of people should have arrived nearby. After searching for a while, they must have thought we had escaped far away. Brother, let's part here. The Tianxian land is as vast as the open sea. As long as I am not dead, us brothers will reunite one day. Ha ha, isn't it just wandering the world? This is the stage I am pursuing. To travel 10,000 miles and comprehend the immortal path. Shangyi was free and easy and did not show any pretentious attitude. Initially, Qin Wushuang wanted to persuade Shangyi to join the Stargaze Palace. However, he thought that with Shangyi's personality, he would not ask for protection. Secondly, Qin Wushuang was not a higher-up in the Stargaze Palace and did not dare to make the decision. Thus, he could only give up. However, Qin Wushuang did not leave immediately. Instead, he said, anyways, I am not in a rush to leave. It will not be too late for me to leave after your injuries have healed completely. After thinking about it, Shangyi did not refuse. Okay, I will use this chance to teach you the secrets of using the spiritual bow and arrow. For this bow and arrow, if my teacher was not an expert, I would not know there are so many things to learn. That night, the two of them practiced for the entire night inside the cast cave. Fortunately, the 9 reversal sun pill had astonishing effects. After a day and a night, Shangyi's internal injuries had completely healed. He had regained his vigor and vitality. In the early morning of the next day, after the two of them had investigated the enemy's situation and made sure it was safe, they went their separate ways. Indeed, Shangyi had a full body of good equipment. Qin Wushuang watched him leave like a gust of wind and disappear from the canyon. After standing for a moment, Qin Wushuang regained his senses and passed through the sky-breaking canyon. He headed west towards the imperial capital of the Heavenly Lake Empire. Along the way, Qin Wushuang only took small paths and tried to keep a low profile. In less than a day, he had passed through the territory of the subordinate countries and arrived at the territory of the Heavenly Lake Empire. After entering the territory of the empire, Qin Wushuang slowed down his footsteps. He estimated that his colleagues from the Stargaze Palace should not have arrived this quickly. He had arrived at least half a month earlier. Thus, there was still half a month before the first day of July. He decided to get to know this Heavenly Lake Empire, the archenemy of the Great Luo Empire. While he was walking, horses kept galloping along the road. They whistled and seemed to be in a rush. Initially, Qin Wushuang did not think much of it. However, along the way, there was a continuous stream of people rushing forward as if there was some great event waiting for them to catch up. Qin Wushuang was not curious. He only walked at a neither fast nor slow pace. When he arrived at the Heavenly Lake Empire, he did not want to cause too much trouble. After all, he was a national scholar of the Great Luo Empire. Once he caused trouble, there would always be unforeseen troubles. Hurry up, if we are late, we will not make it. Yes, it's a rare opportunity. The Archaic Mysteries sect had sent a representative to gather all the heroes. It would be a pity if we did not go. Along the way, Qin Wushuang kept hearing similar words. Among these words, there were also mentions of the 100 Battles Mountain, Hidden Dragon Field. Qin Wushuang paid attention to this place. He walked to the market and asked a waiter. He learned that this 100 Battles Mountain was a famous mountain in the Heavenly Lake Empire. It was 200 miles south of here. Recently, many heroes had gone to that 100 Battles Mountain to participate in some kind of gathering. Sir, I only know this much. If you want to know more, you will have to find someone else. After that waiter had finished speaking, he turned around to serve the other customers. While Qin Wushuang was thinking, suddenly, a rough voice came from outside the pub. Manager, hurry up, kill a chicken for me, prepare a plate of beef, and boil a barrel of wine. After eating, I still need to go to that Hidden Dragon Field. Don't delay me from getting that Heavenly Lake National Scholar command plate. Okay, please sit down, it will be served soon. The manager dragged his tone and greeted him. Heavenly Lake National Scholar command plate? Qin Wushuang raised his eyebrow lightly. What was this Heavenly Lake Empire doing? Among these martial artists, there were very few Upper Sky Realm warriors. Only a few Pre-Sky Realm warriors were messing around. Could they really give out some Heavenly Lake National Scholar command plate? Qin Wushuang did not believe it. Just like how he had the Great Luo National Scholar command plate. For such thing, even an Upper Sky Realm warrior might not be able to get it. There were many Upper Sky disciples in the Stargaze Palace. However, most likely, only the exceptional core disciples had received the Great Luo National Scholar command plate. It seems that this so-called gathering is a false rumor. If the Heavenly Lake National Scholar command plate is so worthless, then it would not be called a National Scholar command plate. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang sneered and did not pay attention to it. Anyways, if he turned south, it would be the road to the imperial capital. He would pass by that place. He would know the truth by taking a look. After finishing the food, Qin Wushuang left immediately. That 100 Battles Mountain was 200 miles away from here. To Qin Wushuang, if he used all his strength, it would not take long for him to travel 200 miles. However, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to get there. Naturally, he took his time and bought a fine horse. Then, he rode the horse forward leisurely. When he arrived at the 100 Battles Mountain, people kept appearing at each intersection. And they were all heading towards the 100 Battles Mountain. Qin Wushuang got off the horse and walked slowly. In a moment, he saw groups of people crowding around a wide plateau. Under the col of the 100 Battles Mountain, there were at least 1,000 people. It was extremely lively. Qin Wushuang looked at it from afar and saw two long banners with words written on the left and right side. Punching the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the dragon and tiger sect, kicking the monsters of the Stargaze Palace. On the horizontal scroll, dominating the three empires. Qin Wushuang could not help but laugh. These banners were as superficial as they could be. However, it had stimulated the nerves of these martial artists from the Heavenly Lake Empire and made their blood boil. Qin Wushuang was rather curious. Did the Archaic Mysteries sect instruct them to do this, or did these martial artists come up with it? Regardless, when these banners were placed here, their style had dropped a lot. Qin Wushuang glanced and saw a few Upper Sky Realm martial artists among them. Only, these so-called Upper Sky Realm warriors were only ordinary existences. They were not at the core level. Just when he was about to leave, suddenly, one of the Upper Sky Realm warriors said, "Everyone, this Hidden Dragon Plateau gathering is to gather elite warriors from the people." Hidden Dragon, as the name suggests, is to let all the hidden dragons come out. This time, a criminal has escaped into the Heavenly Lake Empire. This criminal had escaped from the Red Dragon Empire. Now, the Red Dragon Empire has sent a request for help to the Heavenly Lake Empire. They are calling on all the powerful warriors of the Heavenly Lake Empire to work together and help the Red Dragon Empire to capture this criminal. Those who succeed will be given the Heavenly Lake Empire's National Scholar Badge and enjoy the benefits of a National Scholar. When Qin Wushuang heard these words, he could not help but stop. This gathering was for Big Brother Shang Yi. When that law enforcement group from the Red Dragon Empire saw their friends getting killed, they knew that it would be difficult to deal with the situation. Thus, they did not hesitate to ask for help from the Heavenly Lake Empire. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel somewhat worried. If the elite warriors from the Archaic Mysteries sect stepped out, Big Brother Shang Yi would be in some danger. However, he estimated that Big Brother Shang Yi should have already left the Heavenly Lake Empire. Even if the people of the Red Dragon Empire asked for help from the Archaic Mysteries sect, it would take them a few days. With these few days, he would have enough time to escape. Although he thought this way, he was still somewhat worried. He decided to stay and ask around. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 275. Qin Wushuang stopped his footsteps and dodged to the side. He started to observe with rapt attention. Looking at these useless people around him, clearly, they were not existences that could threaten Big Brother Shang Yi. If the Archaic Mysteries sect was behind this matter, they would not act like a child's play. Perhaps, this place was only a shell to attract attention. Perhaps, there were other mysteries within this 100 Battles mountain. After a moment of observation, one of the upper sky warriors stood on top of the built high platform. Everyone, we have set up this high platform. Anyone who can win against any of the challengers will be qualified to participate in this capture operation. Among you, if you are not an upper sky, it's best not to try. At this time, a black shadow scuttled onto the platform and shouted, "Let me challenge." "Who are you?" That person who spoke on the high platform asked in a low voice. "You don't need to know who I am. I am not here for some Heavenly Lake National Scholar command plate. If I win against one of you, you will immediately remove this banner." That person spoke with a rough voice as he pointed to that banner with the words "kicking the demons of the Stargaze Palace." Then, he said in a low muffled voice, "It's your internal matter if you want to show off. Why are you insulting the Stargaze Palace of the Great Luo?" This person was dressed in blue robes and had thick eyebrows and big eyes. However, he had a rough personality. Naturally, he was furious when he saw this banner. If he were not inside the Heavenly Lake Empire, he would have already torn that banner into pieces. "This way, you are a disciple of the Stargaze Palace of the Great Luo?" "I am not a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, but I am a freelance martial artist of the Great Luo. I will not allow you to insult the Stargaze Palace." That man in blue robes scolded with righteous indignation. He shook both of his hands and a giant axe appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, the shiny blade of the axe appeared exceptionally cold. "Who will block my 3 axe strikes?" This guy roared. That person on the stage retreated into the back of the tent. After a moment, a person walked out. As soon as this person walked out, his whole body emitted a sharp Xiantian aura. His entire temperament was like a sharp sword, giving people a kind of dense killing intent. When Qin Wushuang saw this person, he secretly paid attention and thought to himself, "It seems like this matter really has something to do with Tianji sect. This person who walked out is definitely not ordinary. He should be a core disciple of Tianji sect." Even though Qin Wushuang did not notice this person's strength, it still caused Qin Wushuang to secretly pay attention. Just how many other experts from the Celestial Arcanum sect were hiding behind that curtain? Qin Wushuang looked at the blue-robed man. He tightly gripped the big axe in his hand and pushed his spiritual power. His blue robe was torn apart by the spiritual power, revealing his strong muscles. He looked quite imposing. This person was protecting the dignity of the Great Luo Empire. Although he was in the territory of the Heavenly Lake Empire, he still had some courage to challenge the Great Luo Empire. At that moment, he also secretly paid attention to the situation, hoping that this person would not be at a disadvantage. Being in a foreign land, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel somewhat impressed when he saw the elite warriors from his own country fighting for the dignity of their country. That young man who had walked out from behind the curtain stood there empty-handed and said with a smile, "That man, what is your name? Since you are not a disciple of the Stargaze Palace, why are you yelling here? I am Queen Yo, a freelance martial artist from the Great Luo Empire. Today, when I passed by here, I saw that your banner had gone too far. It would make me laugh my head off. You are so shallow. Queen Yo." That young man laughed mockingly. "I hope you have some strength. If you only have the ability to boast, most likely you would have come up alive and gone down dead." Queen Yo roared, "In the end, who is boasting? Let's see who is the one boasting." Roar. With a loud roar, Queen Yo held the axe with both hands. He jumped up with both feet and twisted his body forward like a bow. Then, he slashed down with the axe from the sky. It had the temperament to break rivers and mountains. Naturally, the temperament of a battle between upper sky warriors was astonishing. Instantly, the power of this slash caused the surrounding airflow to surge up. With a whoosh, it rolled up a cloud of dust. As soon as this giant axe slashed down, only a crescent-shaped white light flashed in the sky. Even the sky seemed to have been cut open. With a whoosh, it emitted an ear-piercing explosion sound. In the next moment, that young man twitched the corner of his mouth and a trace of cold mockery overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Like a whirlwind, he rolled his body and suddenly disappeared from the place. Even though Queen Yo had not hit the target with one slash, he was not dispirited. Instead, he turned his hand and slashed 3 times. Like snowflakes, the 3 slashes formed an attack arc and slashed back again. Rays of light shot in all directions and blinded people's eyes. Qin Wushuang saw that this Queen Yo's axe technique only followed the masculine path. Although it was ferocious, he would be at a disadvantage when encountering an elite warrior with good body movements. Indeed, before Qin Wushuang had finished thinking, that young man appeared on the left side of Queen Yo. Unknowingly, a glove had appeared on his hand. Catcher. The glove grabbed in the air and his 5 fingers suddenly grabbed 5 strong winds that condensed into substance and bit towards Queen Yo's wrist. This peck was actually like the sharp beak of a fierce bird, fast and fierce. Queen Yo had never imagined that this young man's movement would be so fast. It was so fast that it almost made him lose his basic judgment. Just now, he had turned his hand and slashed 3 times. He had clearly attacked the right side that the young man had retreated to. How could this person actually appear on his left side in the blink of an eye? Queen Yo's left hand loosened and a fist smashed towards the 5 strong winds. His right hand waved the axe and once again chopped towards the young man's head. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed from the young man's right hand. A golden chain shot out from his hand and directly wrapped around Queen Yo's axe. Catcher. The sound of metal colliding was ear-piercing. The two of them urged their spiritual energy and their weapons collided. Tragic sparks sputtered in all directions. The golden chain in the young man's hand wrapped around Queen Yo's giant axe and completely controlled it. His body suddenly followed the binding force and ran at high speed on the stage. His body coiled and spun around Queen Yo like a whirlwind. Queen Yo only felt a blur before his eyes. Suddenly, the young man's body twisted and his legs directly kicked towards Queen Yo's chest. The speed was so fast that it was like a gust of wind that didn't give Queen Yo any time to react. Bang! Queen Yo's body flew high into the air and flew far off the stage. A giant axe was swung out by the young man with the golden chain. It closely followed the momentum of Queen Yo's flight and followed at an even faster speed. Ah! The surrounding audience all exclaimed softly. The momentum of this axe was obviously to cut Queen Yo in half in the air. This method was clearly to take Queen Yo's life and use Queen Yo's weapon to kill Queen Yo. Qin Wushuang was just about to make a move when a silver light suddenly flashed from the opposite side. An object directly hit the giant axe. The giant axe was hit by this force and actually flew back towards the stage. Its target was accurate and its speed actually increased as it blasted towards the young man on the stage. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, those onlookers had no time to react. At this moment, Queen Yo's body was gently supported by a floating figure. With a casual drop, he dropped to the ground steadily. Besides the injuries from the kick from that person, he did not suffer any injuries. And that giant axe spun and slashed towards the head of that young man. Its speed was incomparably fast. The expression of that young man changed drastically as he immediately lowered his head to dodge. Finally, he evaded this attack in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. That giant axe did not stop as it slashed forward at a fast speed. With a boom, it slashed onto that giant pillar with the words kicking the ghosts and demons of the Stargaze Palace. With a loud bang, this giant pillar was cut into two halves. It broke in the middle and the scroll was also crushed into pieces by the wind from the axe. It turned into pieces and flew away like a butterfly. Qin Wushuang saw the face of this person. It was Zhao Muji, a disciple of the third palace master of the Stargaze Palace. Why did he come early? Qin Wushuang was also slightly surprised. Zhao Muji grabbed the magistrate brush that had shot out a moment ago and put it into his sleeve. He glanced at that stage with a cold expression and said with a disdainful tone, "Even if the Heavenly Lake Empire is bored, they should not be bored to this extent, right? Could it be that the current archaic mysteries sect only has this little bit of power and only wrote 2 scrolls to inflate their ego?" Among the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace, Zhao Muji was at least in the top 5. Although he did not enter the top 5 in the last core ranking competition, his strength was still there. Naturally, he was annoyed when he saw this scroll. His move had killed several birds with one stone. He had saved the person and destroyed that scroll. Naturally, Queen Yo, who was saved by him, was deeply grateful. "Thank you for saving my life. My name is Queen Yo, how should I address you? Are you an elite warrior from the Great Luo Empire?" Zhao Muji's expression softened slightly as he nodded. "Queen Yo, you are good." Although it was only a few short words, it made Queen Yo feel endless joy. Although this Queen Yo was a righteous person, he was a person who was good at observing people's expressions. When he saw Zhao Muji's actions and temperament, he knew that this person was not ordinary. For sure, he must be an exceptional figure in the Great Luo Empire. At the moment, he laughed. "With my little skills, I have embarrassed the Great Luo Empire. If you had not helped me, I would not have escaped this bloody disaster." Just when Zhao Muji was about to speak, that curtain was pulled open and another person walked out. This person had a headscarf tied around his head and his long hair danced in the wind. With a cold expression, he looked at Zhao Muji. "You are a disciple of the Stargaze Palace?" Zhao Muji did not show the slightest fear as he said proudly, "Zhao Muji of the Stargaze Palace." "Zhao Muji?" The other party twitched the corner of his mouth. "I've never heard of you. I only heard that the Stargaze Palace has a Wei Yi who is exceptional. I also heard that Qin Wushuang is also good. However, he is short-lived." As soon as Zhao Muji heard these words, his face turned cold. Qin Wushuang had always been a pain in Zhao Muji's heart. During that battle at the Green Jade Mountain, Qin Wushuang had saved Zhao Muji's life. Zhao Muji admired him greatly. Unexpectedly, that battle had become their farewell. After half a year, Zhao Muji still could not walk out from that blow. This time, he had left the Stargaze Palace early because he wanted to use this opportunity to relax and get rid of the depression in his heart. When he heard this person cursing Qin Wushuang, his expression changed drastically. "Who are you, and you think you are qualified to gossip about junior brother Qin? Come, today I will teach you a lesson. Let's see how much power the younger generation of the Archaic Mysteries sect have." That person sneered, "I couldn't ask for more. Only, under my blade, I will never kill nameless people." Zhao Muji knew that this person had done it deliberately to provoke him. How could he fall for it? He jumped with the tip of his foot and floated up to the stage. In a flash, he held the 2 magistrate brushes in his hands. Just because you insulted junior brother Qin, today I will let your blood splatter within 3 steps. There was a trace of coldness in Zhao Muji's tone. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel a warmth in his chest. This was what it meant to be a fellow disciple. Even if there were conflicts within the sect, after all, to fight a tiger, you need brothers. To go into battle, you need father and son. Didn't Zhao Muji perfectly express the meaning of being under the same sect as him at this moment? When he thought here, a wave of warmth surged in Qin Wushuang's heart. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.